I don't think anyone's speaking, is why no one can hear anyone yet.
I mean, the Zelbot is muted. I think the Zelbot. Oh, we're audible? Okay. Oh, right, it's muted. It's not. Whatever. Okay. So, hi, everyone. I'm Pharaoh. I'm here to show some Final Fantasy XIII.
Hey guys, I'm Logic Dolphin. I'm here to talk about Final Fantasy XIII and to interrupt Pharaoh while she's introducing the game. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You get to interrupt, like, all of you get to interrupt me all you want. So the other
Interrupting Titan.
Introduce yourselves too.
Hey, I'm Mr. Titan. I'm also here to interrupt things.
Hi, I'm Madelon. I'm also here for...
Okay, so this game is notorious for its plot, it's notorious for its characters, not for the best reasons, but today we will explore all of it in depth. And we're also gonna explore the amazing battle system this game has and what a great speed game it is. So I'm just going to start and then I'm gonna grab lunch real quick, but I will be back in time for the first cutscene to end. So if you're ready on the timer, it'll start in 3, 2, 1, go.
So now that she's gone, I'm actually going to be honest, it's been so long since I've watched all the cutscenes in it, so it's going to be a treat for you guys and for me.
It's also been a while since I've watched the cutscenes. Although actually I think it's been a year. I think I did a casual playthrough a year ago of the game.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we shouldn't talk over the audio except it's Japanese audio, so. Yeah, the stream
is still frozen.
Yeah.
So I had to like restart my RTMP. Can you all, okay, can we jump out? Got it. Out. It's okay. It's just a cutscene. It's not like we're here for, you know, watching cutscenes. Oh, this is completely blank.
So let me summarize what's happening. There's a train.
There is a train. And I believe lightning is hidden on the train, right?
Yeah, Lightning and Saz are on the train, and
oh,
yep, there's Lightning being Lightning.
Lightning's kicking some butt.
So, if you don't understand what's happening in the game, that's kind of intentional. The game just kind of throws you into the middle of the action. You don't know who these characters are, you don't know why they're on a train, you don't know what is going on. This is in medias res, where you just enter the game in the middle of the action, and you're going to figure out what happens over the course of the game, or what is happening over the course of the game. There's a lot of flashbacks in the game to the first 13 days. This is day 13. But what happened the first 13 days that led to this point? Let's find out together.
I want to know what Lightning had like a force field or half invisibly filled on her. Like, why don't we have access to that during the rest of the game?
You do on easy mode. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, is that with the increased drops as well that you get on easy mode?
Common drop rate increased, rare drop rate decreased. Enemies take more damage. Sorry, we have a meme in the 13 Discord where whenever anyone asks what easy mode is, we have this copy paste of 5 difficulty adjustments, and the 5th one people edit to be something random.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's like a mini rebellion going on between the government of Cocoon, which is where the most of this game is going to take place, and people in one of the districts. Because do we want to explain that now, or just wait for the cutscenes for to explain it between Pulse and Cocoon? Probably wait on that.
Yeah, let's wait a little bit. There's a giant scorpion robot with a tail. Be careful, because if you attack when his tail's up, it's going to counterattack with its laser.
Yep.
Wait, wrong game. Shoot.
What, are you sure about that? I mean, this is very similar to the first boss fight that we have in FF7.
Right, so Barrett is now climbing out of the rubble, and Cloud is there.
Cloud's there with her giant sword.
Protect Sector 7.
Yep.
This is clearly a Mako reactor. You can tell by the green.
Clearly.
It's green, it's glowing, there's things exploding. It looks like a Mako reactor to me. Yeah, so we're just about done with the very first set of cutscenes. This is going to be our sort of introductory fight, and it's the way that the game works, especially with like a lot of its battle system, is that it introduces things over the course of the first 7 chapters, and new battle mechanics keep on approaching. They tend to build off of one another, but there are going to be consistencies that we use throughout. So one of the first things that you notice is the ATB gauge, which is that blue bar that's filling up.
Don't
skip the cutscene, Pharaoh. So this ATB gauge is going to fill up, and we start off with 2. It's going to increase over time. Every action that the characters have takes a certain amount of ATB. So our initial one, attack here, takes 1 ATB. Blitz, which we're going to see in a couple other fights coming up soon, takes 2 ATBs. And you can queue up a whole series of actions and input it, and then once your ATB gauge is full, it'll execute them. You can also early execute if need be, but yeah. One of the other things to keep a note of here is that we are only directly controlling our party leader, who in this case is Light. If our party leader dies, then it's game over. But that's not saying we can't control the other characters at all. We just don't necessarily have all of the tools available for that. So, we'll get to that later. But first part of Manasvin fight's done. It's very simple. Logic, you want to go through the second part?
Good timing, because I accidentally unplugged for 30 seconds. Yeah, the second part is, it's, you just press X to win. No, not really. Well, sort of. I mean, you can't lose if you just press X to win in this fight. I mean, the runners tend to hate that meme. But there are a few little special timings that we need to input in order to not get as interrupted by the attacks. So we'll execute some partial string to make sure that lightning doesn't get interrupted and can just run forward and attack. Interruptions are a very big kind of mechanic in this game, which you might not be aware of if you're playing a game, because you're just going to be focusing on the ATB gauge. But if your ATB gauge is full and then you try to execute an action, but an enemy attacks you, then you're gonna get I want to say staggered, but that's not quite the right word you want to use for that. But you just fumble a bit.
You stumble.
Immediately, yeah, you stumble. And you don't immediately start executing your attacks, which takes a few seconds. And while a few seconds might not sound like a lot of time, to you, seconds are everything in a speed run. So we need to save those seconds, save those frames.
Well, the fact that there are the cutscenes here that we can use to explain things, there's so much more time
I know. It's
But we also
great.
have to explain what's happening in the cutscenes. For instance, Lightning just put her gunblade away in the back of her legs because that's where she stores her gunblade. It's totally legit.
I don't understand it. It's got to be the most like you're gonna see her running, and the things are like slapping the back of her knees the entire time. How is that not like painful?
So we have another commentator just joining us. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I've just been quiet since you were explaining the fight. But yeah, my name's MM, and I also speedrun Final Fantasy XIII, just any percent for now, all missions soon as well.
Wait, you're an FF13 speedrunner? I could hardly tell. If only there were more obvious signs.
Yeah, like the time on the leaderboard or something.
I just need to change something here real quick. Target selection. There we go. I forgot to do it on the main menu.
Yeah, so oh, actually that was actually the thing. Oh yeah, via cursor. I thought you were changing the camera.
So here we're gonna start seeing one of the primary like speed tactics that we use throughout the game. So unlike a lot of other Final Fantasy, older Final Fantasies, but it's been more prevalent in the newer ones, all of the enemies exist on the overworld. And as we run through, they're gonna see us, they're gonna try to attack us. If we hit them or they hit us, then we're gonna be transported into combat. We don't want to do that. Combat is generally slower than not having combat. So a large amount of the time that we're gonna be spending in the overworld is actually performing dodges, where we're just trying to run past and, you know, sort of ninja our way through. This is harder than it might sound because some of the enemies can be rather random. And you really have to know, like, both how you can move and how the enemies are going to move and all that sort of stuff in order to properly get through. There are going to be failed dodges. Like, there is no run that gets through without any failed dodges. But
challenge accepted.
Each deal.
I mean,
you
there
can't
is
cancel
a
everything.
category where there is no failed dodges because you just fight everything when you enter a battle zone called dodges.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, so each failed dodge costs approximately like 15 seconds, best case, because you just do retry and then, you know, rerun everything through. It can be even longer in worst case, depending on where exactly you fail the dodge and which one it is. So yeah, we can see Pharaoh just here failed this dodge twice.
In chapter 1.
Yeah,
you would
chapter
think.
1, as far as the other chapters in the game go, it's a really weird chapter because you don't have your development tree unlocked yet. So like we're just dealing with base actions, and we don't have, you know, all the fancy skills we're gonna see later in the run. We don't have any paradigms. So like battles are rather simplistic, unlike the rest of the run. But also dodges, unlike the rest of the run, are incredibly difficult because we are in this very narrow corridor and dealing with human soldiers that run at about our speed. So it can be annoying to try to execute these dodges. That's why I usually recommend to, you know, budding speedrunners to not worry about the dodges of Chapter 1 when you're learning the game, because Chapter 1's not really typical of the rest of the game.
So I know I like how she said preemptive strike and then failed to preempt.
Preemptive strike and then runs up and is like, hey, how do I throw a potion when I'm at full HP?
Wait, hold on. Do tutorials count as cutscenes?
No.
Okay.
We need a new category, tutorial percent.
No, I am skipping tutorials. Hell no, I'm skipping tutorials.
If only there was a tutorial on how to skip tutorials.
Interesting.
So speaking of not having the development tree yet, we also don't get the points that we spend on that in the fights in this chapter and also in the next one. So it's even worse to take the fights here because you don't even get the points for that.
Yeah, what he's talking about are Crystarian points, which is this game's version of EXP.
Yeah, when he's talking about CP, he's talking about Crystarian points, not about the other CP.
Okay, would not have gone that far with the joke, but
yeah, sorry.
Wow, she's like really violent. Saz broke. That's why we don't have access to the shield. Saz broke it.
Yep.
Saz.
And we'll not see it again until chapter 12.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The first chapter, in terms of story, is kind of brutal because there's actually like lots of innocent people getting killed.
Lots of innocent people and a certain character's mom.
Okay, that's a spoiler, and I'm going to ban you.
Yes, please. It always happens.
Yeah, so one trick that Pharaoh is doing there that we've actually done once before is called a camera trick. So a large part of dodging is going to be trying to manipulate the enemy's AIs and like how they're going to run to you. And it turns out that if you look at the ground, then a lot of enemies in the game just kind of play, you know, I can't see you, you can't see me, so they just don't move, and then they start moving like really delayed. So yeah, we're gonna be using that a lot.
It doesn't work for every dodge, but that particular dodge, generally the ones involving dogs for some reason, they tend to not run out as early as they normally would. So because of that, we're able to run up the stairs without a problem. But if we had left the camera up, then the dogs would have met us at the stairs and would have encountered them. This is the first boss fight. Well, I guess technically the Warmech is the first boss fight. And this is actually a really good example of AoE in this game, which is really powerful if you use it correctly. Because Lightning actually has two abilities, Attack and Blitz. And for the Warmech, we were only using Attack because, well, it's a single target ability. But we also have Blitz, which costs 2 ATB segments instead of 1.
I'm not dying.
Who dies to this fight? Hi, my name's Logic, and I've died to this fight.
Same.
Yeah, so Blitz is a 2 ATB action. It actually, per ATB segment, deals less damage than attack, so it's generally not worth using, but it is worth using if it hits more than one thing. Which, in this fight, there were 3 things, and it can hit all of them if they're within range. So Pharaoh used Blitz until the 2 accompanying soldiers were dead, and then used single target attacks on the Marauder.
I also like how the cutscene leading into the fight, the enemy was like, the Marauder was like, you know, half a foot from lightning, spear reared back in order to stab her, and then we enter the battle, and he's like 6 feet away, just kind of standing there at attention. Not a lot of cohesiveness between like the end of the cutscene and the start of the battle.
Yeah, I mean, some fights have really cool transitions between the cutscene and the start of the fight, and then there's fights like this, which is the majority, where you start the fight on a completely different tone than the cutscene set it up to be.
Yeah.
So I don't know if any one of you, maybe Madeline or M, wants to explain why I've set cursor to, but no, when I set the target selection by cursor instead of from list, because that is actually really important in the run.
Yeah, so if you do via cursor, it basically just means that you can use triangle to confirm your action a bit earlier once you select auto battle or abilities or techniques or items that target one person. I don't know exactly why that's the case, but that's something that you can do, and of course executing things sooner with the way with how tight some of the fights get, it's a huge advantage. So selecting cursor or from list is not preference, via cursor is strictly better.
Yeah, I think the triangle is typically used to already execute an incomplete string, but if you do it once the ATB is already full, it just uses the whole full string. And yeah, for some reason, indeed, if you have the via cursor thing, it goes faster that way.
Yep. So we're being introduced now to our next party member. His name is Snow. He's the leader of a anti-government resistance group. and we'll find out more about his relation.
Nora!
And yeah, so we're gonna be seeing a lot with him. He's like kind of annoying to dodge with in this chapter, again because of like what Logic said. There's not a lot of space, and Snow's model is bigger than Lightning's, so like it can be a bit more
Snow has
annoying.
the biggest hitbox of all the 6 party members, so Snow is the worst character to do dodges with.
Yep.
And this section is notoriously one of the worst sections for dodges in the entire game. That's just chapter 1 for you.
Yeah, also in chapter 2 we have you get access to a bit of an easier way to do dodges that we don't have here yet. So then, very difficult dodges in the later game, we have a solution for that, but in chapter 1 we don't have that yet.
So, Snow was also on the train to get purged. But he and his buddies, as soon as the train got stopped by lightning, they were prepared for it. Don't skip the cutscene! They were prepared for it, I guess.
Okay, wait, do we get legendary?
They immediately rounded up the women and children and started protecting them, and now we're just going to blitz through a whole lot of Psychom soldiers. So, in order to stop my muscle memory, I actually unbinded the select button from the select button. And binded start to it instead, and it worked.
That's why it double paused. So two things. One is this dodge that Pharaoh just failed is called the legendary dodge. It is extraordinarily difficult to do, and in fact most people usually end up failing it. You can succeed, but it's extremely rare, which is why it's called the legendary dodge. But it's like a relatively easy fight, and we got a Phoenix down, so it's like kind of worth. The second is that there are a lot of cutscenes in this game, so it's actually really good that Pharaoh did that rebind, because it's just like pure habit to just like, you know, spam things in order to skip them and stuff. There's like a ton. You kind of don't even think about it after a point.
No,
muscle memory is really strong.
I do not think about it.
Yeah. There's a lot of, like, if you speedrun this game a lot of it turns into muscle memory. Because you kind of have to for a lot of stuff. There's no really points to, like, pause and double check what you're doing. Because everything is more or less in real time.
So, very important cutscene here. But before we talk about this, I want to talk about this video sponsor. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. I just want to mention the party that we have right now is Snow, Godot, and LeBro, and that rhymes. But we're not really going to be seeing Godot and LeBro beyond this current chapter. So,
but LeBro's my bro.
if you're
Aside of,
wondering
like,
why they have
one
question mark
cutscene.
HP, it's because they're not really going to be in the game. They do actually have HP totals, but they can't die. When they get down to 1 HP, they just don't take damage anymore. Which never really happens with LeBro in the party, because she throws potions for you. But later on, when LeBro's not there and Godot could go down to 1 HP and still survives.
Wait, hold on.
But it's very
That
difficult to have
character
that
model
happen.
is higher res than the other character models surrounding. Do you think that's going to be relevant?
At least the ones that are wearing suits are definitely not going to be important. They're just like generic
Yes.
NPCs.
Yep. None of them are going to be relevant. They're just adding voice lines to, you know, give some background characters a bit more, you know, life.
So this character here is Nora. She's going to be a very important character. We're going to be using her in a speedrun route alongside Saz and Vanille.
I'm sorry.
In an alternate reality.
I was trying so hard not to laugh.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Alright, this is... Okay,
He
guys.
shot him.
Side
This is
note.
not gun safety right here. Don't do this. Rule number 1 of guns, never point a gun at someone unless you intend to shoot them. Then again, maybe she doesn't
okay, to be,
him. I don't know.
I don't know. To be fair, it is snow.
Shooting snow is probably the safest thing that these guys could have done, really.
I don't know, seeing Vanille with a gun feels wrong.
Yeah, it's not until 13.2 that
Especially
she starts
considering
using a gun with the gun mage class.
I hope. We'll come back to him later.
I hope so.
Aha!
How can he see anything? Like, the hood's completely covering his eyes.
It's a transparent hood. That's also
Ah.
not transparent on the outside. It's a reverse invisibility cloak. So we did another camera trick there. The very last dodge there, the Pharaoh only had to dodge 2 things, but there's actually 4 things in the fight.
Yeah, the back two just don't come out when you camera trick.
I have gotten caught by the soldier and the Pantheon before, and it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, then when you reach there, all 4 of them are out and it's like... And that is when you just restart the run.
Yes.
Yeah.
So beta
this is
behemoth.
the beta,
Sorry.
No, yeah. So this is the beta behemoth fight. You know, generally these things are alpha, beta, gammas. So I'm expecting the next one that we fight to be the gamma behemoth, right?
Wait, well, we skipped the alpha, so
Yeah. Yeah.
clearly the programming is kind of bad if they don't have an alpha phase.
Yeah. So this fight used to be one where I would talk about, like, yeah, your positioning really is important a lot of times, because this fight used to be a really great showcase for how, like, the battles take place in this 3D arena, and the character models' positions matter a lot, because you can be hit or not hit depending on just, like, where the models actually did their actions. But then it turns out that it's faster just to get hit at the right time, so you're not interrupted. And then you just keep on punching it through that. So, yeah. But we've win the fight.
Another thing you can also do in this fight is just time your attacks very precisely, so that you can attack just about as the behemoth is doing the swipe. So it's no jumps back when the swipe is supposed to connect, and you dodge it. I think Bear wasn't going for this at this time.
I was going for it on the last swipe, but Snow was punching too slowly, unfortunately. Because if you want to dodge the swipes, if you get a perfect fight, it's faster than just throwing the potions. Yeah. But the timing depends on how fast Snow punches, and it can be really annoying and difficult
it's a line.
to do all the timing correctly.
Moms are tough, so go give your mom a hug today.
Sorry, Nora. Press F in chat.
I actually didn't realize that she died so soon after saying that line. That's like not even subtle.
She said it before as well, I think, so she says it twice, but now again, right before this, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how far are those people falling?
Including Snow, but we'll get to that.
Really, it just seems like they're falling into like a bottomless void, but like, how far is it?
Well, I believe that they're actually over Lake Brescia.
Oh.
They are Lake Brescia.
And it's not crystallized yet, it's actual water. So
okay.
They're just like going, flapping against the water, which
is still lethal.
Yeah.
Still lethal.
And if they survive, then they have to fight over debris, and then you have like 2 people fighting over a door, but the man lets the woman rest on the door while the man freezes to death.
And then the water gets crystallized.
Yeah, so then they're just trapped in the lake. Snow also
This cutscene shows how brutal this entire chapter is, because all these people thought they were gonna be relocated, and they actually all just got fucking killed.
I think they were always going to be killed, though. Right?
Yeah, I
Like,
think the boss was
they-
It's,
No,
like,
no,
it's,
that
an-
was-
like, it's an
that was the
extermination
plan.
train.
That was the plan. The plan was just
Yeah.
killing all of them from the start, but that's not what they told them. What
Yeah.
the Sanctum tells them is that they're gonna be relocated to Pulse.
Yeah, of course, because if you tell people you're going to kill them, that doesn't work out well.
Really?
That's
You get
news.
less resistance if you tell something different.
Yeah, so, you know, those two people that survived, yeah, they might be important later. We'll see.
Meanwhile, Lightning and Saz, they exist.
Yeah.
Yes. Lightning and Seth are just taking a completely different route than Snow and his ragtag bunch of misfits, so they aren't really with all of those people.
Yeah, they're safely tucked away from danger. Absolutely nothing to worry about over here.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're on like a flying piece of road. That's kind of inherently dangerous.
Not with that attitude.
I don't know, how does a government get away with that? You know, one that has control over all media and violence and force and, you know, the general populace and everything.
Really makes
Questions.
you think, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is giving more of the background. So we're in Cocoon. There's this other thing called Pulse that everyone in Cocoon seems to be very scared of. They're the enemies. We'll get back to that later. We'll get back to that later. It's going to be relevant.
The animosity between Cocoon and Pulse is one of the major drives of the plot.
Yep.
So yeah, we are on this flying piece of road, and there's a flying skating robot, which looks really cool, and we have to kill it, because otherwise
Yep.
it'll kill us.
So I'm going to use this opportunity to. So this is actually a good example of the like movements matter, because if Pharaoh doesn't time her attacks correctly here, then Lightning's just going to come run up, the Myrmidon's going to move, and the attacks are going to miss. Usually, like the whole movement in order to make the attacks miss works against us rather than for us. But this is also probably a good time to discuss one of the major battle mechanics, which is the stagger gauge. So if you look at the top right in Myrmidon, it said like X out of 110, and now it says 210%. So every enemy in this game has a stagger gauge, and what a chain gauge that turns into stagger, and what that percentage is actually the percent damage that is being dealt to that character. So if they're 100, you deal 100% of your damage, normal damage. If they're at 200, then you're dealing 200% of your damage, 2 times as much, and so on and so forth. A lot of the fights that we're going to be having throughout the run are going to be try to increase that chain gauge, stagger gauge, until you hit stagger, which is this sort of predetermined point for all enemies. Once you hit stagger, a lot of different things are going to happen, but one of the biggest ones is that the chain jumps up by another 100, so you're just dealing an extra 100% damage, and the enemies become more interruptible. So damage in this game is multiplicative, so we're going to be hitting really large numbers really quickly, so much so that unlike a lot of earlier Final Fantasy games and even some of the later ones, the default damage cap in this game isn't 4 9s, but rather 5 9s. And we're going to be easily hitting that by the end game.
Only against a few select enemies, but yes, we do hit damage cap in this run.
Yeah. We're not doing anything special to hit the damage cap, it just kind of happens. And yeah, we're finally seeing, so here's Vanille.
Wait a minute, there was someone underneath that outfit?
Yeah, incredible.
You could tell because she had a different hair
Both
color. Wait, she gives Hope a gun, but like he doesn't have that gun.
Nope.
Does he lose it in the next cutscene?
Why would he use a gun when he can just throw a boomerang instead?
I mean, that is the Australian way.
He just threw it on the ground, that's why.
Oh. Yeah.
Just kids being very responsible kids.
Oh, Vanille is really responsible, and she's the older out of the two.
Yeah, and
By
we're going to
quite a
keep
bit.
seeing Vanille being very responsible.
This entire
Would you
game
really
is
consider her a kid,
very
though?
responsible.
Yeah, to
Well-
be fair, she is 519 years old, so...
I guess she's technically an adult.
So that's Chocolina. Very cute.
It's the cute chocobo chick. It's our mascot.
Yep.
It's interesting that you do have the GraphCon unit in your inventory as a key item, but you can't use it outside of cutscenes.
Also, that it's suddenly working again when it wasn't in the cutscene before this with Lightning and Sass.
Don't pay attention.
My plot
Wow,
hole!
he is really lucky that he managed to fall in the exact same spot that Lightning did. That.
Oh well.
All right. Here's a pro tip: if you're ever trying to wake somebody up, especially if there's been a combat situation like this, don't slap them in the face. That'll just make things worse. For being
Unless
a
it's my
guerrilla
brother.
rebellion leader, Snow does not have everything sort of, done properly. Sorry, what were you saying?
The incentive was met, apparently.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Well,
really? Sweet. So we get to watch Vanilla and Hope flirt in chapter 11.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Just wait for it, you'll see it.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Oh god.
It's really not as bad as you think it is.
I don't know how it could be like okay. Alright. Fine.
Titan has never watched the cutscenes, by the way.
No, Titan,
First time he
Titan.
played the game was a
It's-
speed run.
Titan.
No.
Titan. If this
Yeah.
puts your mind to ease, it's actually a really wholesome cutscene, okay?
Okay, sure. Sure.
He stopped
No, okay,
listening
so
after
what I-
so...
No, okay, so what I will say is that the first time that I like played through this casually, I had like 102-degree fever for like chapters 10, 11, and 12. So I don't remember a lot that happened there. Also, that I was in like 2015, so it's been a hot minute.
Okay, so let's honor. Vanille gets a pass because 500 of the 518 years she's been alive, she was asleep in crystal stasis. So she
Wow!
wasn't fully alive.
Spoilers!
We'll get to that. It wasn't actually alive for most of that time, so she does get a pass for still acting like a teenager because she still is, for all intents and purposes. What are you doing, dog?
Oh my, wow, that dog really wanted some head scritches. And by head scritches, I meant grenades. Yeah, so we just picked up the power circlet. Yeah, so we just picked up the power circlet, which is an accessory. Circle.
Not circlet.
I've definitely been misreading that for a really long time. Yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of accessories that we picked up throughout the game. Like a lot of Final Fantasy games, each character has a unique set of weapons that is only for them. But the accessories can be shuffled around as needed, and the accessories, especially once we unlock the ability to upgrade them later, are going to give us like significant stats. They're actually going to be the source of most of our stats throughout the game. So yeah, you're going to see us shuffling them around a lot. The power circle is going to be one that we use quite heavily throughout, especially throughout the beginning of the game. And yeah, that's basically the end of chapter 1, you know, plus any cutscenes that there are.
Yeah, we still have a little running section. That's the first time we're gonna be controlling Hope, but it's just from point A from to point B, no enemies.
Fun fact, that section is the only section where a character doesn't have a weapon.
Yes, that is true.
Vanille doesn't
Because
have a
apparently he
weapon.
didn't
Where
count
does-
his boomerang as weapon yet.
No, I'm serious. Vanille doesn't have a weapon at that point because she doesn't get her fishing rod until she enters the Pulse Vestige.
And
Yeah,
Vanille makes it, but
Yeah.
didn't Hope have his weapon already?
Okay, so
I don't
one
think
important
so.
thing about the plot that we probably missed. Before she died, Nora asked Snow to protect him. Snow has no idea who she's talking about, so this is something that will be waiting on his mind throughout most of the game. Well, at least half of the game.
So he's just gonna protect all the guys to be safe.
He's going
I mean,
to...
he does. She did say protect him, so or
He
keep
knows
him
it's
safe
the
or
boy.
whatever. So
Plus
he's
not, like,
just
half the
gonna throw
population.
aside the women and the children.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want a motorcycle like that.
Yeah, these motorcycles look really sick.
Yeah. I like the like NPC in the background just kind of like standing there, not moving.
Everyone's just
No,
kind
sorry,
of
shaking
standing
shoulders
around
side to side.
chatting as if
What's
it's
three
just
of
like
them?
a casual Saturday morning.
Yeah, I mean, don't
guys,
your
you wanna
Saturday
grab
mornings
a-
always involve a violent revolution?
You know, when this is done, you want to go grab a burger from Whataburger? Sorry, I have plans. Oh, are you
Okay,
still
so-
seeing that guy?
Hope saw that Nora, how Nora died, and in his mind he's blaming Snow for it. Vanille knows he has some sort of beef with Snow, and she's like, you should go talk to him, but Hope, of course, has a huge mental block about the whole situation.
Just like
To
every
be
fair, he's
rom-com,
like
this-
14.
Takes care of it on the with the worst possible way.
just like
Yeah, I mean-
every rom-com, the situation would be diffused if the two love interests actually talk to each other.
She's like 14.
In this game,
I mean, yeah, he definitely glows up.
he's 24 in the sequel. Spoilers, there's a sequel. Spoilers, Hope survives.
Oh, he'll definitely be saying hi to the missus one way or another. This is all called foreshadowing.
Unlike runners who can't skip in 10, joke's on you, cutscenes are now skippable in 10 if you use a mod.
Yes. Yes, so if wrong game I'm shilling for here, but if you want to speedrun Final Fantasy X, it's kind of more accessible than ever because a 9 to 10 hour speedrun is now like 3 to 4. Because of the cutscene remover mod. There's a leaderboard for it and everything. And because I guess I shilled for FF10, I should probably shill a bit for 13. We, 3 days ago, a member of our community, Mr. Zwanzig, put out an hour-and-a-half long video about the world record progression for the speedrun of this game. And it's very cool, and you should all go check it out.
Spoiler alert, this run will not beat that world record.
Wait, really?
I mean, what, we're on, how far are we in right now? Let's see. We're 41 minutes in. I think this could be on pace. 41 minute chapter 1. That seems fine, right?
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm
That's
starting to
easy
think
to
that this
play.
isn't optimal for speedrunning. I'm realizing that the cutscenes add too much time.
Wait, are you meaning that it's not optimal to take a detour in Grand Pulse to do the Vanille and Hope cutscene? I would have never guessed.
Well, no, you see, it increases their affection levels, which you can then use to get a shorter cutscene later.
So,
Oh, word.
Hope obviously wasn't capable of talking with Snow. So Vanille's like, hey, why don't you use the other bike? And she kinda, she doesn't force him to do it, but she does push him to do it. And now we're all off to the Pulse Vestige, which is where all of this started.
I'm surprised that Hope even knows how to ride the thing.
He's a teenager.
He just crashed it. I don't think he knows.
He
Or at
managed
least
to lift
doesn't know very well. Like,
He still managed to lift it off and ride it all the way to the Vestige. I mean, that's better than I expected.
yeah.
They also happen to crash near where Vanille has hit her weapon, conveniently.
Of course. Why wouldn't they crash near that? No, well, no. See, what actually happened is Vanille hid the weapon in like 50 different locations, just in case. We just crashed near one of the locations.
So
Persona summoning is going to be happening later. Oh my god, this is just a Persona game.
Is it true that Hope is the worst character? It depends. Hope is definitely the most niche character, but Hope is still good under the right circumstances. The problem is any percent never has the right circumstances, so Hope is the worst character for any percent.
He also runs slower for some reason. Probably because he's 14.
Yeah, when you're 14, you tend to not have as good legs.
Yep.
Alright, Vanille is getting her weapon now.
Which is a fishing rod. Sort of.
How did
Definitely
she
not
find a
suspicious
fishing
at
rod
all.
in the middle of this place? Couldn't
Definitely
possibly be
not
because she
suspicious at all
left
that
it
she
there.
says, check this out when the weapon's completely hidden behind the back of that pillar or whatever.
So we're going to be getting into another battle here. There's going to be a few of them. And yeah. So we are controlling Vanille, and Vanille has 3 ATB segments instead of 2. So
we're
that's
just gonna
also
use
called
2 because we
foreshadowing.
can't count too high.
This is actually one of the best foreshadowing this game has, giving Vanille 3 ATB right at the start.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's really cool.
It's really smart.
Also, Pharaoh, I noticed that you weren't doing any safety saves when the prompts came up. Do you want to explain why?
No, Wham, explain why.
Because she's a goat.
Because we don't need them. You can just retry every fight when you die, basically, so you don't need to save. Unless you're afraid of messing up a menu, I guess.
Yeah.
Or accidentally
You can
quitting the
also
game
save if
instead of
you're afraid of the
retrying.
game crashing. I've never had a game crash on this PC, so hopefully.
Knock on wood!
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
now you might be
so-
wondering why we're doing this completely optional fight that is out of the way and also setting the battle speed this slow. Those are great questions. So the reason that we're doing this is these are fights where we farm for a specific drop. So from this one we want to get a Deceptisol. We're going to do 2 more fights like this. Another one of these with Vanille and Hope, and another one with 4 of those droids in the section with Lightning a bit after this. And
Wait,
yeah, we basically want to get to the Deceptisols, and they make us invisible to enemies. So
Yeah.
this lets us do one of 2 things. One of them is just dodging...
We should talk about that
Ju-
later when it actually
Yeah.
comes up.
Okay, sure, we can do that. Yeah, basically we just want to get the Deceptisols right now.
Yeah, but I think important to note that for these Decepticons, actually the slower you do it the fight, the higher the drop chance, which is different from most other items. So we deliberately do it slow to get a lower star rating, which increases the drop chance and even guarantees on this fight that we get the Decepticon.
Yeah, that's the most important thing I almost forgot to mention. This is these two were 100%, and the other fight that we're going to do afterwards, that one's a 96%. So hopefully we don't get the 4% of no drop.
All fighter will get 4%.
Oh, yeah, so I noticed that you went through the pop-up very quickly, like when it was in the fight before. Doesn't that count as a cutscene? I feel like you should have read it all out, word by word.
Biden. I have voice issues, I can't. I'm drinking tea.
Yeah. So Hope does get a sort of bad rap for, you know, being whiny, emo, and stuff like that. But also keep in mind he is 14 and he did see his mom die, so it's not unreasonable that he's acting this way. But yeah, we get to see Snow again. He's looking for Sarah.
I draw a lot of comparisons between Hope and Shinji from the Evangelion series because I think they are very similar in that respect.
Well, he has two loving parents. I don't think you can say the same about Shinji.
Okay, yeah, true. Shinji is very but Hope does see his mom die in front of him, and he is in bad terms with his father, so it's not sugar and rainbows.
Yep. But we're seeing Snow again. He's looking for Sarah, who, you know, we'll be seeing shortly, sort of. But if you want to see more of Sarah, you can play a 13 too. There's so much of her in that.
In this fight,
we haven't mentioned hand grenade yet, have we?
No, I was about to, but if you want to go.
There's a hand grenade.
Yes.
Yes, a limited supply of hand grenades until the end of chapter 2.
It is mentioning it. I guess it is mentioning it, so there you go.
No, so hand grenade is a really interesting thing. It only exists in the first 2 chapters for whatever reason. Once Snow becomes a Lassie, he forgets that he has hand grenades. It's
just really hard to get a constant supply of them, you know, when you're on the run.
For sure. It's a really interesting ability, though. It's kind of like Snow's analog of Blitz, but weirdly, it deals fire elemental damage. I say weirdly just because, unlike most other like Blitz type abilities, it has an element. And Pantherons are weak to fire, so hand grenade actually is more effective for dealing damage against a lone Pantheron than 2 attacks would be. So you'll sometimes see Pharaoh throwing a grenade against a single enemy just for that reason. It goes away when we get to chapter 3, and then it gets replaced with a crappy Blitz, although actually Snow doesn't learn Blitz until chapter 11 for whatever reason. I feel like the game probably wanted to have like unique Blitz animations for each character. Like Saz definitely still has a unique Blitz animation with his guns, but then like Fang and Lightning and Snow and Hope's Blitz animations are just generic stuff. So,
how can you call Hope's boomerang just spinning around generic?
True.
It looks sick.
No, but it's spinning more. It's spinning more. That's the important thing. Also, I just realized Lightning thinks that, like, you know, she made a heartfelt plea and the door opened when actually it was just like a coincidence. So yeah, because like the door opened right as Snow like turned off the power, but I guess from her perspective she's like, oh yeah, I'm being listened to, they're hearing my apology, and it's like, nope.
That cutscene is great, honestly. Like I'm sure Sad is thinking that the Lightning is going to use explosives to get the door open.
Dude, Sad must be thinking now that like Lightning is just like crazy.
Well, that
like,
too.
yeah, like they've known each other for like half an hour by this point, And she's just like doing all this insane stuff, and he's like, I don't want to deal with any of this. Yeah, this is another one of the farm fights. Okay, I mean, yeah,
Pharaoh's
sure.
controller has broken, so we are trying to get a replacement set up.
This fight's so hard, I swear.
It's very, very
I'm literally
difficult.
not waiting for the audio cue. I got 4% in!
Oh no.
Marathon look, baby!
It's okay. There's backups.
Yeah. So one of the nice things with the 13 run sort of in general is that no run is ever dead because of things that the game does to you. Like you can mess up a menu, you can do, like you can get super unlucky with drops. It doesn't really matter. There are ways to like finish the run. You might not PB, but the run will finish. Unlike a lot of other speed games where like, oh, I didn't get this drop, and it's going to cost me like 20 minutes, or I like, you know, mess up a menu and now the run is unrecoverable. That kind of really doesn't happen in the 13 speed run, which is really nice. So while the fights and dodging and stuff are very, very difficult, the overall progression throughout is rather forgiving, and you can finish any run if you decide to. And yeah, we had a 96% drop to a chance to get another Decepticol, and we did not get it, so we got 4%ed.
I haven't been 4%ed in months, I want to say, so...
Well, that's why it happened here!
Yeah, 4%. The thing about 4% though is that on average, every 25 will happen once. Every 25 what's. So, is it just the one fight now that we can get 4%?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just one.
Yeah, it's just that.
Yeah, so it's like every 25 runs on average, you'll get 4%ed. So if you've done 25 runs in the past month, then yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Farrah, obviously you just need to like do runs and you force the 4% drop, so that way it doesn't happen here, because that's how probability works, right?
Yeah.
Really, there should be a category called 4%, which is to get 4%ed as fast as possible.
I'm gonna do something that hasn't been done in a while. Just put this back on slow so I can fight the backup. I remember
Oh,
that
good! It's
doing-
another 4% opportunity. Yes.
No, it's
Oh,
100%.
yeah,
I did that actually not very long ago in the run. But not because I got 4%, but because I did one of the droid fights too fast by 1
No.
second. Or, no, sorry, by 0.01 second. I'm sure the game just decided to troll me for no reason. It's definitely not my fault at all.
Nope, definitely not.
Sounds like a
Runners are
skill issue.
infallible. Everything is always the game's fault.
Exactly.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, sounds like the game has a skill issue.
Yes.
You still have control of Vanilla and Hope at this point in this room, and not the entire room. Certain fights within this room have. What's the base chance for a Decepticol for a Shroud?
I think one of them was 50 and the other one was 60, but either way, when you get 2 stars, it gets doubled to 100%.
Yeah. So I'm just going to backtrack with these two because we can, and
Oh,
I'll
I
fight
see
one
what you're doing.
like I did before.
I thought you were just gonna fight the Fortisol fight, but it makes sense. You lost the Decepticol, get the backup.
Marathon safety.
So we'll just fight this again because the alternative.
Oh wait a
is
minute! This is
worse.
gonna running backwards like that costs 5 seconds. You're gonna make your 12-hour run 5 seconds longer.
How
Oh,
long do you want
no!
me to preempt Penangle and logic?
Hey, you could also do Deceptless Bulwarker.
Please no.
Oof.
According to Zwanzig's video, I was the last person to try to do Deceptless Penangolin. I take that honor.
Yeah, that's a fight you really don't want to try to preempt manually. Yeah, we got the decept.
There we go.
It's almost like it was 100% chance of happening.
Holy
Everything's
shit,
ready
did
to
get
go.
4%ed.
Yep. So we're gonna be doing another fight here. This one's gonna be for Fortisol, which is a different type of shroud. But we're not gonna use them yet. It'll be soon.
Is it
but not
sooner
yet.
than the Decepticons?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be soon. But we're doing the same sort of thing where you're taking the fast fight for it.
Yeah, I'm taking it.
Okay.
Yeah, we do the fast right now. We used to do it slow, but I think we figured out that there's a chest in chapter 7 that is faster.
Yeah,
think
that
it's more
that chest has
reward
always
thing.
been there, but it's basically you're like 50%, I think, to get the Fortisol there if you do the fast fight.
No, this one is
And
12%,
the
I
expected
think.
value is better if you do the fast fight, and
I
you
think-
just have to pick up another Fortisol.
It's
later.
a 12% Fortisol.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
only
I
think-
12.
So
Okay.
the chance of having the bonus Fortisol by that point is around 50%, so it's the total. So it's more of like
Yeah.
in around
Yeah, it's actually
50% of
54%.
cases- Yeah. But around the time that the chest comes up, like there's around a 50% chance that you can just skip it. So if you take that into account, then it's faster to, on average, to wait for that opportunity, and then you still have the chest in the times that you get unlucky.
Yep. Because
See, my
we're
personal
speedrunners, so
philosophy-
we can plan for the entire game.
My personal philosophy is to just reset if you don't get the bonus shroud by that point. In fact, just reset if you don't get a bonus shroud from any fight.
Hmm.
In fact, just reset if you don't get amazing flying vanille in chapter 13.
Yeah, at that point, it's not
Yeah.
worth it, PBH.
I mean, wait, have you thought about just resetting if you don't die to Manison Warmech?
I mean, I reset if I die to Orphan too, so.
Yep. I actually have done that.
Wow.
On PB pace.
Also, I like how there are 6 walls in
actually, I don't
the cutscene
remember if you
now,
were,
only
John.
3.
I don't. I know that I know that in 10, but I don't know if I was on PB pace for in 13. But yeah, so these are ghouls. We're gonna be seeing like a number of them. One thing that has sort of been mentioned, but hasn't gone into too much depth, are these Falsi and Lissi. So the Falsi, which has been mentioned in the cutscenes, we just were skimming over them, are effectively these like.
But since we're talking over them.
I mean, sure, we're mentally skipping over them. We're mentally skipping over them. Is that a better way of phrasing it? So the Falsi are these like giant sort of single-purpose entities that support a lot of cocoons. So there's like a food production Falsi, there's like a defense Falsi, and so on and so forth. Because the Falsi can't do things themselves that aren't in their role, if they want something to be done, they basically conscript a person, and that person becomes a Lissi. There are Falsi in Cocoon, there are Falsi in Pulse, which is again the enemy, and what Hope's mad about here is that Snow wants to help an enemy Lissi. That's just because it happens to be that enemy Lissi is his fiancée. But yeah, so a lot of the game is going to be doing that, and the finding of like the Pulse Falsi and the subsequent Lissi is sort of one of the primary drivers of the plot that we've been talking over.
Yeah, so...
But yeah, don't think that all Falsi are bad, because like even within like the propaganda that Pulse is bad, Cocoon is good, the Cocoon Falsi are good. If you think that all Falsi are bad, that would just be a fallacy.
Like, I knew you were going for that, and it still hurt.
So, now's as good a time as any to try to explain how this all happened. So, for some reason that we will talk about later, this entire place, this entire structure, which is called the Pulse Vestige, was on a beachside town called Bodom, which is where Lightning, Sarah, and Snow all come from. It was closed for a very long time, and then for some reason, which we will talk about later, it opened. Sarah wandered inside, and she found the pulse falsy that was inside, and the pulse falsy made her a pulse falsy. At the same time, the army, for some reason, which we'll talk about later, discovered that the pulse falsy was in there, and they decided to lock down the entire city of Bodom and decided to throw all of Bodom's residents into pulse because they were tainted by the presence of a pulse falsy. Even though they can't prove any one of them were Maidelices, the fear is there that they would be. So they decide to just kill everyone from the city. And that's why everyone was on the train. More or less.
And this is Saz sort of expounding on what I was just saying. So Sarah is not only Snow's fiance, she's Lightning's sister, and he's sort of explaining the focus is what they call it, which is the task that the Lissi have to do. And if you fail the focus, you turn into one of the ghouls or one of the Seath that we just fight and that we're going to be seeing some more of. If you succeed, you turn into crystal. So there's kind of no winning.
That's a situation.
Yeah. I think the way that they try to do it is if you turn into a Seath or a Ghast, then you're eternally being tortured, and if you turn to crystal, then you're in a state of nirvana forever. But your life is effectively over by that point. Yeah.
You can think of Seath as being zombies, because that's what they are.
Yep. So one thing that we did do before, but it's very fast, is when we went into the menu to do the equipments, we're not actually manually selecting the equipments. One of the things that the game has is this optimize mechanic with optimized balance, defense, and offense. And because we've right now we don't have much in our inventory, but we're going to be doing manipulations later. It's a lot faster just to use the optimizes as opposed to manually scrolling through and selecting the weapons or accessories that we want. So because we're smart, we can sort of figure that all out ahead of time, and the menus in this game can be very, very fast. Partially, because of things like that.
These guys are not. What the hell are they doing? Okay, bye-bye.
They're just being very nice. They're like, "Oh, we're sorry that you didn't get the 4% drop. So, here you go. We'll let you through." Yeah. So, Pharaoh did just use the Fortisol here, which we picked up earlier. Fortisol is one of the shrouds that gives us offensive buffs. So, we're going to start the next battle with haste, faith, and bravery. They do time out, but luckily the timer doesn't happen during cutscenes. So.
Yeah, and that really helps make the next boss faster, because right now we don't have a way to actually cast these buffs ourselves yet. So that really helps that we now have an item that puts the buffs on us instead.
Yeah. So and here, this is Sarah. It's so cheesy, but in a way that I like.
This is one of the most important cutscenes in the game.
You're right. Yeah, this is one of those. Like, you can kind of see all the characters, you know, fixating their motivations in this cutscene.
Silver crystal.
But yeah, so this is, you know, Sarah completed her focus, so she's turning into this crystal. To never be seen as a human form ever again. Right?
We'll see her in cutscenes, in flashbacks.
Yeah, but that's in the past.
ファルシの使命を果たしたルシはクリスタルになって永遠を手に入れる伝説の通りかよく頑張ったな
It's definitely like a weird interpretation of eternal life when, like, you're in a crystal and you can't move. I would just go insane, like not being able to do anything, just stuck with my thoughts the entire time.
未来の嫁さんだ。ずっと一緒って約束した。俺何年でも待って未来の。
Wow! Take a shot every time lightning punches snow.
Oh, I would be so drunk.
Same. No thanks, I can't be drunk when I go to class.
ルシになったら何もかも失うの？
You know, I was gonna ask, like, how is the crystal just floating there and not resting on the ground, but I realize it's probably just magic.
It's magic, you don't need to explain shit.
Yeah.
At least it's not 13.2, because 13.2 just explains everything with paradoxes.
Yeah.
If this were 13.2, then Sarah's crystal will be located behind a clock puzzle.
Oh god, no!
Yeah, so this is the pulse fallacy that, you know, more or less triggered everything.
The pulse fallacy is inside.
Yeah.
And we're gonna meet it very, very soon. Yeah, it's 3 punch.
Look, have you ever thought that maybe we're all just lightweights? 3 times is more than enough to get us all sloshed.
He also punches Fang. Lightning just punches a lot of people in this game.
I think she slaps Fang. That's slightly different.
I would say I'd be down for her punching me, but I would probably die if she did, so.
Same.
This is probably a bad time to say this song kind of slaps.
That song slaps very hard.
So we're about to get into the final boss fight of the introductions. Anima.
Hey, remember that forest that we talked about?
Yeah, like 5 minutes ago. He just calls him Trenchcoat. I love this.
That is the best character, objectively, in this game.
Snow's like, I'm gonna do this to help. Lightning's like, I'm gonna do this because... I don't know, it says like, oh my god, fine!
No, it's like, Snow says, I'm going to talk to the Fal'Cie, so it lets Sarah go. Lightning is like, okay, he may have a point, and Says is like, okay, fine.
No, okay, fine!
This is also a really important cutscene.
There are a lot of
Yeah,
cutscenes.
very important, actually.
This and the end of chapter 2 cutscenes might be the most important ones in the game, though. Because
This is the end of chapter.
This isn't
Oh,
the
I
end of
guess this
chapter
tech.
2. Chapter 2 is after the fight.
Alright, fine. Fine, you're technically correct.
In this cutscene, there is no foreshadowing about Saz. Yes, there is.
I think that was sarcasm. I think that was sarcastic.
Better understand that committing to a bad plan is better than committing to wait for a good one. The best kind of correct.
こいつのせいでパージが起きて人間同士殺し合いだ。セラはコクーンを守れと言った。こいつを倒せってことだ。
So lightning whacks a little bit.
That is definitely
And
one.
it actually wakes up.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely one way of looking at it. I think that's one way you could do the logic there.
I like how the fallacy just opens up even though lightning can't actually dent it.
No, it's like, think about it. You know, you're just like being hit, like stung by a bee, right? Or like bitten by a mosquito, and like it doesn't really hurt, but it's like, kind of annoying. So you just want to slap it, and then that's what Anima does here: is he slaps your party. We're just bees.
You know, that
Notice that
actually makes a lot of
Vanille
sense.
isn't panicking, she's just sad about this entire situation.
I wonder if that's foreshadowing.
I wonder.
Slaps hood. This car can fit so many foreshadowings.
See, Hope was doing the sensible thing and trying to run. Because I don't know about you, but like, if I had this giant prototypical monster, like, wake up with these giant arms and I'm just a normal human by this point, which these characters are, I would be running. Also, Dodge, I wonder who that is.
Definitely nobody important, right?
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. Okay, who wants to explain how anima works? How?
So first, it's seamless transition, which is amazing. Second, well, it just slaps you.
Yeah.
And that's fine. No, you're going to be doing blitzes with lightning in order to damage one of the other side pauldrons or whatever those are. I would say arms, but actually Anima has a separate arm, so who knows what those are. And once one of them dies, or are we doing both of them dying? I'm not sure what we do anymore, honestly. Oh, we're doing single targets now, so we've just killed one of them. And now we kill the other one. Okay. Titan, take over.
So I blitz and kill the right arm is dead. Then I hit Anima until it's under half HP. Then I kill the other arm. And while it's in regeneration, we can just whack at it. This fight is interesting because you can just not do anything and Saz will eventually win for you. Because he is out of range of every single one of Anima's attacks.
And if you don't put in any action, then lightning will be out of range as well.
Yeah, so the reason that we do the fight in that way is when the manipulators are both dead, Anima enters this regenerating state where it takes like, I don't know, like 15 to 30 seconds, I think, to recreate the manipulators, and the manipulators actually will start doing a lot of like AoE magic damage, which can hurt. So by focusing on the manipulators like that, and only killing them both once Anima's main body is at half HP, below half HP, then we can finish the fight before the manipulators respawn, and it becomes like really safe and really fast.
This is a true form of the fallacy Anima, and it just bondaged everyone, and
Kinky.
yeah, very kinky, and it's giving them brands. So you can guess what happened to everyone. Everyone is Noah Pulselessy. We are all Cocoon's enemies now.
Oh no, we're become enemies of the state. I mean, to be fair, Snow kind of was already an enemy of the state because he's a leader of a guerrilla resistance movement. But now he's even more so!
Like, Psychon tolerated Nora's presence because they helped him more or less, but now it's just new.
But everything is crystallizing and also dying. There's like so many millions of billions of credit damages that are being incurred by this fight.
Are there even any damages when everything is just created by fal'Cie?
This is a good time to talk about this video sponsor, Geico. No. We're not sponsored by Geico. I should not make that joke.
So also, like, everybody that fell down before and, like, maybe they survived inside of the lake, they're frozen over now, so they're definitely dead.
Except for the Nora members. They apparently survived.
Well, they didn't
The
fall
army's
into
no
the
match
lake.
for Nora.
I like how I can tell, like, oh crap, I gotta go pick up my controller, because there's one action here. Yeah, so this is another flashback. You know, this is before, you know, everything went to crap.
This is
We have a-
first flashback of the game, I think.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes.
This is.
So remember,
day
what we were
11.
just in was day 13. So now we're 2 days previous, this is day 11.
Yeah, this one, this just... So the last day is the day where the purge started, so this is, yeah, 2 days before. This one is from Snow's point of view. We're gonna have a lot of flashbacks and all of them are gonna be on different characters' point of view. I think all of them are from a party member's perspective.
I think that's correct. Oh my god, she's there.
Yeah, she is.
Huh. Okay.
Titan has never watched the cutscenes for this game.
It has been like 8 years, man.
When he first played the game, he skipped all the cutscenes because he thought they were filler.
So we have been telling that Snow and Sarah are engaged, and this is basically the cutscene where the engagement. And they're talking about the fact that Sarah is a lassie, and Snow knows because she told him. That caused a little rift to form among them, but then they patch it up, and he is going to propose to her.
And they all lived happily ever after for 2 days.
For 2 whole days.
For 2 whole days.
その使命がわからねえのにどうしろってんだろうな突き止めて何とかしようセラを化け物なんかにさせねえよ
I feel like the vagueness is the point, right? Because, like, the fal'Cie are basically playing this, like, giant Xanatosian gambit, right? So if they just kind of explicitly spelled things out, then I don't think that the game would have progressed as it did.
昨日プレゼント買っ
Half the story wouldn't have happened if Benil stopped lying. Oh wait. Spoilers.
I mean, yeah.
こういうの詳しくないから気に入るといいけど
I'm actually kind of surprised that you can't buy that jewelry, like, from a Square Enix shop.
Yeah, that's strange.
何があっても
It's like the most important trinket, other than Sarah's tear.
だから
Yeah. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it for sale.
Never seen it either.
結婚してくださいはいよっしゃやったー
Aww. True love.
It's all.
I like how he yells out, "She said yes," and there's nobody else there other than her. So it's like, you said yes in the third person. I'm just gonna re-emphasize the fact that you did that.
Okay, this cutscene is gorgeous. I will be right back though.
Oh, I'm glad that somebody got my reference.
花火に願ったんだよ OK もらえますようにって。
じゃあ私の願いも叶うかな。
Oh, apparently you could buy it
ルシになった
for a period of time.
翻訳発表の方が大事だろ
Oh, that's actually kind of sick.
Wow, 260 euros. What a steal.
どんな顔
I mean, have you seen the price for Square Enix stuff?
これからは
Nope.
260 euros is honestly a bit cheaper than I was imagining. Square Enix is like, we have people's childhoods, or we have this very specific subset of people's childhoods on lockdown, and they're adults now, so we can charge them whatever we want.
And
Actually, this is a pretty banger. Oh.
ねえスノー
260 euros for the real life version of the of Sarah's pendant with Cocoon.
No, their kiss! It was interrupted!
It's almost like flying literally inside fireworks is a bad idea or something.
What? No way! It seems super safe! It's not like fireworks are composed of explosive materials or anything.
来年も
And, you know, fire.
ここで見よう
Yeah, silly me.
Yeah, come on. Oh, avert your eyes!
It's worse than hand holding. Same.
ありがとう
Hey, how do you know that Sarah could, like, it has Sentinel as a primary role, huh? She does it in 13 too.
Yeah, it's asking me. There we go.
Pharaoh! Save the game! No!
No, we lost like 5 seconds. The horror.
This run is no longer optimal!
It's like worse than hand holding. She still needs to catch the right monster for the Sentinel role.
Jokes on you, we don't catch Sentinels in 13-2 speedruns.
ビル事故
No, we do not.
だよな
Well, yeah, 160 also doesn't catch Sentinel monsters.
湖ごと
It's
決勝
just
だと
the optimized boss Coliseum fights that catch the Goblin Chieftain. It's not even because it's a Sentinel.
私が知るか
Yeah, but it's just for the buffs that it gives.
Yeah.
どうして
セラだあんなに上から落ちたのに助かるなんて奇跡だろセラが助けてくれたんだ
ふざけるないいかセラはお前のせいで
Yeah, I don't.
Flashbacks are over, so we're actually in the present now with, yeah, Lake Brescia just
Yeah.
frozen over, just like that. Somehow.
Also, I like how Snow is like, no one survives a fall from that height without a miracle when, like, we literally saw Lightning do it with, like, a grab thing earlier. Right? Like, the technology exists. So,
ルシの力だ
yeah. So, one of the
Can't wait
things
can't
that
wait to
is...
talk about that again in chapter 9, by the way.
Yeah. So,
Alright.
one of the things
Once
that,
we're playing
is important...
Paradigms,
Yeah.
the game actually starts now.
Yep. So one of the things that we've unlocked now is the paradigm system. One of the big differentiators between like Lassie and normal people is that Lassie can use magic, and the way that this expresses itself in combat is through the paradigm system. So every character is going to have a different role associated with them. In this case, we have Lightning as a commando, Snow and Vanille are both Ravagers. And that is going to give them different abilities that they have access to. Their stats are going to be the same no matter which role that they're in. But the abilities and the actions that they can take are going to be different, and this also applies to their AIs. Like the vast majority of like everything we're going to be doing with the combat is going to be around using different paradigms in what we call the paradigm deck, because you can set up to 6 of them at a time, and using that to like change what we have access to, manipulate people's AI, like the characters' AIs, and that sort of stuff. You have to pre-set up the paradigms before the fights, so it does require a lot of like planning and understanding of what is going to happen. So it's a very like sort of strategic, like it has the elements of strategy that you need beforehand, while also being very active because you are doing a lot of things, changing between different paradigms, doing all this real-time combat, that sort of stuff.
Hope just gets bullied here.
He is 14. What are you expecting? And yeah, we also, when we became Lassie, Lightning does have 3 ATB now, up from 2, which, might have something to do with the foreshadowing that we mentioned earlier with Vanille. Just small chance of that.
Just a little.
Just a
Completely
bit.
negligible chance, really.
Yeah. So again, we're going to be doing just like a bit more of the equipment stuff here. But yeah, so there are 6 roles. Sorry, what? Go.
The reason why I did that small equipment shuffle is I need to give Snow his starting weapon, the Wild Bear, so I can save the power circle. I no longer need it, and it's worth quite a bit of money, which is important for the next shop. Okay, go ahead, Titan.
So there are 6 roles that sort of encompass the paradigm system, and each character doesn't start off with all 6. They have 3 primary roles that they're going to unlock naturally over the course of the first few chapters, and then later on in like chapter 11, or sorry, chapter 10, you get to unlock all the secondary ones. So the first one is Commando, which we saw Lightning as. You can sort of think of them as like primary damage dealers. Notice that I'm not saying that they're like physical damage dealers, because that's not really how abilities work in this game. But you can think of them as like primary damage dealers. Then there's Ravagers, which are kind of equivalent to, Black Mages. They're going to be very useful for increasing chain by a large amount. There are Sentinels, which are your tanks. Synergists, which are your party buffs. Saboteurs, which are your offensive debuffs. And Medics, which are your healers. Right now, we basically only have access to Commando, Ravager, and Sentinel, which is going to be on Snow. So we don't necessarily have like a ton of tools to work with, but it is going to be enough. Because, again, like I said sort of at the very beginning, the game does spend a lot of time sort of introducing new mechanics as the game progresses, so it doesn't try to drop everything on you at once. So as time goes on, we're going to be able to sort of do more and more complicated things.
Yeah, maybe about the difference between Commando and Ravager, because they're both damage dealers, and they can both do magical and physical damage, but Ravager does elemental damage and is better for chaining, and Commando is better for the raw damage dealing.
And also, Commandos and Saboteurs will increase the duration of the chain gauge a lot more than Ravagers, which is, I think, something we haven't touched upon yet, so...
yeah, we haven't talked about duration yet.
Yeah, we've talked about the chain gauge, and...
Yeah.
Yep.
We don't need to for all. So we've also, because we're now Lassie and we're these like magical beings, so like while as Lassie we've now unlocked magic, a lot of the enemies have like technological versions of the magic. But so we've also unlocked the Crystarium, which is going to be the level up system in this game. As we progress through the game and we battle, we're going to be getting Crystarium points, which, like I said before, are the game's version of EXP. We can use those Crystarium points to get more nodes in Crystarium tree, graph, circles. What's the word I'm looking for here?
I like tree. I
Tree,
like tree.
Crystarium tree. All right, we're going to use tree. In the Crystarium tree, each node is going to provide like a stat or an ability or like things like accessory slots, additional ATBs. There are also nodes like roll levels, which can improve the passive bonuses that the rolls give. And a lot of the routing in this game is concerned with dealing with how are we going to get what we need from it in the Crystarium tree. So much so that we're actually gonna be like severely underleveled from what people what casual players are gonna have, and there's exactly one fight that we do purely just for experience reasons. Everything else we manage to just make do with like the bare minimum of what we get, and it's because we have planned out our Crystarium usage like to a T.
But that's okay, because this game is beatable with the power of friendship!
And violence.
So much
Especially
violence.
Wait, Saz just called Snow Sun. Oh no.
How old is Saz? I want to say he's like 40-ish.
The Saz is 42, I think.
Damn, I was close.
Definitely over 40. I'm pretty sure he's 42. Snow is 22.
Time to look it up.
21. Lightning is not. Vanille is 19. Not 18. Hope is 14, and Fang is 20. I think.
He is 40 and 13 and 42 and 13 too.
Are you sure about that?
Oh,
that's what the FF Wiki says, which is an undeniably correct resource with no errors whatsoever.
as long as you see more of Vanille's boots. If I need to fill up time, I can show I can show off the strap. I definitely can't do it with saves I have logged in now.
Oh yeah, so one thing that we kind of didn't mention is Lightning is like a super, like, I'm not gonna say super soldier, but she's like a specialist, like part of the special forces, or she was.
You could say that
at
she's
least.
an ex-soldier.
Yeah.
By the way, this fight here has a great tutorial. It's one where it tells you to execute actions by going into abilities and then select attack or blitz or, you know, whatever is appropriate for a situation, which we will be doing later. But for this specific tutorial, we also battle to win.
Yeah,
Funny how that
speedrunners are like, screw you, I do what I want.
Oh
Although it's
yeah,
mostly
right.
because-
So we kill a lot of people.
Oh yeah, we kill a
In this
lot
run.
of people.
Yeah.
I mean, we do
Like-
try to kill as few as possible, to be fair.
Yeah, but we still just become like mass murderers throughout the course of this game.
To be fair, I think more people died in the Purge than we are going to kill.
I don't know. We do kind of
true.
like blow up airships.
One? Airship? Oh, the Palamecia. Yeah, I guess the
Yeah.
Palamecia is fucked.
Yeah. like-
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Sky Tank.
I thought I was talking about the Sky Tank, and then I remembered the Palamecia is a thing.
yeah.
We don't blow up the Palamecia, do we?
I think it does. I don't. We'll find out.
I think Bart
I don't
did
think
that.
it blows up. I think we just leave it.
No, we don't
Yeah,
blow
so-
up the Palamecia, and the Palamecia starts going down because the Falsi itself starts failing because Barthandelus orders it to.
So it's
I mean,
Bart
it's
that
basically
kills
us.
it then, so not us. Well, okay,
I mean,
fine.
we
So Bart
caused him
killed
to
it
do it,
because we
right?
didn't cooperate with Bart, so we're the murderers? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah. By the way, the dodge that we did before, where Cyrus just kind of like stopped waiting, that dodge is colloquially known as Gandalf, because a lot of times he's like, "You shall not pass." And we're also doing something here where, for some reason, at some parts of the game, it triggers the cutscene faster if you run backwards. Because if we just kept on running forwards, it would sort of take control over us and force us into a walk. But instead, we just run backwards once the dialogue triggers, and it just makes the cutscene go faster. So, I mean, technically, you could say that we missed the beginning of the cutscene because we skipped out on the rest of that dialogue. But,
Yeah,
you know,
so we have to reset the run. Sorry, Pharaoh.
yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean, that was just them introducing each other, and also mentioning that nobody knows Lightning's first name. Totally not foreshadowing for anything.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
isn't
not
her
really clear
first-
what her first name is.
Wait, I thought it was
If
like...
only we had some clairvoyance.
Wait, I feel like y'all are pulling my leg here.
Okay, don't tell Titan.
It's gonna be something stupid that I already knew.
It's in a cutscene, so you wouldn't know.
I really want it. Oh wait, no, I knew that. I knew that from LR. I knew that. Okay.
I mean, yeah. Clearly he remembered from LR.
Yeah, the game I haven't actually completed. So, I heard that you like reoccurring boss battles, right?
Oh boy.
So we're about. I mean, there's going to be a cutscene. But we're about to hit Madison Warmech 2. And this is the same Madison Warmech that we fought before as the very first fight. But for some reason, you know, after being demolished and then dropped into a frozen lake and just being sort of generally beat up, it's more difficult this time because reasons, I guess. Doesn't that usually happen with your technology? If you whack it a lot, then it performs better?
Yeah, absolutely. Normally I just throw my phone on the ground when it doesn't load the web page, and suddenly it's completely there, you know. Clearly, just damaging your phone makes it faster.
Exactly. I should do it with my
how
phone.
It works.
Yeah. But yeah. They've also found Sarah here, so they're trying to, like, ice pick her, I guess, from the crystal.
Where did they even get the tools for that?
Oh, they were just lying on the ground.
Don't you carry them in your pocket?
Coincidence.
Also, I feel like, you know, so the crystal kind of is her body. Wouldn't you damage her if you actually managed to get her off of there? Right?
This is what annoys me about Snow. He's like, I'll protect everyone, I can do everything, and then he gets beaten up by 3 random soldiers.
Look, he never said he was very good at his job.
Well, good thing he didn't say that because he really isn't.
I mean, he is protecting everyone else from those 3 soldiers. Oof. He's distracting them. Good job, Snow.
He's protecting the rest of the party from his stupidity by leaving them behind. I mean, what? Sorry, spoilers.
Also, I like how we got 2 different camera cuts of the first punch. We were just missing the third for like the true takes.
The third appears in LR.
Yeah, this is the same Scorpion we fought at the beginning of the run. It's back with a vengeance. It's also fully broken and way more powerful for some reason.
Yep.
Well, you see, its limiters got deactivated, so...
Yeah, its limiter got deactivated.
Yeah, that's chapter 12.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing a really cool strat that like we're going to be making use of. But we talked earlier about stagger and how vitally important it is for a lot of fights. One other effect that stagger has is on a lot of enemies, it'll actually cancel whatever action that they're currently taking. So in this fight, we're going to be trying to manipulate exactly when we're staggering.
That's not the right thing.
We're going to be trying to manipulate exactly when we're staggering so that we stagger right when it's going to use the attack Crystal Rain. Because Crystal Rain does a lot of damage and will likely kill us.
I didn't do really hard with that Swift Solidarity.
First death, let's go! It's also, like, I want to get this out ahead of it, and Logic can back me up on this. It is extremely rare to have deathless runs of this game. The game is very long. There's a lot of fights, and the fights individually are a lot harder than in a lot of other games, kind of because of the retry mechanic. So it's not uncommon for somebody to die to like any random fight. You can basically name any fight in the game and somebody has died to it.
Orphan 2.
Yes. Yeah, so...
Also, yesterday
there.
I died to Manasvin 1 because Lightning had 50 HP.
Nice. Yeah, so we stagger there, and it was very fast, but we did cancel the Crystal Rain, which is why we're not just completely dying here. We're also hopping into Solidarity, just because the Solidarity has Snow as a Sentinel. And one of Sentinel's abilities is the Provoke ability, which is going to make the Madison Warmack target Snow with these tail lasers, which is good because we don't want Lightning to get hit by those because she has significantly less HP than Snow does. Nice. Sliver of HP.
This fight is so easy. I don't really know how anyone can ever die to it.
I know, right?
Okay, so people are asking about my select button. I rebound the select button. I mean, I didn't disable the select button because if I disable the select button, I wouldn't be able to retry. That means I would have to fight every single dodge I'd fail.
That sounds like it should have been a donation incentive.
Select button on a different place, so I wouldn't skip cutscenes by accident by pressing the true select button, but I could also retry fights as I need to.
This sounds like a great category, selectless. If you fail a dodge, you have to wait until they kill you before you can retry.
To be honest, the better category would be no triangle.
And yes,
that's doable.
Wait. The first category where you could use from list? Yes!
So as this fight showcased, if I die in any fight that is preceded by a cutscene, I will skip the cutscene on the retry.
Yep. So actually, like many years ago, Logic, you had an amazing explanation of kind of like the difficulty curve of this compared to other like dungeon crawlers and other Final Fantasies. Do you remember that, or should I say it?
I don't remember what you're talking about.
Okay, so basically, because of the way that like retries and game overs work in this game, each fight individually can be a lot harder because if you die, you're just put back at the start of the fight with all of your resources again, which is going to be relevant for something later. And because of that, each dungeon, each chapter is much less of a grind. You don't necessarily have to do like resource porting and like trying to just make it through until you get to the next save point or to the next heal or stuff like that. So as a result, each fight individually is going to be of a higher difficulty than what you would get if you're like normally exploring a dungeon on a Final Fantasy game, which is an interesting contrast. And yeah, that's something that you said like years ago when I first joined the community in like one of your streams, and it's just kind of stuck in my mind.
I see. I thought you were talking about like the progression of difficulty in the game. I was trying to remember like how I would describe the curve, other than like chapter 11 is a massive jump. But yeah, it's a different kind of difficulty, like marathon versus sprint in a sense.
Yeah.
Because like if you look at the amount of damage that we take in an individual fight, it's significantly higher than the amount of damage that other like marathon-based Final Fantasy games would take in a single fight. So like in those games you would heal between battles so that you can preserve your HP over the course of the dungeon, but you're using up either MP or items. The PS era Final Fantasies though tended to give you a lot more resources, so it was a little less of an issue, but if you played the classic NES type games, the resource management was tantamount to your survival.
Yep. So we've also we've lost Snow now. We're not gonna see him for many hours.
Yeah, I'd say 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, I guess we are going to see him in a bit, but for very briefly. And then it'll be quite a long while. And we've also, similar to how we have the auto equipment stuff, like for balanced offensive, defensive. The same thing exists for paradigms. So we auto-generate paradigms. It's faster than like, saying, okay, you're going to be this and you're going to be that and you're going to be that, and we can just have the game sort of do it for us.
That said,
and again, these are things that like we've figured out.
The auto generation system is pretty trash, I would say. We're only using it because we know what it's going to put in, and it's exactly what we want.
Yep.
I do not recommend beginning players use it.
No.
All right, new category: auto generate %. You can only use auto generated paradigms.
Let me take that one step further. You can only use the paradigms that the game gives you upon party switch.
I think Wally's done that.
Solidarity gameplay.
Like, I think somebody has done that run.
Okay, Madelon, do you want to explain decept canceling?
Yeah. So, items called Deceptisol that makes it possible for enemies to not see us for the duration of the Deceptisol. But what we're going to do is that after we've used that to dodge that, so you can use it for two things, either dodging or getting a preemptive strike. But if you retry a fight, then you always get back all the items that you used. And because you can use the Deceptisol to preempt the fight, it's always also kind enough to give you back the Deceptisol. But when you retry a fight, you also get transported back to the side of the battle where you entered it. So if you activate Deceptisol, then run past some enemies, and then run from the other side in the enemies again. Then once you retry the fight, you get the Deceptisol back, but you're also on the other side of the battle zone. So that way we can, without actually using the Deceptisol, get past enemies that otherwise would be difficult to dodge.
Yep. So here's the Alpha Behemoth. Somehow we've managed to like regress in our development cycle, going from beta to alpha.
Yeah, because the beta build was just like trash, so they had to rebuild the code from scratch.
Yep. So we've also used Liber here, and this is the second time we've used Liber. We used it also in the Madison Warmack fight. Liber operates kind of the same way that it does in a lot of other Final Fantasy games, where it will reveal information about an enemy. This includes things like its HP, its weaknesses, resistances. The thing is, like, we, as the speedrunners, already know what it is, so we technically wouldn't need to use Liber for that. But what Liber is really useful for is for manipulating the AI of our allies. Because, again, we can only directly control our main character. So all of the stuff that we do to get our allies to, do the actions we want to make the fight go fast is going to be through manipulating, their information and their paradigms and stuff like that. So by using Libra, if we didn't use Libra, the characters are going to cycle through until they find what it's resistant to, what it's weak to, etc. And that's going to just take a lot of time. We can shortcut that by using Libra so that they'll instantly know, and they'll prioritize things that will do the most damage or increase the chain by the most amount or stuff like that. We're also going to, in some of the fights later, who the party leader is targeting can also affect the allies' AIs. So we might, we'll get to that later, but a large amount of the battles is going to just be, manipulation of our allies' AIs so that, things die fast, and they do what we want them to. I never realized before right now, but he's got a air pilot patch on his jacket, which makes sense, but I also never noticed it before now.
Honestly, neither did I until you pointed it out.
I think that's foreshadowing the fact that he used to be a fighter pilot.
Wait, wouldn't that be backshadowing?
Sorry, it's 50 foreshadowing.
So they're just talking a little bit about the purge. They're Talking how the net of Cyclops soldiers is closing and they need to hurry in order to be able to escape because there's a lot of soldiers around now.
この一帯を包囲して生き残りを
Yeah, but they don't have names, right? So like,
包囲の輪が閉じ
they
て
can't be that powerful, right?
Yeah.
Also, I like how those guys
We're
were
also
flying
gonna dodge
right
most of
after the
them.
sea and just didn't see them.
We're also just gonna dodge most of them. Like,
Yeah,
up until
you
this point,
you can really
Captain
tell.
had no human enemies, and now there will be human enemies everywhere.
Yeah, you can kind of tell that they're not really sending their best of the best. A lot of these soldiers are just there for the paycheck because as soon as we run past them, they're like, someone else will deal with them. We don't need to keep chasing. We're just going to keep on patrolling here, even though, like, the only reason that we're here has already vanished. Run past us. So this is actually also a pretty cool dodge manipulation. It didn't seem like it was a lot. But basically, we ran, like, through the battle zone very briefly to another safe spot, and then just waited for the mechs to stop looking at us. And then we were able to run past. It used to be that was something that people would decept, but now you don't have to anymore. We're also going to be seeing...
Fast. That was pretty lucky.
Yeah, it was very fast. We're also going to be seeing here a minor optimization. Farah is going to be activating the Shroud menu while she's in a jump, because that way we don't, stop running in order to activate the Shroud, which is what would normally happen. And then it just kind of saves, a couple of seconds of movement by doing it while we're, like, in the jump rather than, having to stop and continue on. Because we do need to decept here, because, like, those mechs move really fast. And also, I'm going to be right back during this cutscene.
Alright, so now that he's gone, I can actually speak. This is amazing. Yeah, so now what? I have to fill in the silence. Great. So how about that sports game last night?
For this one, they're just bonding a little bit. They're talking about their focus. We know Sarah's focus is different from the rest of the party. We also have some idea of what the party's focus is because they all saw the strange dream. The dream they saw was Ragnarok, which is a legend. Supposedly, it's the monster that will destroy Cocoon. Or tried to destroy Cocoon in the past, but failed, and they all dreamed about Ragnarok again. So they know it's related to that, but they don't know the specifics of it. Because
See, if their dream was about Ragnarok, then clearly they played Final Fantasy VIII recently, and that's on their mind.
I forgot what I was doing with this.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was told that we do shit posting.
Yeah, the Falsi, when they give Lucia focus, they don't tell them what their focus is. They show them through images, and like I think Sarah forgot what hers was, but her focus is never really clear. There is one person who tells us what their focus is, but that person's questionable, to say the least.
All right, what I missed.
Trust that person.
We were talking about how the Falsi are basically store managers handing jobs to the Lassie that are employees and telling them that it needs to be on their desk by Friday at noon, but they don't know what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like a nightmare. Oh, wow. I suddenly don't ever want to be a Lassie.
Alright, these end of chapter 3 dodges are all very simple.
Yeah, remember when chapter 1 dodges were terrible and we said this would not be like the rest of the game?
Just wait until chapter 4.
Soon, JP.
By the way, if you've played 13.2, this is the area that Brescia Ruins is based off of.
You know, now that you say that, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is the area where the Paradigm Pack tutorial takes place.
They also put in a nice shortcut here in this chapter.
This
That's,
is, even though we have to watch the cutscene, this is still faster than going around.
I was actually about to ask that.
No, it's way faster than going around. Going around forces you to cancel the Decept at least twice.
That bad.
Sure.
Yeah, that bad.
So there's actually two ways that you can do this dodge here. You can do this like partial camera trick and run around, or you can go up the side and just kind of fall down, and they don't usually catch you.
But it is a few seconds slower, so no one does it anymore.
Yep.
Other than Logic, but Logic stopped doing that a few years ago too. They also skipped picking up the Phoenix Down chest that's right there, because that takes a few seconds, and no one likes seconds anymore.
I mean, come on, a few seconds in this 13-hour run? I don't know if we can afford that.
You know why all speedrunners are skinny? Because after dinner is done, they don't take seconds.
Oh my god. How have I not heard that joke before? Yeah, so we're about to come up on the sort of big boss of this chapter, which is going to be the Garuda. This is going to be a two-phase fight, or a two-part fight, sort of like the first Manasana was. Yep, there is a cutscene there.
Are you gonna skip the summon thing?
No.
Okay. That one's harder to remember because you just press the leg.
All of them.
Hopefully, like, poison doesn't expire on a certain fight.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
poison ticks during the cutscene. Oh.
Poison duration ticks. Poison
Yeah, duration. Yeah. So, there's a nice little bit of tech that we're going to be using here, where normally when you do the first paradigm shift of a battle, it does this like really long animation. It's like, yeah, we're doing paradigm shifts, we're cool. And this would happen like every single, like the first time that you do it every single time. What we do in the first part of this battle is we do all the paradigm shifts while lightning is in mid-air, because that way we just manage to keep on saying like, no, don't do the long one, don't do the long one, don't do the long one, because she's still falling. And it just kind of saves a bit of time. We're going to be seeing the long one in this next fight. And yeah, there's also, this fight is a good example of the first of what I like to call barrier enemies, where you kind of can't do a lot of damage to them until they've been staggered. Like, we're going to be attacking them and all this sort of stuff, but like you see, we're dealing single, maybe double-digit damage. But we are aiming to do is increase the chain to stagger, and then once the stagger happens, then we're just going to be doing so much damage. This is also where we kind of see the first instance of ATB refreshing, which I don't think we've talked about. Anyone want to take that?
Sure. So every first time we shift paradigms, we immediately get completely filled out ATB again, and then after that, after 12 seconds, you again have the opportunity that the next shift is completely filled out with ATB again. So making use of that, we can shift when we know we get the ATB refresh, and that way we have to wait less for ATB to fill up again.
Yep, and that's also why you'll see that we have like 2 Tri-Disasters and 2 Relentless Assaults here. Because since we're going to be making use of those ATB refreshes, if we're like in Tri-Disaster, we just get to do more Tri-Disaster in the same amount of time because we don't have to wait for the ATB to refill. And the same with the Relentless Assaults, we just get to do more damage. So it's going to be something that we use throughout the run. It's one of the major battle mechanics that we quote-unquote abuse during the course of the run, just because it makes things go so much faster, not needing to wait for that, a couple seconds ATB to refill. But yeah, it was a clean fight.
Hey, anyone notice that owl during the cutscene? I'm sure that's not foreshadowing to anything at all.
Not important.
The funny thing is, I actually missed whatever you said, so I didn't notice.
Yeah, that's foreshadowing of how you're
I'm usually not awake for like another 2 or 3 hours, so I'm surprised I'm even handling as well as I am right now.
Yeah, normally I'm waking up right now.
Yet.
All right. So remember Snow? No? Okay. Well, here's Snow.
No, I
There's
don't.
no way you remember him.
Some say he's still digging out Sarah to this day.
I'm actually surprised, like, not surprised, but like, that can't be the most comfortable thing to try and dig somebody out with, right? Because there's like no real good place to grab it, so I'm kind of impressed that he was able to go at it for, you know, as long as he was.
I'm kind of impressed that that is even a tool. Like, what would you even use that thing for?
So
It
I
looks
don't think it's a
inefficient
tool.
for anything.
It's not a tool, it's a piece of debris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has to improvise with whatever's lying around.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Ah,
If you play the game before, this guy is supposed to emulate that.
Yeah. So technically, for this upcoming fight, if you don't kill them all really quickly, then they will just kind of like infinitely respawn. And the fight can go on for a really long time. Yeah. It's more than 2, so that's basically
There is a
infinite.
limit. Okay,
Yeah,
programmers.
it's a fight that you're expected to lose, but will manage to win it instead.
Programmers be like, if this loops more than once, it's infinitely looping.
Yeah. Look, you can't determine if the loop halts or not by looking at it. Otherwise, it's a halting problem.
Don't run. Okay, thank God. Don't
I
skip
think
the
you're a
cutscene.
halting problem.
Yeah, so
Well,
we're
so we didn't
smart.
get the
We just
respawn,
like
so the fight was
There
finite.
is a very pertinent question in chat. Why are
look.
the
It's a
soldiers
very
against
pointy
fire?
stick. Okay, it's a very pointy stick.
Guys, Lycian has magical powers. I guess that's the problem. He's like Snow is superhuman at this point, and the soldiers
Yeah.
are not.
Wait, is that some kind of magic Lassie stick?
So I mean, the other reasonable thing about it is that like no one's really seen a pulse Lassie for a very long time. So they're like fighting against a mystical boogeyman, and they don't really know what is going to happen. Case in point, what the heck just happened right here? So these are the personas. I mean, eidolons. I mean, aeons. I said those in the wrong order.
They're kind of guardian angels. They come out when the Lassie is experiencing a traumatic event of sorts. Here, Snow's in despair because of like how Sarah is trapped and how he's surrounded by soldiers and all that crap. So the Eidolon comes out to help him, except now he's turned on him in order to prove how strong he is. And yeah, Eidolon battles. These are different than normal battles because Eidolons don't have HP. You can't ever kill an Eidolon. Trust me, I've tried. So we have to fill the Gestalt bar instead. And basically, like, if you look at the intel for the Eidolon, it will give you a little hint as to how you would fill it. But basically, as long as you stick with the roles that the game gives you and you execute actions that make sense within that role, you will increase the Gestalt bar. For instance, as a Ravager, if you increase the chain gauge, you'll increase the Gestalt bar. As a Sentinel, if you tank damage, then you'll increase the Gestalt bar. As a Commando, if you increase the chain gauge, you increase the Gestalt bar. Yeah, that one doesn't really make too much sense. But weirdly, the increase of the chain gauge as a Commando influences the Gestalt more than it does as a Ravager, and that's going to be especially pertinent in the Chapter 8 Eidolon fight. And stay tuned for that one.
Yep, so we just managed to beat our Guardian Forces fight. And so these are become like very, very useful tools throughout the run. The game doesn't necessarily do a good job of explaining what they do, but we're going to be making heavy use of them throughout. But yeah, we're going to say bye to Snow now for like 4 hours probably.
So now that Snow has his Eidolon, bye
But we're
Snow.
not controlling him for a while.
Yeah.
Is now Snow's gone?
Oh my, who is this over here?
Yeah, we definitely didn't see this character in the flashback a chapter ago.
I can do it.
Nope.
I can do it for you, Titan. Who is the sexy lady?
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to say that, but so thank you.
That is neither PG-13 nor gay.
Correct.
I like her sandals. I love her design. I love Fang's
Yeah, it's
design.
fantastic. Yes, please. Snow is just getting like beat up right and left here. Like he's been hit like 3 times by lightning, elbowed in the face by Fang. You'd almost think it's intentional by this point.
What is intentional is the lack of blood on Snow. Some might think it's because this is a Final Fantasy game and they have to avoid putting blood, otherwise it would turn into an R-rated game instead of, or not R, M-rated game instead of T. But really, the lack of blood is foreshadowing the fact that Snow is actually a vampire.
Oh, wait, what? I never knew this before.
Well, maybe
This is
not.
brand new information. Yeah, so Saz is a pilot, which, like, we've mentioned before. So he's making use of his piloting skills to get the hell away from there. I don't know what... Oh, those... That does not seem like the best way to fire a missile.
There's a few of these cutscenes with ships where they're just getting hunted, and I think they're really well made.
Yeah, I think that missile charge-up sequence was, like,
Yeah.
not fantastic. Also, they kind of all have Stormtrooper aim. For the most part. Yeah, I'm an ace fighter pilot. They're still in Cocoon, by the way.
Yeah,
like,
they're
Cocoon
still-
is massive.
You can think of Cocoon as being a hollow moon.
Yeah. Do we actually
And
ever
they
get,
inside
like...
it.
Do we ever actually get, like, a like, stat for Cocoon? Like, this is how big it is?
Dimensions? No.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, dimensions. Man, and I'm watching this and I just, like, really want a Final Fantasy XIII movie.
What would be Bowed?
I mean, you could just, like, tell the game and just, like,
Movie?
yeah.
Sure.
I like that Saz's afro clips through the
Yeah, it's super
Hologram,
nice.
yeah.
It's really funny.
I think that's funny. Just wait for chapter 13 before the final bosses. Where you get the whole light going through Salah's entire head.
Yep. He definitely loses his head there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's where we're heading.
Wait, hold on. Question. So when they were on the train, were they told it was called a purge, or were they just told it was relocating? Because if they ever used the word purge, how did they not think they were all gonna die? Yeah, so it was called a purge. So why did they get, like... How did they think they were actually just, like, getting deported and not just dying? It's called the purge. Have they never seen cinema?
That'll be
Oh, I
because
see.
critical thought is not the specialty of the residents of Cocoon.
Yeah, clearly the Purge in this game is a reference to the cinema movies that came out 5 years later. So,
Well, I mean,
Actually, when did
also
the
just
first
like,
one come out?
just think of the name. Like, even if you ignore the cinema part, right? Like, just think of the name. Purge has like very negative connotations, right?
かくときたらガレンス第3政府の代表だよ。人殺し
Love
の
when
嫌
it
だ
was like, hey, who's this guy?
Yeah, the purge.
Murderer in
Chapter
chief.
13. Interesting.
I sure wonder how much of history Vanille has slept through.
どいつもこいつも行かれてやがる。
So, chase sequence.
You know, he's got a point. If you kill everybody, then nobody can cause problems anymore.
This is true.
Anyway, while that is
Points for
going on,
perseverance. Wait, they were using a paradigm there?
No, I think perseverance is the paradigm. Was it?
No, they were using perseverance and they were awarded points.
So, this cutscene helps understand just how reliant Cocoon is on their FLC. This cutscene is around Phoenix. This is literally the sun in Cocoon.
Well, perseverance is actually a paradigm. Okay. I didn't
Oh, you're
know
yeah, it
that.
is a paradigm. That's the joke. I don't know what it is. I just know it.
It's
I want to say
Sab
like
Med
Sin
Med.
Sin Med. Oh, Sab what?
Sab Med Med. 1000
Sab Med Med.
medic.
That makes sense.
That's why no one knows it exists.
Yeah, because
I
no
was
one
thinking
uses that.
Sin Sin Med. So I was like kind of close.
What is Sin Sin Med? Sin Sin Med is recuperation,
Yeah,
which is what we
that
actually
means that
use
one on
in all
Mercy.
missions.
For the people at home wondering why we're talking about Sin, Sin is Jet. Oh, wait, wrong.
All right, so now we're in chapter 4, which is one of the most aggravating chapters in the game. Not only is it like significantly longer than most of the other early game chapters, but there's a lot of really awful dodges and a lot of really annoying fights. And just like so many things can sort of go wrong, and there's also like bad party groupings that happen later. It's just kind of overall not a very fun chapter. And
Yeah, this chapter is literally trash.
literally, yeah.
I mean, it is literally trash. But this, they are in a trash area.
I was gonna make this the literally FF9, but I didn't want to piss off another community.
It's okay. He made that joke for us, and he's the FFA community.
Yeah. So we're gonna start off, you know, not a whole lot's happening at the start here. It's just, you know, another Pantheron fight. You know, we're all for animal cruelty, especially in this game.
Especially
killing
against
all
dogs and birds.
Yeah.
Part of the struggle of this chapter is that we're starting with, like, this is the start of a stretch of chapters that feature 2-member parties. And even though parts of this chapter have 3 people in the party, it's kind of a slog to get through the 2-member sections so much, because you don't really have that much freedom of, like, paradigm composition as you would otherwise. And especially, like, with Lightning and Hope, you don't have as many buffs and debuffs to work with. Saz and Vanille have the buffs and the debuffs, but to start with, they don't even have Commando, and that makes things really awkward.
And they got no damage.
So,
yeah, a lot of what's going to happen over the next few chapters, like Logic said, there are going to be a lot of 2-character chapters, but the game does a lot of like forced perspective shifts and telling the story through the separate groups of like our main cast and how they interact with one another and sort of progress through their own character developments. So it is like a really nice and interesting storytelling like device, but as speedrunners it can be kind of annoying to get through.
Oops, lucky that this thing isn't falling down when he climbs over it, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm a kid. I'm only like 13 times your age.
So, the reason why the party's split now is Lightning, Saz and Vanilla are exhausted, and Lightning's just like, yeah, I can't sit here and wait for you guys. She just leaves. And Hope decides to go with her because he knows she's the strongest, and Vanille and Sass stick together because they're tired and they want to take it a little slower.
Oh, you didn't check for the bonus drop.
I completely forgot about it because I was like, don't skip the cutscene.
So
I'll check it when I have to activate the Decept on the next dodges.
yeah, so technically the fight that we had right before the Aeon fight was its own fight with its own drops, and there's a chance to get a Fortisol there, but we don't actually see a end result battle screen for it, so we don't know what we get from that fight unless we check it later. Since we usually have to wait for that giant rolling thing to fall down anyways, it's a spot that most runners just like check because you're not doing anything else. Yeah, another flashback. What's up with that like hand thing?
It's the gang symbol.
Oh.
Yeah, she was in the gang.
It's clearly something that Cocoon people do.
In seriousness, it's
Oh,
probably
this is
like, I don't know.
Probably like a prayer, I guess.
It's a prayer.
It's actually like kind of easy to do with your hands.
Hey, it's Captain Cryptic.
Oh god, no.
自分は海上警備に飽きまして。
まあお前さんには退屈な仕事だろうな。今日はもう帰っていいぞ。
いや。
You know, I kind of would like to see a prequel with Amador.
What would it be about, though? They don't do much.
Who cares? It has Amador.
I mean,
true.
well, prequels generally take place before the events, right? Like before the game. So isn't 13-2 a prequel?
No, it doesn't take place before the game.
But there definitely are things that take place before the game.
Nope.
There
Time
are
travel!
Yeah, in all of 13-2, they don't time travel to anything before 13. Or even during 13.
It's just a fanfic.
There's, I guess, one paradox ending, but...
Well, I mean, technically when you go like 500 years in the past, that's definitely before 13.
Okay, because of the one paradox ending, it's a prequel, officially.
Let's go!
Anyway, for a serious answer, what a prequel would be with Lieutenant Amador is just basically clock puzzles, but free to play. So
I'll play it.
正しかったよ、総長。他は多分後から待ちますか。ついてくる気なら。
all right, now we have the Lightning Hope solo section. Well, not solo, but Lightning Hope duo section.
Dual section.
So this is the introduction to Lightning and Hope as a team. So we're going to see them used in a lot of fights in this area. Actually, no, not at all.
Yeah, but I buy a lot of fights.
Okay, no, we did see him in a fight. Yes. This retry dodge is pretty annoying. I usually think to myself, hold the analog stick at 11 o'clock to run past the first one, and then good luck fighting or dodging the rest.
Oh, you were almost through!
Okay, let's just accept this. This is usually something we don't do, but these dogs are not cooperating,
Yeah,
so...
but then, did we get the bonus for it?
No, we didn't. Look, they just want head scritches! Why did you want to pet the dogs?
No!
You cannot pet the
This
dog.
isn't
in Final
dodgeless.
Fantasy 13.
Right, that's not select.
This is actually going to be really funny because you're...
Dogs.
Sorry, what?
They're technically kitties and not dogs. They're panthers.
True, they are panthers.
Yeah, the game the developers are kind of indecisive as to what that class of enemy should be, because like, yeah, that was a Pantheron, which is obviously a panther, which is a cat, But then in chapter 5, there's silver lobos, which are wolves, which are dogs.
Yeah, but the
So-
silver lobos are dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but-
it's the same style model.
So here is your free taxonomy lesson in this game. If it has 4 legs, it's a dog. If it has 2 legs, it's a bird. Wings are optional.
I mean,
Okay, got it. Thief. The walking thief are still birds. Got it.
I'm pretty sure Pantherons are just 2 birds in a hood.
In a trench suit.
Yeah.
この辺詳しいんですか？軍の任務で何度か来て
Yeah.
Okay, while this cutscene plays, I gotta go for a bit, like an hour and a half. I'll be back later.
Alright.
So, just have fun in the meantime. See ya.
We'll probably still be in chapter 4.
Yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, see ya.
See you.
So now that he's gone,
So actually, I just realized something funny that it's like not really with the game, but Pharaoh, because you rebound the select, your retries are going to be really awkward. Like you've already been messing them up.
Yes.
But I'm predicting by the end of the run, you'll be like all set with that for the retries, and then when you do an actual run, you're just going to be so confused again.
No.
see, that's the thing is she's never gonna do a non-cutscene skip run ever again.
Yep. So this is this is again on 13. Yeah, they're just calling them purge deportees. Like, whatever. Personal belongs, you'll return them on arrival. Yeah, sure.
How far they're willing to go.
They're responding with armed force. Oh my god.
Yeah, for your own safety, because if you leave the lines, we're gonna shoot you.
Yeah, that's
Oh, I think that was Vanille that just walked on.
What's the GameCube doing here? What?
Oh, there's Saz. There's Lightning signing up for it.
So this really introduces a weird thought. Lightning was not supposed to be on the Purge. What was she doing on there? The answer is Sarah, of course, but...
Yes,
Yeah.
Sarah.
But then what's Saz doing here? He's former military.
The answer is Sarah. I mean, no.
パージされますって目じゃねえぞ。
トラブルが嫌なら次の列車に乗るんだね。
To go quiet in that good night. Oh, Inception flashbacks. Oh no, she's gonna start some shit.
閉じ込めた遺跡がパルスに運ばれる前に救い出す必要があった。
Also, like that line, no, the thing about it, like that line from the SciComm officer is like kind of really revealing. Right? It's like only civvies, like you're exempt because you're special. Like you're one of us.
This flashback is just Lightning telling Hope why she went on the purge because she wasn't supposed to. It's just
For everyone else, it was the Purge, but for Lightning, it was just a Tuesday.
やるだけだ。強いからそんなこと言えるんですよ。ライトニングさん。
She got mad at Hope for a good reason, because she's like, there's some things that you can and can't do. And there's just something that you have to just do. And Hope's like, easy for you to say, I'm just a kid. And he's like, okay, you're stupid, bye-bye.
He is a kid. He's 14. He's 14.
It's true. But Lightning doesn't have enough patience to deal with children, and this is important.
Yeah.
おっさんくせえな。
Chocobo. Actually, that's something that is like that Chocobo goes through a lot and December, like never harmed and like never leaves the afro when she doesn't want to. Like you would think she'd have been dislodged at some point.
おっさんなのは父ちゃんか。
I don't know, I think the Chocobo's really cute.
Chocobo is very cute.
Now it's the Saz Vanille duo section.
And this one we actually have to fight.
Yep.
And now
So
has access to Synergist now for the first time. And Vanille has access to Saboteur. So it says the Synergist is able to cast buffs on our party members. So we'll use them, which we will use in this next fight already. And Vanille will be able to cast debuffs on these enemies. So it says we'll be able to cast Faith to make our magic ability stronger.
yeah. This was a good showcase of doing actions to manipulate the ally AIs. So Pharaoh hover Libra over the Pulse Warp Soldier, the giant robot, or I should say the walking robot, because they're all robots. The walking robot, so that Vanille would target it with the Saboteur ability of D-Shell, and then actually use Libra on the Pulse Warp on the Watch Drones rather, because we want to know the weakness for the Watch Drones, so that it would be faster to kill them. There's going to be a lot of this sort of like target one thing and then actually execute on another, just because it's going to help manipulate the ally AIs. And yeah, these fights in this chapter, like with these two characters, are going to be annoying for a bit, because Saboteur and Synergists are supporting roles. They don't really do a lot of damage, and the only damaging things that we have are both Ravagers on both of them. So it can be really, yeah, it can be really difficult to like get things going. Saboteurs can increase the chain duration similarly to Commandos, but like they're not really doing a lot of damage. These sections here also are known as the some of the worst dodges in this chapter, because the dogs move
for a reason.
Yeah. There's a lot of very fast moving enemies, randomly moving enemies. There's not a lot of space to move in, so like RNG gutter basically of like, can you get through? And you can't even D-step past them because these are all throughway fights, so the enemies don't see you anyways. So you just kind of have to like hope they don't run into you and try to sneak your way through.
Okay, I've had worse. Dodgeless has to fight all of those enemies due to the category definition, and it is some of the slowest fights in the game because you don't have good, reliable ways of dealing damage to them.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
I do have a pro tip for you. In order to beat the encounters in this game, you have to reduce the enemy HP to 0.
Oh, interesting.
Appreciated.
I will admit, I hadn't thought of doing that.
Another flashback. This one is from Hope's point of view. Because Saz and Vanille catch up to him because Lightning's gone somewhere. And they're like, we'll get you home, Hope, don't worry. And his answer is, I don't have a home because my mother's dead. What about your father? And this is his answer. It's just flashbacks.
You know, I do kind of wonder how the flashbacks are happening, like in the verbal stuff, because it's all supposed to be like the characters telling what happened, right? And like we're seeing it as like what actually occurred with all the visuals, but they're not going to be describing them all, right? So like when we saw
flashbacks that aren't related to the other characters at all. This is one of them. Hope is recalling what happened, but this isn't what he tells Saz and Vanille. I think it tells Saz and Vanille like, my dad doesn't matter or something like that.
Yeah, it's
So-
more like memories than actual retelling.
Okay. Because I was going to say, like, with the Fang flashback. Or not with the Fang flashback, but the Snow flashback that had Fang in it. Like, was that him just recalling it himself, or was he telling it to somebody?
He's recalling it to himself because at
Alright.
that point he's passed out from becoming a Lassie.
Sure. Reasonable then. Reasonable. I withdraw my potential objection.
心配しねえ親がいるか。なんでもね。
I wonder how
The
he
thing about
knows
this
that.
cutscene, though, by the way, is that like I think this is like Saz's only time hearing about like Hope's beef with Snow. I think, but he also doesn't really care about it.
He's
Saz is also almost never with Hope. The people who are with Hope are Vanille, Lightning, and Snow himself. And
Yeah,
Saz is more
I think
concerned about Hope's relationship with his father than it is concerned about his relationship with Snow for obvious reasons.
well, not obvious reasons yet.
But we've
The-
already established that Snow is Saz's son, so
True facts. True facts.
ビビってらんねえな。
So, this is one of the few fights in the run that isn't mandatory and that we're doing, and that's because this guy is guarding a chest. The chest that I really want to get.
Yep. And there's also a good example of like the long paradigm shift. So the first time it went into variety, it's like every character did a pose, and it kind of took a while before we could continue. And all the ones that we're doing after that are just like a lot faster. Everybody poses in unison because they were practicing.
this chest is a really weird chest because, in terms of its direct value, it's a weapon that we could sell for 1,400 gil. But what we do instead is we equip it on Hope, and we sell the weapon that he originally had on, which sells for 5,000 gil. So, really, by swapping the weapon, we get a 3,600 gil profit in the end.
And those are the first of the burbs.
That's the
So-
easy one.
Yeah. The birds are like really annoying enemies to dodge. They're very fast, and they can kind of see you from really far away. So while some of them can be relatively easy to dodge, like those were there, like they dash fast, they've got a sharp turning radius, so they can be really aggravating to try to get through without filtering.
そこでファルシはハルスから異物を引き上げてコクーンの中に新しい土地を作ったその時の余りですよこういうゴミは。
ゴミの中に
This is literally a trash yard.
なんだの余計なもんが
Literally a trash yard.
Nice.
そうだね。
This trash yard is actually important though. Because Cocoon Shell is cracked, and this trash yard is what was left of everything that the Pulse Falsi picked up to try and repair the crack. And lots of things got brought in by accident, or maybe not by accident. The Pulse vestige that was on Boden may or may not have been brought in by accident with the rest of the junk. Hi.
Hi.
Birds.
Burbs.
So those of you that are wondering what it takes to be interested in a Final Fantasy XIII speedrun, it's very simple. See, Pharaoh has a pet bird, and that was her main draw to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, seems accurate.
Those dance moves? Yeah, the birds have really good dance moves. Too bad they also run, like, at lightning speed. Faster than lightning, actually. Oh, damn.
Speaking of lightning, she's back. Some could say lightning returns.
出たぜ
Swag. I should learn a good game instead.
So for whatever reason, we don't have the freedom of changing our party in the first 9 chapters. So Lightning's back in the party and replaces Hope. And if for whatever reason you prefer Hope being in your party, well, that sucks.
We're gonna do some leveling here.
That said,
Oh,
Lightning contributes a lot because she's the only commando here, and Vanille contributes because she has D-Shell and D-Protect, and Saz contributes because he has Bravery and Faith, so really you don't want Hope right now.
I'm gonna equip Hope now, but that's for later.
Yep. So this is gonna be one of the like we used Faith before in a previous fight, but this is going to be a sort of good showcase of like how Synergists and Saboteurs really work well together. So Bravery and Faith increase your strength and your magic by 40% respectively. The D-Protect and D-Shell reduce the enemy resistances to physical and magic damage by 89%. And all of this stuff is multiplicative. So the numbers like add up really, really quickly.
No, they multiply together really quickly. We've been over
Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, they multiply really quickly, and that makes the damage numbers go up by insane amounts. So, like, if we were to just use the ally buffs, that would be really good. If we were just use the enemy debuffs, that would be really good. But combined, they're kind of more than the sum of their parts because it's multiplication. I had to get that in there before you nagged on me again for that.
So I am a math person, so let me give you some numbers here. All right, Bravery and Faith multiply your strength and magic stat by 1.4, and D-Protect and D-Shell multiply your physical and magic damage by 1.89. And if you hit an elemental weakness, that is a ×2. So 1.4 times 1.89 times 2 comes out to be 5.292. So let's just call it 5 because people don't like numbers. Okay, fine, whatever. You can deal 5 times your base damage, all right? But what if you also factor in the chain gauge, which goes as high as 999.9%? Call it, 1,000%. That's 10 times base damage times the 5. Hold on. 10 times 5 is 50. But if you add 4 to that, you get 54.
I knew that's where you're going.
Actually, I'm curious. 5.292 times 9.999 is 52.9. Oh man, if that was 54, that would have been great.
Just close.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, I've always wondered why it's 1.89. Like, that is such a random number.
Yeah. Oh, so this is the Dreadnought fight that just started happening while we were math memeing.
Yes.
So, Dreadnought's another part of one of the two-part fights. The first part is relatively simple. We're liberating because we want to get the information for the second part of the fight. And Lightning is going to be doing most of the damage here. So, we're going to be seeing a relatively common pattern where we're going to be buffing Lightning with Bravery so that she uses more physical attacks. We're going to have Vanille put on D-Protect and optionally D-Shell so that Lightning does a lot more damage. And then Saz is going to be here to kind of just like buff and increase the chain. Don't skip the cutscene. There's not really much that's happening with the first part of the fight. The second part is where things get a lot more interesting, because in the second part, he unlocks this attack called Wrecking Ball. And similar to Crystal Rain and Madison Mormon 2, if we get hit by Wrecking Ball, we're highly likely to die. It's not like guaranteed death, but we're going to be like really low, and the fight can probably not go very well. So what we do for the first part of the fight is we're timing our shifts and we're timing our refreshes such that the chain gauge is going to increase to like just the right amount. so that we can then do another shift later and trigger the
That's
stagger
insanely
exactly when we
high
want
chain.
to.
What the fuck?
That is very high chain. Yeah. The face and the braveries are just gonna like end up doing a lot of damage kind of throughout. And by going here into the smart bomb and not like using any abilities with Saz, it's gonna let us time so right there, right when the wrecking ball would happen. It does have this ability Steam Clean where it's gonna kind of like stand here and remove its debuffs. But since we also know when those debuffs are going to fall off, we can just shift over to a bully where Vanille is in Saboteur and just instantly reapply the buffs that we need to, so that Lightning just keeps on doing damage. And what we're primarily focusing on in this fight is refreshing Lightning so that she just keeps on spitting out tons and tons of damage. And yeah, you can see we're already doing like 1,700 plus damage, almost 2,000 damage, and we're in chapter 4. We're still in the beginning of the game. And yeah, there we go. Well executed fight.
Logic, I think you're the best well suited to answer this question. How easy is it to pick up 13 as a speed game?
I was gonna type it in the chat. So normally I would say it's pretty difficult to pick up as a speed game because of how much you have to learn across it, but you're benefited because someone, for whatever reason, put in the effort to produce a 200-page speedrun guide that has been kept up to date by the community. Literally a guy named Community. And also Pharaoh, and there's people who have made forks of it as well, basically. So it's
We'll
a
update
very
it at some
detailed
point.
document that outlines like the strategies involved in each of the battles, what items to pick up, how to equip your party members, how to menu and all that stuff. And also has an appendix that gives a lot of insight into the game mechanics, which really, in order to become an accomplished speedrunner of this game, you need to really understand the battle mechanics and not just follow the battle strategies. Because the problem is there's a lot of ways that fights can go wrong, and you need to be able to respond to that when fights do go wrong. In the early game, it's not usually terribly difficult. Fights usually go as scripted, but the later fights, if fights go sideways, it tends to be very difficult to recover unless you know exactly how things work and enemies behave and attack patterns and all that stuff. So it's not as quick to pick up as I would not recommend doing it for the 12-hour challenge, for instance, where you have to learn a speed run and run it within 12 hours, because your first speed run is going to be like 7 to 8 hours if it's practiced. But it's definitely doable, and the community, not just the person named Community, but the actual 13 community is very good at working with people. Our Discord is very welcoming, and we give a lot of help and assistance. And if you mention that you're learning the speedrun, a lot of us will follow you and will watch you and help you out. And yeah, we're all very good. We're all good at the game, yes. But
I don't know.
We're all very helpful, unlike other communities where that could be cutthroat or malicious or impatient.
Yeah, I'm definitely not good at this game.
And also, not to toot my own horn here, but I do teach for a living, and so I do have that patience that comes with helping inexperienced people out.
Yeah, I think the guide is really good, and yeah, it is definitely a challenging run to learn, but for me it was the first speedrun I ever learned, and I did manage to quite well with help of the guide, so I definitely think there's good enough resources that if you want to get in, you can definitely do it.
This was also my first speed game, and even though I learned it for a very long time before I actually did my first runs, Logic's guide was a blessing. It's so well made. Oh yeah, we haven't talked about this cutscene. This one is actually kinda important because Lightning found a goal for herself. Now that she's a Pulseless Sea, she's a ticking time bomb basically, and she says, okay, so with my time I'm actually going to destroy Eden, which is the fallacy that controls all of Cocoon's fallacy. So she's basically saying, I am going to use this time to actually be a pawn from Pulse, which is what the thing wants me to be, kind of, I guess. And I am going to destroy the motherboard of this entire planet. That's a smart way.
Yay!
絶望にとらわ
You know how we were making all these references to like Final Fantasy VII,
ライトニングの苦しみを
right? So we've just kind of decided to be the actual eco-terrorists this time.
Mhm. And Hope again decides to go with Lightning because he feels she's stronger than these two dorks. So she will help him more get stronger and get revenge on Snow than these two ever could.
私がついてるよ
心強いね。
待ってください。ついていきます。お前を守る余裕はないんだ。戦い
No, I will not wait for you, Hope.
Okay, Boomer.
サイコムの抹殺部隊だ。
When did they have the chance to set up that explosive? And why do they have to like wait for the cinematic time to use it?
Why am I doing this on Slash and Burn shit? It's fine. Probably.
Narrator, it was not fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Hope can actually cast Protect as a synergist that helps her defenses. So both Hope and Saz can work as a synerger, but Hope is more defense and Saz is more offense. Which means for the speedrun we like Saz a lot more because we just like to deal a lot of damage fast.
Yeah.
I hope.
It turns out that if your opponents are dead, then they can't kill you. So, words to live by.
Kaya, get in comms.
ありがとうございます。
Wait, Kaya needs to be a commando? What?
Ugh.
どうする
So there's a meme on Slay the Spire, not to be off topic, but there's a meme about how everything in Slay the Spire is a block card. Because if it kills things, then you don't take damage, and therefore you block the attack. Same is true with 13.
Yeah. No, yeah. That's pretty
Bravery is a
accurate here.
defensive buff because it kills the enemy before it kills you.
So the party.
Lightning
now
is a
split.
strong, independent woman that don't need no help.
行きましょう。あの人たちが気になるんですか。もう逃げたと思いますけど。
今ならお前も逃げられる。
By the way, also, I feel like I need to state these are like multiple cutscenes, so they each have their own like skip thing. The game isn't just like, oh, well, you have 5 cutscenes. It's just gonna be one long file, like one long cutscene. You can skip individual parts of these. So there are times that we'll be skipping, 3 in a row. There are times we'll be skipping 6 in a row. But we're not doing any of that here because
Yeah,
this
we're
is
just-
a.
It's really hard to control myself not to press select, but even if I press select, I would just be pressing start again, so it's fine.
ルシが帰ってどうするんですか。
So the party is split up, and now physically split up because of the explosion. Saz and Vanilla are forced to take a different route than Lightning and Hope. And Lightning and Hope just agree, yeah, we're going to Eden, baby! We're gonna rack some shit up.
Party! Party!
Until then, though, it's gonna be a hot minute. Okay, that dodge kinda sucky, but that one worked out.
So this dodge is really interesting if you like hug the wall properly. Then you get a slip passage like that. And we have an amazing diagram describing the best way to do that dodge in our Discord.
Isn't that the one on chapter 3?
No, it's this one. There might be another one for chapter 3, but it's definitely for that. Is it? Is it the one and only?
Yes, it's the Nacrul. I mean, Kyrie.
Good day. Hello.
Alright, new commentator, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Kairun. I'm some noob playing this game a lot too. And
Definitely a noob.
Definitely. That's bad.
I came as fast as I could.
Only, the world record holder for both PC and PS3. But actually, definitely a noob, doesn't have the 360 hold record.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I need to get better.
Please tell me it's an MS Paint thing. It is an MS Paint thing.
試してみましょうか。なんだろうこれ。
妖精、むやみに触るな。
でも。
Titan, I know you love talking about this minigame, so please.
Oh, yes. Yes. All right. So, I love this minigame. It's a lot of fun. I wish that we could get into this juggernaut and just like wreck stuff more often. However, the end of this minigame makes no sense. So, we're in this juggernaut. We get to run around, and there's going to be a bunch of pulse work soldiers. And there's a chest at the end of the game whose contents vary depending on what you do. How many soldiers you killed, how many times you swiped, so on and so forth. Now, the thing that doesn't make any sense is it's a random chest at the end of a minigame and the beginning of the game. You're giving no indication before the game that the rewards are going to be different, that the contents of the chest is going to be different depending on how many things you kill. There's no indication afterwards that the reason the chest is different is because of the actions that you're doing in the minigame. For all that you know, it's just you did this minigame, it's just like this cool plot device, and then there's a chest at the end. The only way that you would know if there was that like your actions made a difference is if you play the game once, you get the chest there, you play the game a second time, you do different actions during this minigame, and then you also remembered what the content of this random chest was from the first time that you played the game. It makes no sense. Like, why?
Yeah, as pointed out in chat, you know what also doesn't make any sense? FF12's chests.
Yes. FF12 chests are the worst.
I mean, yeah.
Isn't there like a weapon that you can only grab if you don't open like one of 5 chests in the game, and then it only has like a 50% chance of spawning or something?
I think so. Well, like, that one I think kind of makes a bit more sense because 12 is more MMO styled than 13 is.
So why is 12 getting a buy?
Because like it's more internally consistent, right?
See,
like,
it's different because 12 is good. Got it.
No,
We do want the best reward for the minigame. That's why I have to hit 25 soldiers. Give me the thickened hides.
It's just like kind of more like consistent in that world because it's styled after an MMO, so there's more MMO-ish mechanics. But in this, it's just like a random chest. There's no indication of anything. And the only way that you would know it was different is if you replayed the entire game again. And you remember the content of a random thing.
I just want to bitch
about
that's test mechanics in general.
I mean, yeah, that's valid. That's valid.
Don't thank you. Bye-bye.
It irks my inner completionist where it's like, I want to grab every chest. And every time I go back to an old area and there's new chests there, it's like, then I didn't clear this area, because you can never clear an area.
Okay. This is just some setup for the next Eidolon fight. I love this cutscene. This one is super cool.
Yep.
So it turns out that Lightning can't lie because she has a very obvious tell. See if you can find it in this cutscene.
お前の面倒を見る余裕は無責任ですよ。それなら最初から甘えるな。もう世界中敵なんだ。自分の身だけでいっぱいなのにお前まで守れるか。
Yeah. So the Eidolons like spawning generally can be thought of as kind of like the capstone for some of the character arcs. But that's more true like later on. And
Yeah, so the tell is basically that her heart glows red and then the Eidolon pops out. This is why she's bad at poker. She's like, I'll raise your bet. Shut up, Odin, go away! Yeah, so the Eidolons come out in times of grief, and in this case, Lightning's actually been struggling with like trying to cast aside hope because she actually cares for Hope, or at least wants to protect Hope, despite what she's been trying to portray on the exterior. And now we have the Odin fight, which is more difficult than Shiva because we don't have Odin spamming Kiraga on you to keep you alive. We have to keep ourselves alive, and also Hope, and it's up to you to keep Hope alive. So, so we're doing like very specifically timed actions to both maintain the chain gauge and keep Hope alive. And in order to win the fight, you have to fill out the Gestalt bar, and the way to fill the Gestalt bar, basically between Commando and Ravager, is to increase the chain gauge. But meanwhile, Odin is just smacking the shit out of Hope and basically fulfilling every 13th player's deepest fantasies. But if Hope does die, then
I don't think that's my deepest fantasy.
Yeah. So.
That was kind of bad, but... Oh yeah, I can't skip the cutscene, I was mashing select!
And this is why it's Rebound.
This is why it's Rebound.
The summon cutscenes are like the hardest to not skip because muscle memory is so strong because you just hit X to summon and then mash select.
Yeah. But look, I'll say it's not my deepest fantasy because like thing exists, but like it's pretty close.
The trick to this fight is equipping it, forgetting medic exists, equipping a doctor's code and using potions. That's all there is to it.
Oh yeah, we never actually talked about the doctor's code.
This is the first fight where it's important, so...
Yeah. So the doctor's code, we actually got it from Anima. It was like our boss reward drop. And it's an accessory that increases the effectiveness of our potions. So they just do like 150% healing, I think. It's a rather large increase. One of the differences that potions have in this game compared to earlier Final Fantasies, and it's something that actually gets used later on in some other games, is that the potion heals your entire party instead of just a specific character. And I'm like hiccuping as I'm talking about all of this. So it's like 150 HP heal to your whole party. The Doctor's Code increases that even more. So it at this stage of the game, it actually severely outperforms the healing that medics can do. Because right now, medics only have access to cure, it's on a target, doesn't do that much. So this Doctor's Code is actually like super important just for keeping our party alive. There's going to be a second Doctor's Code we pick up later, and that's because of a secret sauce that the Doctor's Code has that we'll mention when it comes. But this is the Eidolon tutorial of like how to actually use them, and the tutorial wants you to summon Odin immediately and then continue the fight from there. So we're going to ignore the tutorial and we're just going to summon Odin basically immediately and then continue to fight from there. Specifically, we actually want to do it after we kill some of the small things. So the way that Eidolons work is kind of similar to the way that Aeons work in 10. They replace most of your party, with the only one still being there being the party leader, who summoned it, in this case Lightning. And Odin acts as his own character with AI that, again, we can manipulate. As this fight is going on, you can see there's a Gestalt gauge that is building up under Lightning's HP bar. That Gestalt gauge is going to affect the amount of points that we have in Gestalt mode, which is something we will see rather soon.
No, it won't. It's faster to do this fight with blitzes.
Oh, all right, fine. That changed. So I guess we're not seeing it. But so the Gestalt mode basically gives you a whole new set of abilities. You're like attached onto the Eidolon, and the Eidolons have an ultimate ability. Odin's case is Antetsuken, which is, you know, instant kill if above a certain chain percentage, below a certain HP threshold, the same it is in a lot of Final Fantasy games. But the Eidolons can be really useful for a lot of different fights, just because of like their summoning properties, their general like big tankiness and damage, and then additionally the actual Gestalt mechanics. However, the using Eidolons is a technique similar to Libra is, and technique uses technique points. You get TP, you get technique points by beating battles, which again we don't do a lot of it, and you can store up to 5 points total. So a lot of the game's routing is figuring out like when can we actually use this TP so that it's the most time effective sort of throughout the game, and like when do we regenerate it, can we not afford to use it, when do we have to use items that will let us restore our TP, so on and so forth. So yeah, we're going to use Odin a few times. We're going to be using Vanille's a few times. We're going to be using Saz's a few times. That's about it.
We use all the Eidolons at least once, except for Bahamut and Alexander.
Sure, but saying that, like, that's 4 out of 6, right? You're missing a third of that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we are going to be using Shiva a couple of times. And yeah, so now we're done with the Laying Hope section. We're going to be going back into the Vanille and Saz section, but there's a difference this time. We actually have access to Commando on Saz, which is going to be really nice because now we can actually do damage. One other thing that we've sort of unlocked is the ability to do upgrades, which is something that we got after we beat Dreadnought. Does anybody want to grab that, or should I go?
Upgrades
Kaya,
are
you're
really
very
obscure
silent.
in this game. Sorry.
Kaya, you've been very silent.
He's muted.
That's why he's very silent.
Damn it, Kaya!
He's probably intentionally muted because otherwise he'd be talking for 95% of the time.
I mean, actually, he did say he just got home, so he's probably still, like, settling in.
I mean, I could do my Kaya impression for you. So the way that the upgrade system works in this game is...
Alright, well, so the way that the upgrade system works in this game is every weapon and accessory has levels associated with it, and the levels are going to affect their stats. Once something is max level, it can upgrade to the next tier of... it can upgrade itself to the next tier of, that weapon or accessory. And the way that you level them up is, like, not very well explained. So there are two types of components. Yeah, it really isn't. There are two primary types of components. There are organic components, and there are mechanical components. So the organic components don't give a lot of raw experience to the weapon, but what they do is they increase the experience multiplier up to a multiplier of ×3. Whereas the electrical components and mechanical components do give a lot of experience, but they'll actually decrease the multiplier. So a very common pattern that we're going to be using throughout is we're going to use organic components in order to pump up the experience to ×3, and then we're going to slam it with all of the mechanical components at once to make use of that times 3 multiplier before the down, like the not benefit, like the downgrading of the EXP multiplier gets applied. That's typically going to be what the pattern is, and these upgrades to our weapons and accessories are actually why we can do most of the speed run. Because like we said before, we're not going to be doing most of the fights in the game, so we're going to end up severely underleveled. But our stats are actually going to be either the same or greater than what a lot of casual players would have, because we're making such good use of all of the equipment that we do that we have. The primary one that we're going to be upgrading here is going to be the power wristband, which is going to give us plus 60 strength. That is a massive amount for this point in the game. So it's going to let us deal with the end fights a lot faster than we would be able to normally.
Yeah, the main frustrating part of the upgrade system is that what Titan has described is sort of explained in the introduction to upgrading. Like it says, use organics to increase the multiplier, use mechanicals to get experience. But there's really like behind the scenes information of how much experience it takes to max out a weapon or an accessory. It doesn't tell you what the max level is. It doesn't tell you how much experience it takes to get there. And the only way to really find out would be to save the game, upgrade piece by piece until you get to star level, note how much experience it took to get there, and then reload the save and use that information to your benefit. The game doesn't tell you how much experience it takes to max, and then it also doesn't let you like get a refund on the components used. Like, say for whatever reason it takes, like, you know, 20 polymer emulsions, which is what Pharaoh's using. Not 20, but polymer emulsions. But she's, like, say it takes 20 to max out a thing. If she were to put 99 into there, because that's what she has on hand, the game would take all 99, even though it only needs 20, and would max out the weapon with that. Basically, you go to McDonald's to buy a Big Mac, and you pay with a $100 bill, and the cashier's like, all right, I'll see ya.
Thanks for the huge tip. Yeah. So the upgrading system is just like, it's an interesting system, but like Logic said, it's just not explained at all. But since we're speedrunners, we just kind of know what to do, so we get to, you know, bypass all that knowledge. Anyway, we'll get to disassembly later. It's not relevant for right now. And
here we are pretty much, Pharaoh is sometimes looking at the ground and sometimes deliberately looking up, and that is with the purpose to get at these fights more easily, get preemptive strikes without in a fast way.
Yeah, so we never actually discussed preemptive strikes. You want to grab that?
Yeah, so when you, in the battle zone, enter a fight without the enemies having seen you, you get a preemptive strike, and then the chain starts at almost full, so you can quite easily stagger them. And that really helps with making fights faster to immediately stagger them.
Especially that bomb fight. A bomb fight can be very dangerous if you don't preemptive, if you don't get preemptive strike on them.
Yeah, this fight kind of blows.
I think
also, I forgot that
the camera trick doesn't work here because of the cutscenes.
That's hilarious.
So I'm gonna have
also, there's a bunch of cutscenes, like really small cutscenes here.
Yeah. So there's a whole camera tricking pattern you have to do here in order to put the enemies where you want them. But because I can't skip the cutscenes, this trick is straight up not going to work.
Yep.
Because the enemies do move during the cutscenes.
Yeah. So the preemptive strikes actually just like help a lot here. So the bombs will explode and deal a ton of damage, and pulse hook soldiers also are very difficult, like very annoying to try to stagger naturally. So the fact that we can start with their stagger gauge basically at full is really, really nice. That also right there was an example of us manipulating Vanille's AI. We targeted the pulse hook soldier until she hit it with deep protect, and then we actually just killed the bomb while that was happening. But yeah, there are like advantages. Like there are a lot of advantages to preempting fights. Like you also start with a full ATB instead of needing for it to wait. but there are some disadvantages. So the stagger gauge only lasts for 10 seconds. Like the stagger duration is only 10 seconds, and you can get it up to be much higher if you were to stagger normally. Also, the enemy's ATBs also start at full, which can also hurt in some fights. There's also the fact that the preempt animation can take a really long time. So there are some fights that, like, just the fact that everything is being preempted would make the fight take a lot longer than if you were just to do it normally.
What the hell, Vanille? He didn't do that.
Not even close.
So, when enemies are about to run out of stagger, your party members, instead of pressing on the attack, will stop attacking after 1 or 2, which is really annoying. Or for 1 or 2 actions, they will just cut their string short. That's the wrong paradigm.
So one of the things to sort of not keep in mind, but one of the important skills that runners can have is adaptability. While a lot of the fights, if you execute them perfectly and the enemy AI cooperates, they'll go the exact same every single time. There can be a lot of randomness, not only from like the actions that the enemies are taking, but also from just your execution mistakes or slowness or like how crisp it can be. So one of the skills that you learn by speedrunning this game and practicing a lot is how to adapt to each fight when things go off the rail. Because things will go off the rails. The run is way too long and there's way too many things that can happen for it to like everything to go perfectly. So it can be one of the marks of a strong runner is how well they can adapt.
Oh, they're all the way outside.
Fun fact: by doing the 4 fights and turning on the power, you can also backtrack to the first section that we started in and pick up a few more item balls. Are they worth it? No.
No.
But you can, and that's the important part.
The only category, someone asked in chat, but I can just say it. The only category that goes for those chests is all chests, because it's a category requirement. You have to get those 2 chests, and all the other speedrunning stuff, and even playing casually, those chests are just not worth it.
They're just organic.
I mean, I also don't think that you would know when you're playing casually.
You can't buy organics yet, so they're actually fairly valuable in that sense. But after the next chapter, you can buy organics, and then it's GG.
Yeah.
I also would a casual know to go back there?
I didn't know you could go back there until someone told me. I think it was Serena.
Yeah, it's pretty obscure because you would never think to backtrack because you've never needed to backtrack. The only way you could ever know that there were chests back there is if you play the game again and you think to yourself, there's an item ball over there that I never picked up from pre. Sorry, that's my Titan impression.
Oh yeah, this person is literally Vanille being a child.
She deserves it.
I'm going to sleep and you can cross this line because you're an adult man.
On that note, I'm gonna have to head out for my teaching now.
Enjoy.
In 3 or 4 hours. So by that point, I expect you'll be past chapter 5, probably.
I don't think we'll have snow back by the time that you come back.
Okay, see you later.
Good luck, Drew.
Later. Have fun.
See you later. Oh yeah, we still have the snow section left.
Oh, yeah. That's true. I lied. We are seeing snow again. But, no combat, so does it really count?
This cutscene is pretty neat though. Just like all the CGI cutscenes look so good.
Oh my god. Man, like, Cocoon has to be massive considering how it has, you know, a full sky and everything.
おとなしくしてりゃすぐ入れる。
I won't smash past the line raw dog.
約束はできね
威勢いいね。いつまで持つかな。
Yeah, Snow got transported into this massive ship, and we're gonna see what happens to him and who are the people on this ship.
Funny thing is, these are all questions that I do not know the answers to.
Well, we'll find out.
住所がお見えです
At least Fang is in the cutscene. I like seeing Fang.
Yes. I agree. The Lindblom. Lindblom? Lindblom?
君がスノークシドレインズこの部隊を預かっている手厚い護送をどうもすまない
And it's Sid.
君には少し
He's definitely on our side, and we're never going to do anything to him throughout the rest of the game, right?
伝説の通りに
Alright, then.
彼女は使命を果た
What?
すということに呪われし存在
What?
パルスのリストして使命
Nothing's fine.
セラが国軍の敵だってのか
That cannot be the best way to prevent somebody from charging forward. With, like, forearm to the neck when there's nothing behind them. There has to be more effective ways.
それを追い出そうって関係ない人間までパージしてそれが国軍のためかよそれが政府のやり方だ知らないからこそ人は怯える立て続けに起きたパルスの恐怖に市民はもう限界に近いそこで政府は次なる計画を打ち出した
Constant terror, the threats from below. It's been, like, pretty peaceful, I think, actually.
恐怖の対象を
Before the events of this game.
それだけで安堵する
Wow.
They're gonna kill Snow. It's my dream come true.
時間の問題だろうなあいつらは捕まらないさならば君に協力してもらうほかないセラ
Day 7. More flashbacks.
More flashbacks.
本気だから
いきなり別れるって言われてもな離れ離れも悪かないさああ会うまでずっとそうだったんだでも会っちまった
That's like a really nice house.
分かっちまった
Yeah.
How do they afford that on like a guardswoman's salary?
絶対無理だ
She's a really good guardswoman.
そんなに別れたいか
別れたいんじゃなくて別れるの会うのは今日が最後とにかくもう私に付きまとわないで
何があった理由ぐらい教えてくれ俺が悪いんだったら言っちゃえよ
He's being like way too nonchalant about this.
I don't think it was...
Even if it is Snow's house, he like owns a bar and funds a terrorist group. Like, how does he afford that?
You don't know Snow's job. It's never given to you.
He definitely just owns the bar.
Probably. Money laundering via the bar. Could be. Yeah, that's also true. In Cocoon, like, everyone has everything. Because of
But then
the
you just
cost.
run into issues of space, right? Like, Hoon definitely has a limited amount of space, considering how it's like
That's why they
a globe
want to
in the
blow up
sky.
the damn thing. I guess.
No, wait, it's not post scarcity. We have to buy stuff from shops. It can't be post scarcity.
Alright, there's a single line here that you can skip. I will try really hard not to mash X.
Boy, this beach sure looks familiar.
Okay, that's it. Take me back to Libero. So yeah,
But,
Sarah
like,
breaks up with
sure,
Snow
we're
because
fugitives.
she became a lassie, and now Snow is like, no, I still love her. I still want to be with her, and this is the aftermath of that.
So, like, even if you say that this is the same beach, yeah. But, like, even if you say that we're fugitives and that's why we have to pay things.
It just looks very much like the same beach.
I thought it was the same one.
It's not the same one. New Bonum is in Pulse.
I thought that this was part of the crashed cocoon.
No.
Oh, okay, sure.
New Bonum is in Pulse.
Right, no, I thought it was like this part of cocoon fell onto Pulse and kind of transplanted it. Which, now that I said that out loud, doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh yeah, a beach fell from the sky and just happened to land on the water, and all the sand and everything is still intact. Like, yeah, okay. That logic certainly checks out.
Yeah, I think it's just people wanted to rebuild something that reminded them of their old home.
Yeah.
Now I'm just trying to think about the logistics of like how they could transport a beach like that. And I can't think of anything that would like actually work. Oh, turn to crystal. Is that what the kids are calling it?
So yeah, they make up. They're gonna be together. Snow is going to help Sarah figure out what her focus is, and he actually did, and it didn't turn out well.
No, well, I mean, debatable.
Up until now, nothing has been
Take
going
totem
right
and
way.
push it.
Alright. And now we get back to Lightning and Hope, and this is my favorite chapter.
This chapter is really nice. So we are now in chapter 5. So this chapter is going to be entirely Lightning and Hope, like Farah just said. This chapter actually has like a lot of really interesting fights in it, including the boss of this chapter, who is definitely a difficulty spike compared to most of the rest of the early game.
Yeah, it is the hardest boss in the early game, and it is the hardest fight anywhere up until chapter 9.
Yep. Yep. There's a lot that can go wrong, and it needs a lot of execution. But we'll
I
get
don't
to
know
that
if
in.
Aya agrees with me, but he probably knows which fight I'm talking about that can be considered as hard or harder than Proto.
So I was gonna say that we'll see that fight in like 15 minutes, but I don't know how many cutscenes there are. So
There are a lot of cutscenes on this chapter.
yeah, 15 plus X.
So, Lightning and Hope are bonding, and most of the cutscenes in this chapter are going to be Lightning and Hope bonding. Which is really important for both of their character development.
Yep. We're also going to be having Hope as our lead for the first like half of this chapter, which is fine. Hope is like decently strong for this point of the game. The annoying thing about it is, as we sort of hinted at before, for some reason, probably because he's 14, Hope runs at 93% the speed of any other character. So it makes dodges like a bit more annoying. We are just going to be moving through everything that's like a bit slower. So we're eagerly looking forward to the lightning section. Also, again, partially because of like some of the AI manipulations that are and are not possible. That'll make some fights easier, but we'll get to that later. Chapter 4 was about, yeah, I think it was about 2 hours. It was like, how far are we in this now?
We still have a ways to go, that's your answer.
ここに来たことはあります？任務とかで。
いや、樹林の管理は森林監視大隊の担当だ。怖いか？
平気です。何が出ても戦いますよ。
貸してやる。
It's so long since I've seen this cutscene.
Yep. Okay. I will be back in like 15 minutes because I need to pick somebody up from the train station apparently.
Alright.
So, sorry. I'll be back in like 15.
Okay. Aya and Mute, we need someone to talk. I mean, I can talk about dodges, but it's not as interesting as lore. So, there's a very interesting quirk in this chapter, which is Thexterons, for some reason, are unable to catch Hope. They will catch every single other party member, like most dogs, but Thexterons are just... they just can't catch Hope.
I've definitely been caught by Textrons with Hope, so yeah, if you do things wrong, it can still happen, I think.
So, there are a few dodges on this chapter that I was really scared about. Like, this one in particular is really annoying because it's very counterintuitive. If you just go towards the Thexterons, they will actually move out of your way most of the time. And there's a few other dodges in this chapter that scared me for a lot of time, and once I realized that you can just run in a straight line with Hope, they became way easier. Or way more consistent. I think on PS3 that doesn't work as well, and Madeline is a PS3 runner.
That could explain it.
There is one runner still in this voice call that runs both things, but he's just not here.
Yeah, and there's also some dodges with slugs where they jump over you and you can use that to go underneath them. It's also kind of cool.
I used to run PS3 2 years ago. I don't remember shit about PS3. Always hated this part. No, this chapter is pure. So here I'm just gonna set up a camera trick. I know on PS3 you don't have to do this, but you have to do it on PC. And this camera trick is only for... It makes the first of these 3 dodges easier, the second one is neglectable, it's a very easy one. And in here, we are camera tricking to avoid this fight. Oh, the stream went down. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, it's fine. Okay. You can still hear me, right, Madeline?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to turn off the Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi on real quick. Because the feed died, and I know exactly why. Should come back eventually. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you can hear me but not see the game feed because I'm using a different PC to stream than I'm using the one for the Discord. No, I got it, Zell. It was hotel Wi-Fi. It's back up now.
野良の魔物を軍用に転換する実験場だ。
当然市民立ち入り禁止ですよね。
幸いなことに私たちはもう市民じゃない。
That was Lightning's attempt at a joke. So, like, if the civilians aren't allowed here, and she's like, we have to warn the civilians if we see any that they're not allowed here. Okay, so this is a mandatory fight, and we haven't talked about SSS at all. Do you want to touch upon that, Madeline?
Sure. So, whenever you stagger an enemy, there's this animation that it slows down a bit, and we call that stagger slowdown. But this can be avoided in a few ways. One of them is by targeting a different enemy than the one that is getting targeted. Another one is by being about to throw a potion or something like that. So basically, if you're not targeting the enemy, then you don't get the stagger slowdown skip. And another way to skip the stagger slowdown is if you switch paradigms when the slowdown would happen, because then you get this paradigm shift instead of the stagger slowdown.
Yeah, as long as your cursor isn't hovering over an item, you get to skip, at least on this game. Unfortunately for that fight, I couldn't do it for the second enemy. It's super tight to get the slowdown skip on the second one, and the pattern I got given just didn't allow me to do it.
Yeah, overall not that big of a deal. It's just this small slowdown, so it's it's a small time save. It's nice if you can get it, but it's not a big deal if you don't get it.
Yeah, it's really not mandatory to be able to win fights. This fight, it's pretty hard to get a preemptive strike, but the normal fight isn't even that much faster. And I got the thingy. Okay.
Yeah, there will be a fight soon where we fight even more crawlers, but then we deliberately won't be staggering it. First, a behemoth.
Yeah, this
Pharaoh
fight is
behemoth.
actually dangerous because depending on how much damage he does, he might put hope on kill range. If he targets lightning, is very safe. Another is targeting lightning now, so we're fine.
Yeah, this is a fight where it's going to be really important to keep the Feral Behemoth interrupted. So once the Feral Behemoth is staggered, like as soon as you are attacking it, it will be interrupted. But you really have to make sure that you align Hope's attacks in a way with Lightning's that he doesn't get attacks off, because he can hit quite hard.
That was pretty good. He usually dies there. That's interesting. One thing I did on that fight, we used Libra to reveal to Lightning that it's weak to water, and she starts alternating water and Aqua Strike. But I used actually an arrow water string, and that's because of a conditional modifier for Ravager. Even though you do less damage by doing arrow first and then water, you chain more because you're changing spells. And that modifier is also the reason why we alternate spells throughout most of the run on enemies that aren't weak to specific things. Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah. This can also be quite dangerous sometimes because there's so many of the slugs and Hope is quite squishy. So we also sometimes have to throw potions to keep healthy enough. And otherwise do area of effect damage to kill the slugs as fast as possible.
Yeah, we target a specific crawler because he's the one in the middle, but that crawler on that fight jumped behind Snow, behind Hope. So Lightning's blitzes were much less effective than what they usually are. Still worked out, we didn't die.
何を焦ってる？いや、何に苛立ってる？ルシ君。スノーか。
These three are important. The next three are important too.
あいつと何があった？
ライトさんに話しても。
私はお前のバックアップだ。
母さんが死んだんです。あいつのせいで。あいつのせいなんです。思い知らせてやりますよ。今は無理だけど強くなって必ず。だからついてきたんです。あいつが巻き込んだんですよ、僕らと。それにセラさんも許せるわけがない。
So yeah, on this one he explicitly tells you that I'm following Lightning because I want her to teach me the skill sets I need in order to kill Snow, to take revenge on him being responsible for my mother's death. And Lightning's like, oh shit, what have I done? And there's 3 more cutscenes over here. That explain the little pocket knife that she gave to Hope.
僕でも使えますか？
お前には重すぎる。ルシになったからこのバカと結婚だ？話が全然通ってない。つくならまともな嘘にしろ。それに本当にお前がルシならば始末するのが私の仕事だ。
お姉ちゃん。
バカバカしい。最低の誕生日だ。
おいセラ、なんで信じてやらないんだ。
誰が信じる？偶然ルシにされてそれで結婚だと？
姉さん。
誰が姉さんだ。寝言は寝て言え。
セラを一人にしたいのか。
This is one of the few situations where I can say Snow has a point.
セラは俺が守る。
Reference, I'm a weeb. I like JP. No, lightning is extremely mean in this cutscene.
どういうセンスだ。
番組の途中ですが、緊急政府広報をお送りします。昨日深夜、臨海都市ボーダムでパルスのファルシが確認されました。政府はファルシエデンの承認のもと、先ほど非常事態宣言を発令。これによりボーダム全域は無制限に封鎖されます。繰り返しお伝えします。昨日深夜、臨海都市ボーダムでパルスのファルシが確認されました。政府はファルシエデンの
私が一人にしたんだな。
Continuing. This one can be very annoying, but they behaved. So the next fight, which is right after this dodge, is with another feral behemoth. The difference is we're controlling lightning this time, so we can actually manually control her aqua strikes, which are way better than alternating between water and aqua strike. Even though that changes more, it's strictly speaking slower because of the alternation between magic and physical abilities, which is very slow. There is a faster strat here, but I'm a pussy and I don't go for it. I hate that strat.
I quite like the new strat actually.
I've
But this
tried
also works.
the new strat and I hate the next one. I always hate them. Get him, Hope.
Yeah, and again after stagger we will basically use a pattern where we keep the feral behemoth interrupted because we do not want to have another hit with him.
There we go. Do you want to talk about combo frame? Because that's gonna be important too, soon.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we don't even mention that the roles also have these passive bonuses that they get on the character themselves, but also a little bit on other characters. And the passive bonus for the commando is that when you are in the commander role, you do a bit more damage. But the way this works is you can also sometimes already start an ability in a different role, like cast a spell as a Ravager. But if you switch to the commando before the spell hits, then you still get the passive bonus from the commando. So that way you can cast a spell in, for example, Ravager, then have it hit while you're already shifted towards Commando and get the extra damage from being in the Commander role.
Yeah, we buffer Commando abilities into Ravager far more than we do the opposite, but com buffering is important to be able to just deal some extra damage, shave an ability or two from the fight. The ref buffer, by opposite, allows you to chain more using a commando ability. You'd say, okay, but a commando ability only hits once, so where's the purpose of using a ref buffer for commando abilities? There is one commando ability that hits more than once, and we'll talk about it once we actually get that one.
甘い考えは捨てろ。生き延びたければ戸惑うことを自分に許すな。いきなりは無理か。作戦だって考えろ。最優先の目標だけ決めて、あとは目もくれるな。心は止めて。
Okay, like, she says this to Hope because she wants to help him survive, but Hope makes his ultimate goal, killing Snow. And she's quickly going to realize this was a terrible fucking idea.
そうすれば迷わないんですね。野良作戦、そういうことにします。
I'm back.
Welcome back, Titan.
Hello.
We are about to fight the bike.
Cool. Wait, really?
We still have to finish this cutscene, and then it's just the dodges and then the bike.
That is a lot faster than I thought it was going to be.
Really?
Like the bike before Proto?
Yes.
Hmm? Yeah, we're almost at Peru. I'm actually
I was
what's faster, summoning on the bike or just using blitzes.
like I was gone for 15 minutes. Like almost on the dot.
15 minutes fly by.
Yeah, but this chapter in any percent is like 15 minutes. And considering how long the previous chapters were. Huh.
Okay,
Anyways.
chapter 6 is not... I mean, no, both chapter 6 and chapter 8 are much longer than normal.
Sure. Did we go over the like difference between the behemoth fights?
Yes.
And stuff? Cool.
Yeah, this is literally what happens. It's lightning... Hope, you have to survive. Hope's like, kill Snow, and like, oh, punk ass. Okay, so...
Yeah, wow, this chapter went a lot faster than I thought it was going to.
So, there's... this Ether Soul would not normally be used here, but I am going to use it here. For a very particular reason, is if you don't use this Ether Soul here, you lose it on chapter 9 to do a summon. Because it's a summon fight, it's much slower. So I'm going to use it here as a backup in case Proto goes bad.
That is reasonable.
And I'll do the old strats for the fight on chapter 9. Also, we're summoning again. I think
Yeah,
I
so
will
it's like...
I'll do just alt. I think it's about even just alting and not just alting on this fight. Because unlike
Probably.
the Unlans, this enemy takes way more blitzes to die.
Yeah. So we're finally gonna be able to discuss the Gestalt mode. I guess then. So yeah. This fight is like pretty reasonable, all things considered. The Velocycle can actually do like a lot of damage, annoyingly, but what we're doing is we're using the strikes, which are the physical Ravager abilities. So they're still going to make use of Lightning's rather high attack stat, but we get the elemental damage and we get the chain increases. And as it's going up, we're building up the Gestalt. And now we're going to go into Gestalt. We don't have access to any of our normal abilities anymore. Instead, each of the Eidolons gets their like unique set of abilities that come from this. And Odin's are like primarily a mix of some damage and some amount of just like raising the chain by a lot. But for our purposes, most of the time we're going to use them for Zented Skin when we actually do. Zented Skin, much like other Final Fantasy games, is an instant kill move. But it will only do the instant kill if the HP is below a threshold and the chain is above a threshold. Otherwise, it does just like pitiful damage. So, yeah, but we did it there, and now it's time for Aster Bulbasaur. Aster Proto-Flareon. So this fight is both very technically challenging and also has a lot of different ways that it can go. Which we'll get, like, I'll explain that a bit more after the cutscenes.
That's really short.
Okay, sure. So, basically, Proto is this like giant Bulbasaur-like looking thing. And for the first part of the fight, it's mostly going to be like us buffing ourselves up so that we survive a bit longer, get to deal a bit more damage, use Libra because it's going to be really important for the second phase of the fight, and just this like cycling thing of building up chain duration and also building up chain. Now the fight gets really interesting as soon as Proto uses one of his extra-proofings. So each of the extra-proofings, of which are 4, is going to imbue Proto with its own element that it is both weak to and that it's strong against. So like Exo Water is going to make us strong against water and weak against lightning. Not like the character, but like electricity. So that's going to affect what our characters can do in order to actually like deal significant amounts of damage and be able to increase the chain. Now, ideally, we end up having either a Exo Lightning or an Exo Water, because Lightning has Spark Strike and Aqua Strike, which is going to make that relatively easy. Again, similar reason. Yeah, could you stop hitting Hope so much? So Exo Fire, that one's unfortunate, because Lightning does not have access to Blizzard. So while Hope can do a bunch of damage to it, Lightning doesn't have an effective way of dealing damage, so we just have to stall this out for the next Exo Proofing. And if it was Exo Ice, then that's also interesting, because Lightning has access to Fire, but doesn't have access to a Strike that will work, so the fight becomes a bit more interesting. But here we're just literally stalling out so that we can wait for the next extra proofing. It's about every 30 seconds or so. And then once the stagger happens is when things are going to get real. Throughout the kind of this entire time, we've been juggling healing everybody with actually like increasing the damage and also making sure that Lightning and Hope... Of course it's Ice. Why wouldn't it be? Healing and making sure that the characters are split up. So now that it's Ice, things become more interesting, because Lightning doesn't have access to a strike ability that will actually deal like strong amount of damage. So we have to do something very different. We want to make sure that Proto is going to be interrupted this entire time. So you see we're staggering when Hope and Lightning are using their abilities. And we wanted to jump the chain up to a higher amount than what we would normally, so that, you know, we're just dealing more damage. And as it's all going, now we've moved into the Comrav, and we're interspersing our attacks with Hope's abilities so that Proto does not get a chance to move. If Proto moves, we still can win the fight, but it becomes a lot riskier, because at this point you basically will one-shot Hope. If there are 2 attacks on Lightning, Lightning could die, but that was very well executed there. Exo Ice is the one that like you kind of don't want to see from an execution standpoint, because it can be really tight to kill. The fact that it was Fire before meant that we had more than enough duration in order to do it without a problem, but Fire does lose us 30 seconds. So like, it's kind of annoying. The reason that we used the Ether Saw before was that if it seems like we're not actually going to kill in the Exo Ice in time, the Zentet Skin should work as a backup strat, even as like the instant execution of it in order to kill Proto, but luckily we didn't have to do that because that would have spent even more time because this is cutscene %.
Yeah.
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 So, yeah.
And the Proto already hits quite hard even before the first stagger, but if you fail to kill in the first stagger, he starts hitting even harder. So that's really important that you kill within stagger, or sometimes very shortly after, but ideally it becomes much harder at that point. And
yeah, you basically instant lose if you don't kill there.
Usually, yeah. And it's very important that you actually kill within stagger, and quite difficult because you then really cannot afford to lose out much damage within that stagger. And part of it is that you really need to keep Proto interrupted, but also there's this thing where you need to time your shifts with also taking into account not just lightning but also hope. So you also want to just have hope just on his string, so he gets the real reversion and immediately starts casting new spells. So timing that all that you do the optimum amount of damage means it gets quite tricky to execute well.
Yeah, it's definitely, if you're aiming to learn the speedrun, it's definitely the fight that is the hardest to learn in the beginning. It's the first kind of real wall that you'll encounter.
Get walled for a little bit on Dreadnought because you do need to learn how to do the timing for Wrecking Ball, and afterwards you're gonna be stuck a lot on Proto.
Yeah,
that's inevitable.
Yeah, definitely. I think Proto and the second Portentous fight were really the rules for me when I was learning this.
So this cutscene is just to explain why Sarah was stuck inside the Pulse Vestige, and it's a CGI cutscene, so it looks really good.
You know, I'm kind of surprised that Sarah isn't like falling out of the cockpit there. Like, she's not buckled in.
But she's holding on to Snow. That's enough.
Look, if I were to bet whether the strength of this, like, I don't know, 18-year-old girl versus the G-forces of, like, a flying motorcycle that is being shot at and doing these insane turns, I'm gonna go with the motorcycle.
Oh yeah, she can use magic. Maybe that was why.
Maybe. It's like, drop off, come to me. No, you come to me. I shouldn't have let you off here.
Snow just gets tossed around a lot in this game.
You know, him having a concussion for most of the game would explain a lot of things.
Would it explain his behavior on PC too?
Yes. I mean, we're also, like, we're kind of just considering that he's in the Sentinel for, like, the most of the second half of the game, or, like, we're using a Sentinel. We're kind of giving him, like, multiple repeated concussions by that point. So, like, it kind of makes sense.
Oh.
Look, Fang's giving him more concussions.
Snow gets yeeted the game, the movie. I'm saving even though I don't really need to, only because I'm scared of the game crashing or something.
You know, Fang kind of almost has a mullet. Anyways, now we're in chapter 6, which is the background music for this chapter is, like, so nice and calming. Like, Sunless Waterscape is, like, so good.
Yeah, on no cutscene, on any percent, this is one of the shortest chapters, also one of the chillest chapters because there's only one fight. We're gonna be watching a lot of very depressing cutscenes in this chapter, so be prepared.
There's an old meme of like Vanille in game, and it's like happy-go-lucky, woo woo, and then Vanille in cutscenes, and she's like at a bar with 3 drinks, taking a drag on a cigarette, looking all depressed. Like that's basically the summation of this chapter.
Yeah.
Like she will go in like running around like yeah, woo, yee, and then immediate cutscene starts and it's like life is pain. Yeah.
あの方角だとパルムポルムか。姉ちゃんたち運の網にかかったか。
Alum Polum. Who comes up with these names?
No, Polum Polum is an original name. Lindblom comes from FF9.
Yeah.
Polum is
Like
also from
Polum
these-
Polum?
It's from the FF4 characters, I think.
Oh, yeah, it could
The
be.
children.
Yeah, Polum and Polum. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I can see that.
ノーチラスか。
It's a Nautilus.
And suddenly Saz is depressed.
I feel like he's kind of been depressed for a large amount of this game.
It's true.
It's definitely like coping.
He has a very good reason, though.
Yeah, yeah. But also, in case anybody didn't realize, Vanille has been the narrator. Yeah. So dodge-wise, this chapter is like really reasonable. There's only like 2 funky dodges, really. But for the most part, it's really it's pretty chill.
Oh yeah, I have to talk about the NE strat because I'm the only one who still does double Titan Turner.
Sure, yeah, you can go for it.
I'll do it later.
I mean, yeah, when we get to it.
But yeah, this is a fight where everyone has moved on, but I don't like the new strat or the symbiosis strat, let's put it that way, so I just still do double tie turner. The strats are very similar time-wise. I think, well, if you get a perfect fight, both strategies have exactly the same time. It's just more likely that you get a perfect fight on symbiosis than you do on double tie turner, but I still prefer double tie turner, so that's what I do.
Yep. So we picked up the Belladonna wand here, but we're not actually going to be using it. So one of the big differences from this game to a lot of the other Final Fantasy games is that none of the fights actually drop gil. They all drop like weapons or components, and like some of the components exist purely to sell. Things like the credit chips or incentive chips, stuff like that. Like they don't give really any experience, they don't boost the multiplier, they're just there to sell. But for the most part, gil can be tight at points because you can't really grind for gil like you can in a lot of other games. So the way that we get around this in the speedrun is by picking up some of the chests, which usually contain accessories or weapons or stuff like that, and some of those sell for like a lot of money. So that's just kind of what we do. It turns out, for the most part, we can just go with the initial weapons that the characters have, and that works just fine. Again, because like we're upgrading them in order to, you know, give them more stats. So in this shop here, we did like a bit of Crystarium. Mostly we're bringing Saz's weapons, the Vegas 42s, up to level 19. It's just going to give him a bit more oomph that we're going to need for some of the upcoming fights. And this is also, I don't know if there was a cutscene before it. I don't think there is. But we're going to be picking up the second Doctor's Code.
It's right after the
Yeah.
Doctor's Code.
Yep. So we're going to pick up the second Doctor's Code. Now, importantly, Doctor's Codes don't actually stack, right? So we already got the one from Anima, but why we need a second one? So again, it has to do with the upgrade and dismantling system. So not only can you upgrade items, but you can also disassemble them, which give you different components that you can then use for other things. And if you max level an item and then you disassemble it, you typically get like more better things. In the case of the Doctor's Code, it will disassemble into a Fortisol,
potion.
Aegisol.
No. Level 1 Doctor's Code disassembles into a potion. The Doctor's Code can only be 1 level. If you disassemble a Doctor's Code while it's maxed, instead of giving you the single potion, it gives you... Go ahead, Titan.
Fortisol, Aegisol, Ethersol, and Elixir. And those are all really good, especially that Elixir. Because the Elixir acts as an in-battle, full party heal plus TP restore. Which is just going to let us use more techniques like summons or renews, or which we haven't learned yet, and stuff like that. Plus, like, we get the Ethersol, which is going to give us more TPs. We get the Fortisol and the Aegisol, which is our offensive buffs and defensive buffs, which is like adds more time. So like, yeah, the Doctor's Code is a bit out of the way, and you do have to spend the time upgrading, dismantling it. But the amount of like combat time that those shrouds are and that elixir is going to give us makes it well worth that time. Cost. Also, welcome back.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Welcome in.
Just in time for my favorite chapter.
Welcome.
Yeah, also I don't know if we actually mentioned what the Doctor's Code itself actually does, because it
we did.
makes... Okay.
Yeah. During the Odin fight. Or like, yeah, somewhere around there. Potion's better. Anyways, hi Daj! Dodge. Not Daj, Dodge.
Whoa, where have I heard this name before?
Dodge is a kitty. Is that Saz's son?
Yeah. Single dad.
Oh
wait, no, sorry. Not quite a single dad. We forgot about Chocolina.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, I remember in the chapter 2 cutscene before Anima. That was, I think, the first time that he mentioned Dodge. So yeah.
That's the only time his name was mentioned before now. Yeah.
Oh, the only one.
No, I think it was the only one. Only time.
This is the first time you see Dodge in a cutscene.
Wow, who's this? Who is that blonde woman?
I'm sure that she's a well-intentioned woman who wants nothing but the best for our characters.
Yeah,
Poor
she
Vanille.
definitely
She
looked
isn't
the part.
evil.
No way, I don't believe you.
Okay, so that's we're starting to see the beginning of Saz's primary motivations, being his son, and definitely not the awful things that then happened to his son soon afterwards.
Yeah, like Saz didn't follow Lightning on the train just for kicks. He had a really good reason. He just followed Lightning because he realized she was up to something. So okay, if I want to hit my goals, following this woman is probably my best option.
Yep.
I think we actually get to see that directly in the cutscene later this chapter.
We saw it earlier, I think.
Oh, did we already have the flashback?
Well, we had the flashback where Lightning went on the train.
Oh yeah, that's what I
and
meant, okay.
Saz was there. Yeah. That was in chapter 4.
That's in chapter 4.
Anyway, so here is one of the annoying dodges in this chapter. And voila, we did it perfectly.
Easy.
Most people don't stop for that dodge, but I do. It makes it really consistent.
Yeah. The only reason that that dodge is annoying is because there's a lot of little gremlins, and I'm not just saying that derogatory, that's actually what their things are, they're gremlins. There's a lot of them, and they can kind of form a net around you, which can make
also,
it
their hitboxes
awkward at
are
times to get through.
bullshit.
Also, the hitbox for the gremlins is deceptively big.
Yes. Both of those statements are true. Yep.
Zaz
And then,
very depressed.
oh yeah, 100%. He was kind of depressed before all of this nonsense happened as well. I assume partially because his wife died.
No, you don't know how this position is until the Yuri de Gorge, which you are going to see right now.
And other than that, Sada's wife is just never mentioned.
ここを抜けたら夢の街ノーチラスだ。
Not the city of dreams. Sounds like Vegas, a place I never want to go to again. Like any place that calls itself City of Dreams is like gonna be a bit yikes. I'm not gonna say a scam, but definitely there's a reason everybody there wants to be dreaming. I'm just saying.
Okay, so Chocolina wakes us up, and Zaz is not here.
And then if you're playing normally, then you're just like, wow, where could he possibly have gone?
And
Let's try
now we
to
get
backtrack
to
or go forward,
full
but definitely not the
explanation
side area
on
where he
why
actually
Zaz
is.
here. This is important.
脅かすな。
どうしたの？
まあ、考え事だ。
抱え込んじゃダメだよ。ルシになったのはサッツのせいじゃないんだから。
ドッジはな。俺の息子はルシなんだ。
He's Lassie. That's been the secret. Dodge turned into a Lassie.
やげにチョコボのヒナを買ってやろうと思ってちょっと目を離した隙にあいつは一人で施設に入っちまって。ドッジ！
And this is why you never let kids out of your sight. Also, there's Vanille and Fang.
ドッジ！どこだ？どこにいる？ドッジ！
Dogecoin, oh my god.
That brand looks remarkably like it's not from Anima.
もう大丈夫だ。怪我はないか？痛いとこないか？なんだこりゃ。パルスの奴らがプラントに忍び込んで政府のファルシを襲ったらしい。ファルシは身を守ろうとして居合わせたドッジをルシにした。ドッジは政府のファルシに選ばれてルシになった。俺たちパルスのルシはドッジの。
Also, I don't even know how making this kid a Lucy helps protect it somehow.
I mean, it worked. Right? It sort of scared them off, stopped them from attacking.
Yeah.
Fine, I guess.
Look, I'm not saying I agree with their methods, but, like...
パルスの力を感じ取れるみたいでな。遺跡のファルシを見つけたのもドッジなんだが、戦う力は何一つね。だからよ。
Ah yes, Dodge, the Farraga casting pyromaniac.
パルスのファルシを破壊することじゃねえかと思ってな。ドッジの代わりに使命を果たそうとして。
I mean, he would still have to develop enough to get like 6 more stages on his Crystarium. Probably more. Before he can get to
No, he's just a
Farraga,
child
so
prodigy, man. Child prodigy.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he was expecting.
違いってことだ。
殺すの。
にっちもさっちもだ。
Chuckling is like, no!
こいつは
Don't!
拾ってよ。
Chocolina knows.
The bird says no.
And we know the bird's always right.
I mean, the bird is the word, so.
Bird's the word.
It is true.
Just playing randomizer.
So we're gonna have another dodge coming up that oh wait, there's a cutscene here, isn't there? Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a interesting mechanic that lets you like unlock different parts of the chapter by like changing the weather, because that's an ability that exists in this universe. But we don't use it because that's not a straight path and it's slow. Yeah. It does things like it changes the enemies that are there and like the what different parts you can walk on, but we don't really care about them.
I don't think there's other parts you can walk on just from the weather here. Like I think there's just the enemies.
No, I think it's the stuff on the left, I'm pretty sure. Like you see?
On the left side, there's a chest.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
all chests go there.
Yeah.
Dodgeless
And you
changes
need the weather.
Dodgeless changes the weather to get easier fights. All chests changes the weather because the chest that's on the left side isn't guarded there on the sun. But the dodges are significantly easier in rain, so we just keep it in rain for any percent.
Yep. And we're about to come up to the boss of this chapter. Or
Okay,
when I
well,
say
should
boss,
talk about-
I actually mean bosses. And yeah, Pharaoh said that she was gonna
No,
grab this
no,
one, so
Madeline or Kaya or M, if any one of you runners want to talk about symbiosis, and then I'll talk about Double Tide Turner.
I'll take Symbiosis. So the Symbiosis strat puts Vanille in Medic, and that manipulates
No one?
Sal's AI to make him buff himself first and foremost. So we throw
Did
like
I get disconnected? No, just no one wants
no,
to
you're
talk.
here.
Okay,
I
then
thought I
I'll
was
talk
talking.
about Double Tide Turner. So,
Wait, can you not hear them?
No, I
Yeah,
can't.
we're-
I can only hear
What?
you.
Oh, that's weird.
Okay, now I
could hear
can. Now I
Emmy
heard
as well.
Madeline.
Well, Em was talking, but
I can hear
Now I'm
Madeline, but I can't
confused.
hear him.
How do you not hear me? What?
That's weird. Try reconnecting maybe. M.
You talk about the thing for now.
Okay. Well, so there are these two bosses here. The symbiosis strat uses, like was being said, a medic and synergist combination, because the synergist AI will try to prioritize buffing a non-medic first, so it ends up putting, instead of what you're seeing right here where Saz is putting the buffs on both Vanille and himself, he ends up just putting all the buffs on to himself, and then we can use him as like this turbo power boss thing that will kill both the enemies. That's not what's happening here though, because we're using Double Tide Turner. So do you want to go, or should I just explain? I'll explain. So what's happening in the Tide Turner is Saz actually is buffing up both of the characters, both Vanille and Saz. And we put on both the end spells. We put on the end spells and, Bravery, Faith, Vigilance, which is also really helpful. So ideally what happens in this fight is we focus down one and then the other, because we want to use poison in order to help maintain a stun lock. That didn't happen here because the cast was really slow, but ideally they don't get to do an attack after we stagger them. That's important because once they get to a certain threshold, then they use Bellow, which will remove all of the debuffs that we put on them, and it'll buff them up. And we don't like that. We worked hard to put those debuffs on, and then also they can get kind of really scary when they're fully buffed up. They get like haste, bravery, etc., and like we don't want to deal with that. So what we're trying to do in this case is just keep them interrupted so that they don't bellow. And we can do that through not only casting things, but also Poison's actual ticks. So you see here, Saz is firing off 3 things, Vanille's going to fire off her poisons, and then Poison is going to be ticking, and that Poison is going to be doing the interruptions. And then we go to Saz, we refresh, again, making use of the ATB refreshes, because Saz is doing so much more damage than Vanille is doing. The Poison, it's actually a really strong ability that we've picked up here. It does like 1% of their maximum HP every second. And while that's not necessarily a lot of damage right now, it's going to be a lot of damage in the future. So yeah, that was a double tide turn, everyone. The Symbiosis strat works like a bit differently because we actually let them bellow and we're not buffing up Vanille, so it does operate a bit differently, but overall, Symbiosis might be a bit more consistent time-wise, but the 2 strats do have, like Sour Powder said, the exact same thing. Alright, so let's just do a quick mic check to see who can hear everybody. So Pharaoh, say something?
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay. M?
Hi.
Mad?
Hello.
I can hear him.
Yeah.
Aya?
But instead,
I can hear Madelon, but I can't hear him. This is really weird.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I don't have the user muted. Yeah, user
Maybe-
volume's at max, so I have no idea what's going on.
That is weird.
Kaya?
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear Kaya too.
So it's everybody except for M.
I'm just here for the last 10 minutes. I had like stuff to do, so
That's fine.
I was gone for a bit.
All good. Don't worry about it. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the end of chapter 6. They're making their way to Nautilus. You know, the Las Vegas of Cocoon, I guess. And then we're about to go into chapter 7, where we're having another party swap.
Okay, so if the problem is me and you can all hear him, I am going to try to disconnect and reconnect. It might take a while because of the VPN, but I will be right back. Just continue with commentary.
Sure. Alright. Yep, and this is the... I want to say that this is where something is going to be said, but I think that actually happens during chapter 8. But yeah, notice that Vanille is getting very upset when Saz is like, yeah, Pulse sucks. I wonder if that's foreshadowing anything.
Nah.
Alright, Farah, are you back?
Possibly be.
Yeah, I'm back, but can you talk?
I can talk, yeah.
Okay, and now I can hear you.
Alright, there we go.
There we
Yay.
go. Hey!
Yeah, that was weird.
And it's
Yeah,
not even the first time.
This game has so much foreshadowing in all of these cutscenes. Like, goddamn.
And most of it is just things that I never really understood until I replayed the game.
Yeah. It was all... Say it, say it, say it!
Ew.
The scum from Pulse's fault! Yep, that's right!
Poor Vanille.
It's a terrible day for rain.
I'm not crying, it's just the rain.
Yeah, remember... I muted myself halfway through that, so you want to hear me joking.
Alright, chapter 7 is, I think, the second longest chapter. It's either 7 or 9, I don't remember, but there's a lot of cutscenes here. This is actually the most important chapter in terms of character development.
Yep. So yeah, we're
4 and 9, and obviously 11 are longer than 7. Yeah, go on.
Yep, so we got... Oh, wow, I wonder what that enemy could be. Do you think we're gonna have to fight it? Say 2 times?
Now let's do 2.5 times.
2.5 times, alright, got it. Yeah, so, welcome to Chapter 7. There's gonna be a lot of party swaps that happen in here. Also, hi Sid, again.
That's not Sid.
That's not Sid.
Brosh.
Bro, whatever. Hi, vague older person that we're gonna have to deal with at some point.
I think that's the first
They're
time
all
we've seen
Sid.
him.
It's Sephiroth Light.
Yeah, you're right. Hope is
Sephiroth
Sid,
Light,
Lightning
there we
is
go.
Sid, Fang is Sid, Snow is Sid, everyone is
Short
Sid.
hair.
I'm Sid, you're Sid. Any
Yeah.
other Sids I'm missing?
We're all Sid on this glorious day. Yeah, so they're like putting the city into lockdown because they really want to find and, you know, murderize us.
They know the Pulsal City are headed towards Palom, so they locked down the entire city, hoping they would find us.
And they did! What a surprise.
Literally caught in 4K.
I do not think that this game is in native 4K.
Okay, with like the in-game resolution, it would be... You'll see. I'm sure it's even more than 4K, actually.
We lost Mad.
We lost man.
Oh no.
We'll be back.
Capital of commerce, otherwise known as the banker city. See, it's not a post-scarcity world. They have bankers.
Fucking capitalists. They were in Cocoon.
Like, I think Palom is the capital of commerce because the food production fallacy is located in the city.
I also like how it just completely skips past the fact that, like, Hope was just playing in the sewers when he was a kid.
Have you never played in the sewers when you were a kid, Titan? Come on, your childhood
No,
is
what?
boring.
Yo. I barely go outside as it is, and you want me to go into a sewer?
It's not a sewer though. It's just the part of the system for the food production fallacy. Hey, good dodge. So
Also, fun
for
fact, I only just noticed that in the very first section here, like, you could see like the sky tank in the sky, but I didn't realize that you can also see Ushu, the orange guy, on the ground. That's literally my first time seeing it after the cutscenes. I didn't notice that before.
You know what? Same.
Okay,
Gotta
so
love the foreshadowing.
Hope suggests we go through this tunnel system in order to bypass the soldiers, and his plan actually works, somewhat.
Yep. Also, somersault time! Whee! Yeah, so we actually find out a bunch about how Cocoon kind of survives. So this is the primary food production for all of Cocoon, and there's like a fallacy that takes care of it. You know, the giant butterfly-looking dude.
Yeah. We actually had a really interesting conversation about this fallacy the other day, because it's called Carbuncle. And if you know Carbuncle in other Final Fantasy games, it does not look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are carbuncle dolls as well in this universe, and they look completely different from the actual Fal'Cie.
Yeah.
We like to call it government propaganda.
Yeah. So one of the like gimmick of this area are these like giant moving floor pieces that sometimes we're going to wait for them, sometimes it's faster to click on the switch to make them come to you. And there's like a bunch of different areas you can go with like different chests and different fights or whatever. We're just going to take the path that brings us to the end. Now, I am wondering why they don't have railings, especially because they're giant floating pieces of floor.
Don't skip the
But
cutscene.
yeah, like I don't know why none of those have railings. Like the rest of the walkways have railings, but not the things that are floating in the sky.
This is one of the few situations where you actually see these two being reasonable.
No, I don't know. They should definitely just kill it. Rise against the government.
Don't.
Get the people to rage against the government to help overthrow it.
No, 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 no. I hate
Yes.
these fucking floors.
Oh.
Ooh.
I thought you were talking about overthrowing the government, not about the dodge.
Wait, where's my elevator?
Cutscene.
I didn't build the dodge. Oh, it's the
Cutscenes.
cutscene! They're moving.
It's the
to
cutscenes.
Oh.
Yeah, so normally this one is just like here, and you don't have to use the switch for it. But cutscenes, everything moves.
In some
Just to
cutscenes,
repeat
in
the
others,
dodge
the
all
game
over
clearly
again.
pauses.
Raging against the sewers.
Okay, this one is actually important because Hope makes a very smart deduction about this. This entire cocoon place.
生まれた時から頼ってきたんだ。食料どころか光も水もみんなファルシに任せてる。実際コクーンはファルシのための世界なんだろうな。人間なんて寄生虫だか害虫だか。人を世話したり守ったり。
Thinking.
親切ですよ。普通の人には。多分人間が好きっていうか大切でペットみたいに。
Like pets.
I was gonna say cows, but yeah, pets also works.
人間は飼われている。そうか。そういうことか。
Lightning looks so funny making that realization.
ファルシが支える世界で生まれて、ファルシがくれる餌で育った。
No, I think hamsters are too cute. Like, I don't think that we're hamsters.
生き方を奪われたら簡単に見失った。飼い主に捨てられて、ただ迷うだけだ。ホープ。
Vanille isn't in that scene. She's not bondaged.
ルシにされて、私は何もかも見失った。
Ignore my spoilers.
希望もない。考えるのも嫌になって。だから戦った。戦っていれば何も考えなくていいから。現実逃避だ。
Technically, she still had to be.
戦いにお前を引き込んでしまった。
何が何だか。
野良作戦はやめよう。
どうしてライトさんが戦えって言うから。
私は間違っていた。
Where's the cat?
何なんです。戦え迷うなってけしかけたのに見捨てるんですか。
見捨てはしない。
Welcome to life, bucko!
私が守る。
Welcome to life. It builds you up and then it brings you down. Also, what's in this chest? More gil!
Yay, we love money.
Oh, yeah.
Do we?
I mean,
Yes,
in general,
of course we do.
having money is better than not having money.
As long as we don't lose time getting the money.
This is true.
Yeah, exactly.
だったらどういう戦いなら良くて何がダメなんです。
私も迷ってる。ただ希望もなく戦うのはきっと違う。
How does her hair, like, stay like that?
ないですよ。ルシなのに。
Like, she's been fighting, she's doing somersaults and flips and stuff. Like, how does her hair stay like that? Does she just have, like, a lot of hair gel?
She's got the most powerful hair gel known to cocoon.
親が死んで
Yeah.
守るために早く大人になりたくて
It's the only way.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make a joke of, like, let's see.
No,
Let's
I
see,
couldn't
'cause you're
I
worth
couldn't
it.
possibly make light of this. Get it? Because light.
You know, let's see, because you're worth it. But yeah, lots of hair gel, probably. What's our time at? 4:37. You know, we're actually kind of both, like, further than I expected by this point, and also, like, not as far as I would have expected by this point.
I mean, chapter 7 sounds about right, honestly.
Yeah, it's like roughly a third of the game right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for context, a good any percent run is like finishing by very
early
soon.
game has longer cutscenes than late game has.
World record is already done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on PC.
Hi, when are you saving another 15 minutes on PS3?
No idea.
Magnums.
PS3, it's not even that great, honestly.
Let's get Magnums and fail 0 dodges and get
The Haka's
every
already
fight
tighter. The Haka's already tighter, and PC2 is almost impossible because of the shutter stagger.
Sad.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Yeah, it's me, Glacier.
Yep, we're chilling.
Poor Hope. Hope is very confused now. At least, and he acknowledges he's messed up. Which is rare.
Yeah, Wally is Titan, but
Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely Wally.
honestly, you're like your
believe
voice is
Tyler
kind of
doesn't
close.
recognize me.
Your mic quality is just different, right? But
I think our voices are pretty different from one another.
well, because of the mic.
But
Yeah, like my voice is the shittiest.
There's still so much game to go through. Holy shit.
Yep. There is. But
Yeah,
it's
we
fine.
will-
We're in here for the long haul because that's
Yeah,
what really longathon is all about.
Yeah.
Playing
Well,
games fast for a very long amount of time.
While you were muted, we already said that any percent record is done by now, and the entire any percent top 5 is done by now. Kinda.
Yeah.
Give it another 12 minutes and I'm also done. But I suck at this game.
お前にはホープのままで生きてほしい。
I should really do another run of this at some point.
だから命は
I think this game has the longest amount of cutscenes too. I think 15 has a bit less, if I'm not mistaken.
Like, now Lightning is actually giving Hope advice.
I can't give you hope because you already are hope.
I hope you play on easy because of the next fight, right?
No, no, this is normal.
Kaya, did Groudon hack your voice?
No, why would he?
Because sounds like a Groudon thing to say, to just go on easy to this fight with one input. Imagine pressing X to win, where you can just press triangle once.
Yeah,
win.
that's even better. Okay, now this cutscene, it doesn't give you a lot story-wise, but it looks sick. This is basically.
Oh yeah, this is where you
Lightning
get caught in 4K.
This is Lightning and Hope reuniting with Snow and Fang, even though they don't know who Fang is. So yeah, even though they managed to avoid the soldiers, they were just waiting for them on the other side. Now they're entirely surrounded.
Oh no! Whatever shall our heroes do? They'll never escape from this dastardly situation. They're in a real pickle.
Oh, rip Lightning.
Unlucky.
Better luck next life.
I feel
wow,
really bad
what
for
is
Hope,
that?
honestly. Oh! Punch! Ow! More punches! Oh, that guy is super dead. Yeah, no, that sounds like something Snow would say.
Yeah, that is definitely something Snow would say.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Does he know how to use a gun?
I'm surprised Fang knows how to use a gun because there are no guns where she comes from.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think she knows how
Maybe.
to. Like, does she really know how to?
Left.
I guess. I don't know. Look, it's
You
not
know,
Sid.
Spoilers and such.
Oh, I guess she does. I guess she knows. Point and not you, and pull the trigger. Look, it's the trigger for your revenge. Oh yeah, that's a really good idea, Lightning.
Yeah.
You know, give the kid who said that he wanted to kill Snow over to the person that he wants to kill. Fantastic. Oh, that's battle music. You know what that means. So this is a
so creepy.
I didn't even realize it was supposed to look right at them. Now I can't unsee it.
I didn't realize that he does this fight. Nope, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say he does this fight with Hope on the motorcycle. I was like, nope. Right as I say that, he gets yeeted off. What timing? Yeah, so this is one of the fights. There's a couple in the game, like I think literally 2 that we have in 90%, where the fight actually starts with us in just alt mode. So yeah, you can actually finish this entire fight in just alt mode, and because the Snow's Eidolon is basically Shiva, her ultimate is Diamond Dust. So
Hi guys, damage. add spoilers to it.
Boom, and they're all dead.
No drops. Big sad.
Unlucky. So this is actually a part of the run where we want to be really cognizant about the drops that we're getting. This is our first chance to get incentive chips, which sell for like 1,500 gil, which is a significant amount. And the more of that, what?
I said it's 2,500.
Oh, 2,500. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is an even more significant amount than what I was saying before. And that gil is going to be really important for like doing equipment purchases and upgrades. That being said, if we don't get a lot of them here, we're still okay because a lot of the menus that they're important for can be done a bit more fluidly and sort of pushed to later. But, you know, the earlier that we can do a number of them, the better. But yeah, so hi, we got Snow back again, you know, the first time in like 4 hours or something. And yeah, this is another duel section. We're going to be having Snow and Hope for a bit. Which actually is not like an awful combination.
Yes, it is.
Like super awful. First part of chapter 4 with Venial Saz, I think is worse.
It takes a lot for Hope just to survive in this section.
That's because we haven't given him any development.
Even in the categories where you do give him development.
Hey, he got development. Character development.
Yes.
Oh, that's the most important type of development. You're right. You're right. So this is the chest that we were talking about all the way back in chapter 2, where if we don't get a bonus Fortisol, and because we did the fast fight, we have to go pick that up. It costs like 30-ish seconds or so because it does require a DSEP cancel, but overall, it's generally worth it to try to hope for a bonus drop there.
Yeah, Kaya, you weren't here before. I got 4% on chapter 2.
Oh god, no. So when do we route that one out?
I mean, just start doing manual Penanglin.
Just
I guess.
Or manual Bulwarker. Choose one of them.
Both the specs.
Yeah, why not both? Who even needs DSEPs?
Honestly, most runners probably on average are faster.
The final DSEP for chapter 12.
Most runners will probably be fast on average when they actually farm an extra DSEP after getting 4%ed comparing to doing manual Penanglin.
Yeah. I just went back and got another 100%.
Just be logic.
Leave the coffee.
Get 54%ed.
54!
軍隊なんか戦うのはバカだけでいいんだよ。
Yeah.
I like how Hope actually responds in kind to Snow.
死んじまったら意味ねえよ。
Like, and all
Character
Snow
development.
does here is antagonize him. It's like, no wonder Hope only wants to kill him in the end.
ノラは軍隊より強いってな。
Yeah, I'm not super surprised.
Like, Hope is so mad.
Literally every sentence Noah is saying is just such a bad idea.
Yeah. And it's not like Snow has any idea why Hope is mad.
なんで連絡しねえんだ。
悪い、忘れてた。
たく。状況は。
I don't know. Maybe because he's been running from the police.
そっちは無事か。
Not really enough time to make calls like that.
あっちと合流だ。待ち合わせ場所を決めてくれ。暗号回線だから情報漏れは心配ねえよ。
姉さん。
Yes, hyper encrypted, absolutely.
この町は我が隊の管轄です。自分らが守ってきた町なんです。少しは自分らの意見も。
各部隊へ通達。武器使用制限を解除する。全兵器使用自由。 総力を挙げてルシを撃て。以上だ。
Oh, that's gonna kill some civilians.
住民の退避も終わってないのに、どれだけ被害が出ると。あんたら現場を。
Yeah, but who cares? They're probably tainted by pulse anyway.
Yep, because that's definitely how it works.
Yep, exactly.
軍でもない。民衆だ。
It's all for the people.
合流場所はホープの家。
Turns out you can justify a lot of things if you say it's for the people.
じゃあ後でな。ハングによろしく。
ホープを頼む。
任せとけ。
Wait, why does she know the address and not having it come from Hope in that phone call?
Snow.
I think Hope already told her?
あの子の母親は。
Maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense actually, because they were together before the start of the chapter. Hope already did say like about the sewers already, so presumably that's around where it happened.
Maybe, but I think that we have to really give props to the most important character in this scene. The plot convenience static.
Yes.
Without that, this scene would have just fallen flat onto its face. So
Yeah,
we've got a
static, clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
Also, nice fan gameplay. Been waiting to see her in action. So here we just do a dodge, do another dodge, and that's the end of the Fang section.
Bye,
Yeah,
Fang.
and it's this Fang section. So Fang is our final character, who I may or may not have a interesting relationship with.
You wish.
But yeah, right. So Fang starts off as a commando, saboteur, and sentinel, which are like okay. And it actually used to be that for a long part of the speedrunning history that she was used as one of the primary party members. If you want to know more about that, then go look at Mr. Zwanzig's video that came out a couple days ago about the world record progression for Final Fantasy XIII. But so yeah, Fang's from Grand Pulse, and the game actually does like a very interesting thing with her Crystarium in that it tries to give her like development and the experience points that you would think she would have if she'd been a part of your party the entire time. The thing is that we have not done as much as the game thinks that we would have done, and our development isn't as good. So Fang's actually like kind of overpowered compared to the rest of our party for this point in the game. Yes, Fang is kind of like the Lulu. Yes. But yeah, so she's gonna be really useful in like the few fights that we're gonna be doing with her here, but we're not actually gonna be making much use of her throughout most of the run. Unless we're forced to.
Vanille there, and she confirms that both she and Vanille came from Pulse. So Vanille has been the Pulse Lassie this entire time, and that's why she has 3 ATB at the start of chapter 2.
Yep, foreshadowing. Dun dun dun.
Love to see it.
Yep.
バカ野郎には解けねえや。無理は承知で両方守る。
So yeah, that does with the introduction of Fang, that is like all 6 of our characters. So we now have everybody. We can't use them all yet because the game is still like, you know, flip-flopping us around a bunch. But we've now sort of officially met and been able to see everybody.
And Hope still continues to gain reasons to hate Snow.
Yep.
Man, if only Snow wasn't such a fucking idiot.
Like it's like he refuses to acknowledge to see how pissed off Hope is.
I mean, I think there are probably like some reasons for it, but oh boy, do I definitely want some Shoop energy drinks right about now.
I'm gonna do the dumb thing. This is always a bad idea, but
I mean, you're doing an any percent all cutscene run. I think you're kind of already in like that category of doing a dumb thing. This is a bad idea.
Honestly, I've done that for a bit and it seems completely fine, so I wouldn't say it's a bad idea.
It's definitely riskier.
It's definitely riskier.
Yeah, there's like a side channel that you can go up to do that, and then you just like don't have to worry about the dodge at all. But you know, it costs a second.
And like I said, I tried to dodge a few times and it really doesn't seem that bad. You know, we're speedrunners, we gotta save where we can.
Yep. How is that, like, out of everybody, how is it just that one kid that's like, there's something wrong? Also, you didn't need to, like, whack the dude. He was asking, like, is there something wrong? So it's definitely a bit hothead here.
Not very Snow of him.
Really well played, Snow. I'm pretty sure nothing wrong will come out of this.
Also, if he's there, I know that he's joking. I know, not joking. Like, I know he's faking it, right? But everyone else is just like, he's here to kill us, so he's shooting in the air instead of into the crowd. Like, I don't think there's anything a bit weird. I mean, I guess they are, like, all super panicked. It's fine.
So these three dodges are interesting. If you camera trick and then go backwards and wait for the aerial soldiers to get out of the minimap, then and maintain the camera trick, you can dodge all of them very, very easily. And this cutscene is the perfect example of the consequences of one's actions. In this case, Snow's actions.
Oh, I kind of like that necklace.
Oh no, she touched the pulse of sea. Better perch her.
Oh god.
And did Snow ever do anything remotely intelligent?
He kind of was really lucky that that didn't like actually fall on anybody.
Yeah, I'm sure that the count of intelligent things that Snow has done so far is still at a massive -10.
The mom's, I actually really like that mom's necklace. The like amber circle-y thing.
Yeah, everyone knows that the primary power of LSC is just being able to do immediate calculations in your head.
Yeah.
I bet you would have no trouble solving clock puzzles in 13.2.
So, upcoming, we're going to have like a kind of a long dodging section. We are going to be using Decepts during this time, because the flying soldiers are a pain to dodge. Like, they just move very fast.
Before we get to that.
Yeah, sure.
We run for 5 seconds and now I have more cutscene.
I did not get enough sleep last night. No, Logic is a dolphin.
Whoever said the dolphins can't be Lucy?
Oh, damn, you're right.
本当遠いな。ルシなのに家族なんか。そう言うなって。
Oh, I'm almost out of candy.
I should get some.
It's very good. Usually. I mean, that's why it's candy, I guess. They wouldn't be selling it if it wasn't good.
Be
Look,
surprised.
kid, I'm an orphan, and you know what? You're almost one too.
Nah.
I can help you with the other half if you want.
諦めなければどうにかなるさ。ルシだって希望ぐらい持っとって。どうでもいいよ。
I'll be back with food of some sort. Give me like a minute.
Now, why would they destroy that?
That? I have no idea.
It's like I think there's like two others that they don't destroy, but it's also like not close to the Lassie at all. Yeah. So we're gonna be doing another camera trick, just like help us get past, you know, a couple of these fly guys. But we are gonna be decepting because there are gonna be more fly guys, which are really, really obnoxious to try to dodge naturally. They just move very quickly. There's also gonna be some more bikes. What? Alright. There are also gonna be a few bikes that again just like move really quickly. So we're gonna decept past them. And yeah, look, we got more upgrade components, otherwise known as Gil.
We do use the thrust bearings. The Vidofnir, which is a weapon for hope, is just skill.
Yeah. I said upgrade components and Gil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the annoying part about this section is we actually have to do 2 decept cancels, because the decepts only last for about 30 seconds, and, you know, Snow is... He's the same speed as everyone except for Hope, but he's not fast enough that we can get through all the way without the decepts.
And we do help to use the DCS because every single one of these enemies is faster than us.
Yep.
And there are very long straight lines here, so we can't swerve to the side to avoid them.
Yep.
Have actually done that for the very first spike in this section, but just once it was honestly luck because I was not going for it. Wouldn't recommend just, yeah, you just decept this. Period.
Alright, there's a long menu here. The purpose of this menu is to level both the Blazefire Saber and the Wild Bear, which is Snow and Lightning's weapons. Just a little bit.
Yep. We're selling a large amount of things that we picked up over the course of all of this because, like, it's just gold for us at this point. It's just skill. The sturdy bones that we have there are going to be our like primary organic that we use throughout the run. There are a few of them that are like equivalent, but sturdy bones are just like easy to use.
I'm kind of struggling on money. It's pretty rare that you have to sell Phoenix Sounds on that menu, and I had to sell Phoenix Sounds on that menu, otherwise I wouldn't have enough to buy all the sturdy bones that I needed. So that means my meta situation in this run is really, really bad.
Yeah.
If you did speak a skip. Just kidding.
Yeah, so I'm doing a late game route that is completely different than what most runners are currently doing. The late game route that I'm doing right now needs all the money it can get its hands on.
Yep.
So there are a few things that runners are currently doing that I just can't go for because I need the money.
But it's totally worth it.
It is
Your ears are going to be blessed.
By the sound of victory.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure. I go to sleep every night listening to Magnums.
Hey, you only need to wait like another 6 hours to hear it now.
Yeah.
You know, I guess you have the Magnum sound as alarm, right?
Oh wait, that's actually a good idea.
Or as like cell phone jingle or whatever, I don't know.
No, I saw the Kim Possible one as my cell phone, as my
I mean, if
notification.
you want to terrify everyone around you, then yeah, I guess you could have a gun sound as an alarm.
You know, a Magnum sound though would be fine, I think, because it doesn't really sound like a...
Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna confuse that with
Maybe.
like an actual gun. Anyway, so here we've got Ushu 1, and I say 1 because as I was like hinting at before, we're gonna fight this thing twice. But the fights are pretty different both times. Snow also demonstrates how smart he is by deciding to fight this giant oversized tank by punching and kicking it with his non-metallic, limbs. But apparently that works. So, yeah. This fight is pretty safe. It's pretty reasonable. Hope is not going to be doing a lot during this portion of the fight. Mostly, we just need him to keep
skip
Snow.
the cutscene. I was pressing select again.
Yeah, we're mostly using Hope there to get like a bit of chain and mostly to like keep Snow up. But we're going to be using Shiva for the remainder of this fight just because Shiva is going to do a lot more damage and a lot more chain than Hope would do. We're keeping Hope's stats purposely low for a reason that we'll see coming up later. So yeah, we're just gonna let Snow keep on punching and kicking this. One of the things that we are sort of waiting for is that overdrive, because it lets him... the Ushu is going to apply onto himself both D-Protect and D-Shell. So then we actually just like can actually chain and do damage. And then for the rest of it, it's mostly just going to be ATB refreshing to get as many attacks in as possible.
The next cutscene is metal.
No, that's the Ushu. The Ushu's made of metal.
That was a really good one fight.
Why does it have a halo?
I don't know.
Oh, the music cut. You know, that skill that you could have spent on upgrade material.
Damn it, Snow. Can't believe he's wasting that skill even though he knows we're short. Hey, who needs that Phoenix down? Just get yourself a drink, it's way better, obviously.
Why did they not just Phoenix down Nora?
Titan asking the real questions.
もう取り返しがつかねえのに言葉で謝ってどうなる。
最低だ。巻き込んでおいて何なんだよ。
ああそうさ、巻き込んで死なせた。
And Yuna dances.
償い方も謝り方も今は前に進むしかねえ。償い方が見つかるまで戦って生き延びるしかねえんだ。
何が前に進むだよ。言い訳にして逃げてるだけだ。
じゃあ責任取って死ねばいいのか。
そうしろよ。ああ
This would be a great place for Hope Saito to show up, but it isn't.
あんたのせいで死んだんだ。
お前だったのか。パンプ。
Alright, so you know how he didn't see Snow for like 4 hours after chapter 3? Well, now he's injured and we won't see him for another 4 hours.
Look, people die, Snow runs, and Yuna dances.
なくしちまった使命を探して国運をさまよってたんだ。
もうやめよう。ルシの使命なんて忘れたままでいいよ。
何言ってんだ。使命を思い出して片付けねえとお前が死骸じゃねえか。
So much brain damage.
あんな小さい子がルシに。こんなのおかしいよ。
ああ、最悪だ。けどな、うちらが使命を投げ出せばファルシは次のルシを作る。一昨日の女の子みたいにな。
If we don't do it, someone else will.
うちらがやるしかねえんだよ。でも使命を諦めたって国運の奴らが。
By the way, the other girl that she's talking about is Sarah.
Yeah.
なあバニラ、さっさとケリをつけちまってこんな敵だらけの世界から二人で逃げような。
ファング。
今は一人で逃げてくれ。私が敵を引きつける。
So Snow is ultimately a very good person. It's just he has some questionable decisions.
No, Fang! No, don't leave me! Oh, I didn't actually realize that that's what she was gonna say. To be fair, it's hard for Snow to think through things when he's got that many concussions. So, yeah.
セラもいつかクリスタルから目覚めるんだな。
ああ、うちらがダメなルシだからあんたの言うことがルシにされた。
That is very true. 118. Wow! Lightning really likes hurting other people.
一発？
これで済んだと思うな。許すかどうかはセラに決めさせる。
スノーと同じこと言うのな。あいつは殴らなかったけど。
Oh, wow, you don't have to call her that deeply.
謝ってよかった。ちょっと楽になった。
楽になりたくて謝ったのか。
かもな。 そっちはどうよ。殴って少しはすっきりした？
So, like,
何も解決しないからな。
if the LaCie brand is on your arm, could you just cut your arm off and stop being a LaCie?
I don't want to think about that.
Too late.
X 街は向こうだ。ホープの家までまだ距離はあるな。急がない
Okay,
とな。
so we see how Fang and Vanilla got separated. Fang tells everything to Lightning, tells her that Sarah will come back from Crystal Stasis at some point. And now we get to go to Hope's place, not knowing that Hope and Snow are somewhere.
Concussed.
Concussed.
Yep, so we're back again with the Fang section of the run. Oh, that is unlikely to fail that dodge.
I don't know. If he wants to
No,
catch
that
you, he will
happens.
just catch you.
Orions are dumb.
Yeah.
They're even dumb as to fight.
Yeah, so we're at the Fang Lightning section of the run. Luckily, we don't have to do any fights with just the two of them. Because it's like fine, but it's, you know, annoying. We'd rather not. And, oh yeah, there's a cutscene here.
Yeah, there is a cutscene here. I think it's kind of a useless one though. It doesn't really tell you anything. He can take care of himself, yeah, sure.
なあファング。バニラたちも無事だろう。もしルシを捕らえたら政府から発表があるはずだ。
Oh yeah, non-linearity, because, you know, multiple viewpoints. The big bad sea are gonna huff and puff and blow Cocoon down!
セラのことがなかったら私も軍人としてルシを買っていた。呪われた敵だと信じてな。
グランパルスも似たようなもんさ。コクーンは空飛ぶリンゼの住処でいつか攻めてくる。そう信じてた。
ルシになったのはコクーンと戦うためか。コクーンを滅ぼすことがお前たちの。
I don't know, this cutscene is giving, like, background stuff. Not unreasonable.
Yeah. You also get this to dust on this cutscene. I didn't remember that.
ってことはその前になんか使命を果たしてるんだ。なんで思い出せねえんだろうな。ガキの頃とかは覚えてるのに、大事なとこだけ記憶が抜けてる。
God, the music in this game slaps.
Yeah.
Speaking of slapping.
Welcome back, Madeline.
Hello.
All the way in chapter 7 now.
Back in time to see some Fang cutscenes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Also back in time to actually see the Fang gameplay.
True facts.
Yeah, one really important thing that we haven't talked right now about, they're only talking about Vanille becoming a LaCie because Fang's brand is scorched. So her development on the Seath thing is basically halted. So Fang is at a point where she can use magic with no setback. She's the only one in the party with that benefit. And it will be explained why she is like that later on.
ライトニング。ライトでいい。バニラの印って見た？いや、そっか。
And here they explain how the brands work.
死骸になるまでどれくらいか。
I'm saying just, chop off the arm.
矢印が増えて、しまいに目玉が現れる。目が完全に開いたら
my mic's so...
死骸だ。どれ？全然余裕。安心しろ。ただ油断はできない。進み方は人それぞれだからな。ショックを受けたりすると一気に進んじまう。
Yep, nope, seems legit.
バニラの印はもっと進んでるはずだ。早いとこ助けて帰らねえとさ。パルスか。グランパルス。政府は人間がコクーンの外に出るのを禁じてるらしいが、そんなら政府をぶっ潰してやるさ。それが希望か。
I need a better chair.
私は見失ったんだ。セラをなくしてルシにされて、もう何の希望もない。どう考えても救いはなくて、考えるのが嫌になった。今はとりあえず政府と戦ってるが。
That is literally what you're doing right now, is fighting your way out of it.
戦って政府を倒しても、その先に何もない。そんなものは死に方だ。希望もなく戦うの。セラは？戦う目的がねえって何言ってんだ。セラが元に戻った時会いたくねえのかよ。セラが助かる希望がある。それまで戦って生き延びる。簡単じゃねえか。
Trying to make this sound way easier than it actually is.
Tatakai lightning! Tatakai!
あいつら軍に見つかったか。
And here's Snow! You know, still concussed.
Hope. Oi, Hope.
It's actually, like, how practical is that knife?
It's not very practical, it's just pretty.
Do you think you'd use it in, like, in a kitchen? Probably not.
It's way too difficult to be used in the kitchen.
I don't think it was meant to use in the kitchen.
Sad. Like, I don't have a use for a knife that isn't in the kitchen, so, like... Maybe I can use it to open boxes.
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
Yeah. Now, how do I get that knife?
Yeah. Snow realizes that's Lightning's knife and she gave it to Hope, and Hope was planning on using that knife to kill him. So things are finally starting to make sense for Snow.
Took him long enough. The concussions can't have helped. So this dodge section's actually like kind of cool, because there's a giant dog there, and that dog would murder us dead. But it turns out that the very edge of this hallway between those pillars is not in the combat zone. So we just like kind of keep on ducking in and out of the combat zone, and they don't actually see us long enough to, you know, start a battle. That cannot he's going to fall. Hope is just gonna slip and fall right on his head.
I really like this is the conclusion of this entire arc, and I really like how it ends. This, I think, is one of the longest single cutscenes in the game.
Single cutscenes, maybe.
姉さんとそれからノラさんにすまなかった。ノラさんは俺のせいだ。俺がバカで巻き込んだ。謝るよ。償わせてくれ。
償えないって言ったのに。
謝ってどうなるとかひでえことも言ったな。どうすれば償えるか全然わかんねえさ。
Hope suddenly really should have appeared there.
Yeah, I think it was originally supposed to, and then they didn't because of gameplay reasons. I think.
でもお前言ったろ。前に進むってのを言い訳にして俺が責任から逃げてるってさ。あれ聞いたわ。なあホープ、俺の責任は俺が背負う。逃げずに背負って絶対償う。ほらよ、これ姉さんのだろ。
どうして？
それセラが姉さんに送ったんだよ。お守りにってさ。姉さんはそういうものをお前に預けた。だったらお前が持つのが当然だろう。償う方法探すから少しだけ時間をくれ。どうしてもダメだったらお前が納得できるように責任取る。
帰ってこないよ。あんたに責任取らせても母さんは帰ってこないよ。
Dead.
ごめん。
最初から分かってたんだ。分かってたけど誰かのせいにして憎んで目的がないと戦えなくて。
誰かじゃなくて俺のせいなの。俺に償わせればいい。償わせるまで生き延びてさ。いけねえ。なんだよ、立てるじゃねえか。元気で安心した。俺も少し休んだら。
All the brain damage. Alright, so, Snow's kind of like out of commission, and we're gonna fight Usha 2 again, right? Do you yep, oh yeah, he's super out of commission. But you know, I think that Hope has got this. You know, he's like completed a major portion of his character arc. He's stronger, he believes in himself. Do you guys believe in Hope? Do you guys have hope in Hope?
No.
Wow. I can't believe that you don't believe in him. Look, you know, we're dealing with Libra so that we know what to do. Move to Synergist so we can buff up and oh wait, crap. That's unfortunate. He's okay. He was slammed into a door. He's not okay. Hope, you idiot. Yeah, so that first fight, like with just Hope, you can't actually beat by yourself. The win conditions there are Hope dies, or you deal 1% damage to Ushu 3, upon which it'll actually trigger the cutscene, and you'll get into the proper Ushu 2 fight. So this one is going to be going a lot different than the first Ushu fight. Partially because like we do have different party members, but also because Ushu 2 is just a stronger opponent than Ushu 1 was. This is actually going to be one of the first fights that it is actually one of the longest fights in the game in the speedrun. And it's also going to be one of the first. Yeah, I said one of the longest. Yeah, second longest. Okay, yeah, second longest fight that we're going to have in the speedrun. And it's also one of the first fights that we're going to be doing where we actually do it in terms of 2 staggers. So we're doing some amount of Crystarium growth. We're changing our equipment so that Lightning is going to prefer doing magic, hopefully. And this is where we're going to start seeing the different type of Saboteur that Fang has. So Fang's Saboteur is more about like controlling the enemy. Things like slow and daze and stuff like that, whereas initially Vanille's is more about debuffing the enemy with like things that'll make us deal more damage. So the latter one's actually more relevant throughout most of the run, but here we're using slow, we're having Hope cast Protect on everybody, because Ushu 2 really hurts. And if we didn't have those, we would just be taking so much more damage. Could be attacking faster, be taking more, etc. It would not be fun times. We're also seeing the first instance of us having Launch, which is a special commando-only ability that if a target is staggered, then you have a chance of literally launching them up into the air. Which is nice because while you don't necessarily deal more damage that way, it does keep the enemy just interrupted the entire time, which just lets us, poop out more damage on them. There's also another interaction that we're going to try and get, which is if the stagger is about to run out and the enemy is launched, then you have the ability to land a smite, which just does a lot more damage. So let's see if we get it here, and there we go. So yeah, it just does like a lot more damage. I mean, you probably can do a single stagger in casual playthrough if you're like super capped, but I've not tried it. So yeah, we're going to be in the second part.
The run category that can one stagger Ushu 2 is dodgeless, and it's really hard.
So we're doing kind of the same thing we did in the first phase. One of the differences though is that while we did land slow, we're not going to be initially increasing the stagger duration by using slows. We're instead going to do it with Provoke, because in the second part he just does a lot more damage, and if we didn't have him focused onto Fang, then he could pretty easily one-shot either Lightning or Hope, because they both have very low HP, and that's bad, because we kind of need them to do damage and increase stagger. But, once we got the second stagger, the rest of this fight is pretty consistent, pretty easy. One interesting thing that we're seeing here that we haven't seen before are the Ra spells. So, the Ra spells like Thundara, Blizzara, etc. Are AoE, but they have an interesting effect where while they do cost more ETB, they post stagger will increase stagger more than just using the single spell twice. Yeah, we haven't talked about ATB like switching, not ATB switching, like spell alternating and stuff, right? I don't think we have. We'll get to that later. Just...
そう簡単にくたばらないさ。無駄に頑丈だからな。
傷ついて帰っても温かく迎えてくれる場所、そんな故郷がきっと私たちに
My husband is next to me. He doesn't like this game. This is a way to try to get him to know that the story is a little different than what he thought it was.
I mean, he's missed the first, like, 7 hours or something.
No.
5 hours?
He's been here since chapter 5.
Oh, okay.
So we got home. Hope's home. I mean. And this is his father.
母さんがノラ父さん僕あのさ
This is like the only time that we see Hope's dad, right?
Yes. He doesn't return ever.
少し休んだらすぐ出てくよ。ルシをかくまったら父さんも。バカを言うな。お前の家はここだ。
Yeah, he should have appeared at least in the credits. So he doesn't even show up in 13 too. Oops, that isn't actually real. Would explain everything.
Wait, so Hope is an orphan now.
God. Alright. This is very small gameplay. No more cutscenes.
Wow. You really showed us how to run between one cutscene trigger and the next.
I know. I can't say I'm the best because Kaye is in this call, but thank you.
Only sometimes.
Alright, hold on.
See, I'm like the only
back in a
person that
minute.
consistently dies like more than once, I guess. So
Back in a minute.
ZFF9's CD3.
then again, you're definitely the best that does the route that you do.
At Magnums? I'm also the only one doing Magnums!
Well, that does. I mean, there are details, right? But yeah, until then it's still like 4 hours or something.
Until we actually get Magnums. Yeah, chapter 9 is also
Probably.
really long on the cutscenes, but chapter 10 is short. It's just Seed cutscenes and Bahamut cutscenes. And then 11 is also pretty short on the cutscenes because most of the cutscenes in chapter 11 are pretty short. They're just accepting missions and stuff. And then chapter 12 is cutscene overload, and the end of chapter 13 is cutscene overload.
Yeah.
And I'm back.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to use these cutscenes to do that. Oops. So there's a fight coming up where we are actually supposed to use a summon. For the next, there are 2 fights where we're supposed to use summons. For the first one, I will use a summon because without it, it's really obnoxious. But for the second fight, which is the last fight of chapter 7, I think I'm going to go back to one of the olden strats because it should still be faster. I hope I can pull it off though, because it's been a hot minute since I've done that one.
I believe in you. And just remember, if you fail, then you have to watch even more cutscenes.
No, I don't. I just have to retry the first fight. The fight that's at the door.
Oh, right, yeah, because you're skipping cutscenes that, yeah. Yeah.
I'm skipping cutscenes
Sure.
if I have to retry a fight because I die.
Yep, yep.
ホープ君を頼むと。息子が世話になりました。こうして面と
I also really like this one.
君たちを国運の敵と信じるのは難しいね。だが世間は君たちルシを憎んでいる。
Because like it's just a normal dude accepting all that they did and forgiving them.
接触した人。
Yeah.
極端な話、君たちとすれ違っただけの人すら。パルスに呪われた。
Hope's dad is like the most based in the whole game.
政府はファルシの言いなりなんだ。ファルシは俺たちの命なんて何とも思っちゃいない。俺たちが止めます。政府を倒して国運を守ります。倒していいのかね。ルシが政府を倒したら皆ますますパルスを恐れるよ。怯えるだけでなく、たくさんの人が武器を取って立ち上がる。何が起こるか想像できるね。
力で抑える政府が消えれば市民同士でルシ狩りか。
じゃあなんだよ。
So I guess he lost a PB place run by dying 3 times to bar 3. I mean, I've been there and I just kept doing runs. Like, bar 3 and most other fights are more dangerous with the magnums, but at the same time, they're safer. It's hard. I guess the dangers of using
the
magnums
dangers
are
in different
different
parts.
than the dangers of using Vegas.
You
Yeah.
die easier, but you also kill faster. So if you like it's less likely you fail the kill in time, or
Yeah.
basically
Yeah.
impossible
If
if
you
you.
get late debuffs in magnums is not a problem, while in Vegas it's a major monk ass, for example.
Yep.
But that's for like the entire chapter 13, I think. Like Orphan 1 is the same. Like if you get extremely bad luck, you cannot survive that long.
Yeah.
But if it's going well, then you kill him faster. So.
Yeah, it's just different problems. In the back, but you can't fight Snow. Okay. So this is the first fight. We are going to summon Odin because all of these enemies interrupt you all the time. And they are all very strong. It's actually really easy to do on this fight if you don't use Odin.
Yep.
And I will have to just call, so we get to see that one too. Oh, it's targeting like awesome, so we're gonna get Kiraga for sure too. Ow! Okay.
Yeah, so Hope's house, like, these fights are honestly way more annoying than they have any right to be. There's just like a lot of really annoying enemies, a lot of annoying ways that things can go wrong, and you kind of just need to do them.
I need to do this one at least once. So my goal here is to stagger everyone. Since it's at level 2, I can go in without this guy being staggered because it will still die, hopefully. And if you stagger everyone, Zantet should always kill them. I got a bonus decept?
Hey!
Hey.
There we go.
So I have 2 bonuses. I know exactly what I'm using them.
Decept Gurren Gach.
No. This fight is pretty simple, you just blitz until things die.
Blitz and win.
Spin to win. Into ruins still. And now for this next fight, I would use Odin, but I think doing the setup and doing the old strat is ultimately faster. At the same time, the Odin strat looks so cool. I don't know. What do you think? Should I use Odin or should I use the old strat?
Do it!
Odin?
Odin, yeah. I believe. I believe.
Oh wait, anything. Odin it is. Use the fort.
So,
Any excuse
what?
is like Roland's. Okay.
So what is going to be happening here is this is against the Sky Tank. And the Sky Tank battle is both really interesting and really aggravating. It's an aerial enemy, but unlike a lot of the other aerial fights that we've encountered, we can't run up and hit it. Like, our characters will not jump. You're forced to use range attacks. This is where Lightning remembers, for the first time in the entire game, that her weapon is actually a gun blade. The important part there being gun. So she uses it, her attacks go off really, really quickly, and unfortunately we cannot get it to be used in any other part of the run. Which is a shame, because it would make things a lot nicer. But what this does mean is that we want to sort of make it so that she will kill things the fastest. The old strat used to use, just like the other characters in our party, you know, Fang and Hope, buff everyone up, try to get around interruptions, and blah, 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 blah. The strat that Pharaoh is going to be going for is actually going to be summoning Odin. Not necessarily to do any damage, like we're not going to be Zentetsu King, we're not going to be just ulting, anything like that. But Odin has a built-in provoke, so he acts like a sentinel, while he's also, like, you know, doing a bit of damage. And
Right,
the Sky Tank...
Hang on for a second, because this is one cutscene where even I can say Snow is an absolute boss.
Alright.
So, let's enjoy this.
He does something good once.
Yes.
恨むなら私を恨め。
ふざけな。ルシが邪魔ならルシだけ狙えよ。関係ない人たちの命を巻き込むなよ。今すぐパージをや
我
めろ。
々が好き好んでパージを行っていると思うか。パルスの脅威を取り去らねば民衆の恐怖は抑えられん。犠牲を払ってもパージを断行せねば国運は死ぬ。ガスだと誰が撃った。貴様。
脱出する。
Cutscene is longer than I was expecting it to be.
ホープ、親父さんを縛れ。あんたは脅されて仕方なくかくまった。いいな。
それじゃ君たちが
言う通りにして。
やっぱり僕らは国運の敵なんだ。こっちにその気がなくても国運はルシを許さない。僕はみんなと一緒に行く。どうにかして生き延びる。絶対死なないから。
I think the longest cutscene is at the end, right? Like Orphan.
The longest
something.
string of cutscenes is the segment between Orphan 1 and Orphan 2.
Yeah.
お前は逃げてるんじゃない。進もうと
It's
して
like 20 minutes or something.
前に進んでやるべきことを
That is pretty long.
やるべきってルシ
I mean, it's 6 cutscenes, I think, but yeah. All at the same spot.
決めるんだ。
行ってきます。
Yeah, we are going to fight that.
下がってる。
We can handle a
Alright.
little gas.
So,
Okay, Titan, go ahead.
all right, yeah. So as I was saying, the Odin has
Not
a
target.
so Odin has a sort of built-in provoke. So we're summoning in order to dodge the first interruption that Heavy Sighting would have.
I
And
missed the
lightning.
timing, but we're gonna get launched.
Oh, okay. Unlucky. So we're gonna just be basically using lightning to power chain power. No, I shouldn't say power chain. To power shoot down all the different parts of the sky tank that we need in order to progress to the second phase. And Odin should be here enough to not only make sure that we're full HP, but also to sort of get rid of any of the interruptions that we could have had. By just, being a nice little horse armor dude and tanking all the hits for us. It's also nice because he will actually deal the tiny last bit of damage to each of the individual parts, both the hulls and both the turrets. And so for a bit of history, one of the very first quote-unquote guides for the speedrun said to summon Odin on this fight, but gave no indication of what to do with it or why you were doing this at all. So it was a bit of a meme for a long time in the community, and then turns out that you can actually do it and use it like that, and it works out pretty well. So yeah, joke's on us, I guess.
Yeah,
so we're just
the difference is that person made a very early speedrunning guide on game FAQs and said to use Odin for some extra damage and then use the finisher, which does literally nothing. on the parts. And now Odin is used for his provoke effect, which just means that lightning is basically never getting interrupted while he's on. So.
Yep. Yeah, so we were waiting for
the
the...
way it's supposed to, but it's fine. We are dying, that's the important part.
Everything's Daijoku. Yeah. So we were kind of just waiting for the second phase to start so that we could actually stagger and then just, you know, pew 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 to death. And yeah, I really wish that we could use lightning's, like, gun part of the gunblade more often, but unfortunately we cannot.
Yeah, being able to use the gun part would maybe put lightning on par with Saz. That's how fast she is.
Yeah.
So another sky tank comes forth, but this one actually has allies. The cavalry group.
That sounds illegal.
迎えに来たぜ。
小細工しやがって。さあ、乗った乗った。
Yeah, that's the end of chapter 7.
Yeah, that was a very long chapter.
That's a very long chapter. And chapter 8, I don't know if chapter 8 is longer than 6 in the run, but there's a lot of cutscenes on chapter 8. I think there's more cutscenes on chapter 8 than on chapter 6. They're really important cutscenes too, just like the ones on chapter 6.